is up, y'all, and welcome to Theist Helpline, the show where we ask theists what they believe in and why. But the fun has yet to come. Let's get into it. Boop, boop, a shoop, a doo. That's right. Welcome, everyone. Speaking of the song, I do have what I think is going to be our Theist Helpline song chosen out. I haven't put it in a video format, but I am going to share it with you all real quick, and then we're probably going to get right into it. So I'll give quick shout outs, and then I'll do it real quick. All right. Don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe, because then you get to hit that bell icon, which will give you access to our reminders or see our premieres or get a virtual hug, sure. And yes, we are also a skeptic channel. Feel free to come on down. We're going to be in the Discord at the politics server. Feel free to also tag me in chat. Sending love to my co-host James W, but as well tag me at Amy Newman. And you can tell I'm being rushed because we're on Amy time, unfortunately. Shout outs to everyone who gives out love. I know that we have many ways to support the show. Patreons, channel members, sending so much love to everyone out there. People like Azo, Chris Disciple, Dale Pastel, davegar, Rachel Holen, Ian Davenport, and Reid, and all of the lovely people out there with our evolving badge system or at Patreon. And all right, I'm going to show this up real quick. It's the Theist Helpline. Look at the trees, they're pine. Close. What is up, davegar? God equals the square root of -1. Gerudo Legends. Keep on saying hi. I'll say hi. Most likely I'll be showing it up on the screen while everybody is talking. But I'm going to show this real quickly because I said I would, and I'm trying to be more of a lady of my word. But I do believe that this is going to be our Theist Helpline intro. Good 20 seconds or so. Maybe I'll do a little less, a little more. But I don't know. What do you guys, gals, everyone in between think? I think that gets me pumped. So yeah, might have to get a logo still in the process. I'll tie that up and we'll have a little less. That's true, probably. But I think I'm going to get us in there. There's like a minute left, and I could probably blab on forever, but I don't want you all to be late because of me. So I am going to get in there. Oh, good, Gerudo. I'd say we lean towards agnostic, atheist, all of that. But we do, I would say, have many theist regulars, even people that I would say are either fundamentalist or maybe, metaphorical. But we love everybody here. But I'd say being a skeptic is the top level. That's where it's really at. Because my atheism comes from my skepticism anyway. I mean, if that leads someone in a different direction, at least they were being skeptical and questioning their beliefs. And all right, but let's get into the fun. Please tell me all if I am properly sharing voice once it goes up there.
Good for everyone else, why is it?
Woohoo. What is up, y'all?
Nah, chilling. You having a good morning?
I am indeed. I think you saw me in Taco. I was getting feisty in chat, getting ready, but
Yeah.
I'm having a good morning. How about you, JL? How about you, Taco?
I am good. I am good.
It's funny how you talk about God monsters every time, and it always comes down to gender every single time.
Yo, they are obsessed. I could go into like Kalam, I could go into like good and evil, and they'll be like, but between your legs. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Literally every single time. I mean, I've seen you there for like a year, and it's like that every fucking day.
Yeah, I think what's happens is I ask a question and we go back and forth, and then eventually they're just like, but you're trans. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Wiseape, you having issues, buddy? I invited you up. We're trying to get Wiseape up. He's having some technical difficulties, apparently.
Uh-oh.
It might just be us three and Wiseape today.
Okay.
If he could get up.
I know Ick sometimes joins halfway, but
I've been playing Dune with Ix, by the way, all month.
oh really?
Yeah, it's been fun.
You say Dune or Doom?
Dune Awakening?
Dune Awakening. Okay, both were good options. I like Dune.
Yeah, the new Dune game that came out. It's actually pretty fun.
Have you been saying the spice a lot?
It's going to be dying soon, though, right? Everyone's in game at this point. There's not really much to do. It was a good month, though.
Yeah, sometimes you get to end game very fast.
Wiseape, what's going on, dude? You unable to get up here? We'll get started as soon as we either get him up here or decide we won't be able to get him up here, whichever happens first.
Okay. I think he's going to try reconnecting.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. He normally has issues on his phone. I think he just doesn't know what button to press.
And, oh, okay, the phone.
Yeah. He normally has this issue when he's trying to join.
I've been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate, which has been fun. Basically,
ooh, that's a fun one.
Yeah, doing the old D&D.
What's your main character's class?
I am a paladin. I'm I consider myself a chaos paladin because I'm really probably not great at being lawful, but you know what? I'm good at being good to others.
I played a sorcerer on my playthrough so that I did, because they're charisma based, and so I had diplomacy, and then I had dex, and so I went elf, so I had a long bow. I felt pretty OP. I had like a long bow I was shooting people with for dex bonuses, and then I had the ability to talk to people really well, and then I had an insane amount of spells.
That's the same.
And I had good armor.
They're a really good DPS class. They kind of kick ass.
Yeah. I've seen people do some pretty insane stuff with Druid, though. You can go Druid and like turn into an owlbear or something and drop yourself on like whatever, and they just explode.
And I don't know if this is just saying who I am, but I like hybrids, and so I like paladins, druids, shamans, like all the classes that can kind of multi-class.
Yeah, Druid's really good. Wiseape, you good, man? What's going on?
Well,
I got all the announcements and everything ready. I'm just waiting for Wiseape to get up. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to hold y'all back here.
No, you good.
Wiseape's an important part of the crew now. He's our pastor.
The atheist pastor.
That's kind of fascinating.
Yeah, Wise Ape's great.
And you're probably right, Dave got
Well,
on the song. Good.
I guess.
What, you don't like Wise Ape?
The tendency to kind of like run off on tangents is not great, or the jumping in between LARPing and legitimate conversation can just kind of destabilize the conversation. So,
all right, well, we can get started. I'll try to pull them up in the middle of this, I guess. Let me go ahead and start the event, and I'll start my stream, and I'll do the announcement. It's going to take like a minute or 45 seconds, maybe not that long, but it'll get populated pretty quick, so we'll start talking once it starts populating. Get this announcement.
Okay.
Ideally, we can just pull somebody up pretty quickly and not do too much intros. I know Randolph loves the intros, but I think they slow down the start a little bit.
Yep, I'm good with either way. But yeah, we'll get started in just a second. Sending love out there. I am happy to be streaming again. We should be doing more streams, hopefully in the future, in the weekdays. I know James got promoted as well, so I got to also work around his schedule.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh.
Thank you for joining us on this week's episode of the Theist Helpline. Today we've got J.L. Warren, an old friend. He used to be on the Theist Helpline a long time ago. He's kind of been doing his own thing for a little bit. And then we've got Amy Newman, who is awesome. She's been a part of this for years now. Both of these are founding members of the group. So it's good to have everybody back here. We're not going to do too much in intros, but I don't really have any updates. I haven't been doing a lot. I dropped a pretty awesome rap, though, a couple days ago based on Doom Beef I was having. So if anybody wants to check that out, definitely check that out. Do y'all have any good updates or anything before we get started here? Oh, and also, if anybody in the audience wants to chat with us, feel free to raise your hand. We'll get y'all pulled up in just a moment. Go ahead and provide your updates. So if y'all have anything fun to share, and also feel free to provide any fun links y'all have in the side chat, and I'll get those pinned. I've also got y'all both linked on the YouTube.
Sure. So, not to date the episode, but if you're in the United States, happy belated Freedom Day. And I'm just happy that it's summer. Glad to be on here. Want to reiterate, no gods exist. And just happy to see JL Warren and Taco.
Awesome. Yeah. Appreciate being back. I'm trying something new, and I wanted to kind of like for my channel, and I wanted to pop over and see if you guys had some space on a Sunday other than channel. I got my next few videos ready to go. I just need to schedule them out. But yeah, just working my tail off and getting it done.
Glad to hear that. And we got Wise Ape coming back up here, I think. He got it working. Awesome. Now, we would absolutely love to have a theist up here chat with us. So if there's any theists in the audience, feel free to raise your hand. If you have evidence of ghosts, goblins, monsters, gods, demons, whatever, we'd love to talk about it. That's always a fun conversation. Now, JL, I know you've been doing a lot of informal debates and videos recently. Anything interesting happening with any of that? Any good evidence for anything that you've encountered?
I have yet to be presented any evidence for anything supernatural or whatever. And since because I was on the Theist Helpline way back, and since then I've been doing the Stage of Reason, which is on the third Sunday of every month, and so I'll be doing that on July 20th. But of all the conversations and debates I've had, no one has yet presented any evidence or argumentation that would convince me that any of these things exist. So maybe today's the day.
That used to be my joke of Randolph. Today's going to be the day.
And I'm just the on-staff pastor in case any theists have questions, right? We don't want them going to just any pastor, right? That would give them supernatural advice or, any nonsense like that.
But with that being said, if there is anyone who disagrees with us, please raise your hand and we'll bring you up.
I'm looking through the audience. I'm not seeing anybody with Christian or anything like that.
I should send a tag in Discord chat. Calling them out, being like, come on. Gods
What's
don't
up,
exist.
people? There's a few of y'all in the audience. Would anybody like to come chat?
I'm also going to tag them in general chat.
I might have to restart my stream. I'm having issues with my stream here.
No. Greetings, chat.
Greetings from Manila. Oh, hey, vegan. Was that Philippines? It's always a challenge to find theists these days. I guess we've deconverted everybody at this point.
Yeah, I guess there aren't any theists anymore.
That or me being on the stage ran them all off because they don't like me. Maybe that's it.
Or they're afraid of you.
Possible.
I killed it. I killed the stage.
Yeah, that's a good point, Zach. Welcome to Atheism, brothers and sisters in the audience.
Okay, we got no gods on the mic. Yo, I step in this ring with facts, not faith. You preach divine plans, I dismantle the wrath. I don't need a shepherd, I roam free in thought. You suck. You stuck a book in that reason forgot. You want me to continue with this rap battle?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're doing great. I got one ready to go too.
You got Holy Ghost, I got partial fields. You kneel to miss, I craft what's real. Your logic's circular, mine's laser beam. While you're dreaming of Eden, I'm building the dream. You beg the question, who made the code? I point to math, to the cosmos that flowed. No sky daddy needed to set laws in motion, just entropy, gravity, and quantum emotion. I ain't hating your hope, just your bad foundation, confusing your fear for divine revelation. While you pray for signs, I decode the design. DNA strands, not celestial lines. So bless up, my friend, if belief makes you cope, but don't call it truth, just call it hope. Because I come with proofs, you come with a verse. I deconstruct gods now, call the hearse. Woo!
Oh, you did it.
Probably, yeah. Not bad. Probably a little polished, but I think you got something there. Anti-Spiral had actually a question in the chat that I can, Demetrius, doing slam poetry. But Anti-Spiral had a question in there about what is the most convincing argument against religion? And I don't know if Anti-Spiral wants to come up, but I can, that's an interesting question because you've got, when it comes to like the concepts of like atheism and, not believing in the existence of a god or gods, and you're talking about religion in and of itself. So like specific religious ideologies, you can argue against those based upon a number of different factors, but the vast majority of those are going to be subjective in nature because you can agree or disagree with how the adherents to that faith comport themselves in, in society. And you can disagree with that and argue against it, that it's antisocial or it's harmful or whatever in that respect. But when it comes to like not believing in a thing, like not believing in a god or gods, it really depends upon how the god is defined. Either the god is unfalsifiable, and so like there's no rational reason to believe it exists, and you can just base that upon the unfalsifiability of it. It can either be determined to be true or false, or if it's like, you know, a version of the Christian god in which it's all loving, you can utilize the argument from divine hiddenness, otherwise known as the argument from non-belief, which is a deductively valid argument that justifies not believing that the thing exists. And then, of course, a number of others. You know, if you get the omni god, there's a lot of arguments there. So it really depends upon what's being presented in order to come to one of those conclusions. But religion in and of itself, because it's kind of like a social ideology, not necessarily, you know, securing any one particular god, you'd have to look at those individual as well. I hope that answers your question.
And
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no. So yeah, Anti-Spiral asked about divine hiddenness. It's like, is that why doesn't God show himself in any way? Well, the idea is that if God is all loving, if the God is defined as all loving, then it should be open to having a relationship with every single human being on the planet, because it's ultimately what it wants. And if it's all loving, it should be open to doing that. And if it doesn't do that, then there must be a reason as to why it's not doing that, even though there's nothing that, you know, definitionally, there's nothing that should stop it from doing that. So if it's defined in that way, then there should be no non-resistant non-belief, meaning that there are people out there that don't know if it exists and don't believe that it exists because it itself has not comported with its omnibenevolent or all-loving nature and revealed itself in a way that would convince the other person, the individual, to have a relationship with it. And so because that doesn't happen, there's no reason to believe that. So not the existence of non-resistant non-belief, meaning someone that would believe, you know, is open to being convinced but has thus far not been, the existence of those types of people eliminates that God as a logical possibility. So there would have to be some reason as to why it's not. Either it doesn't want to or it can't. And if it doesn't want to, that means it's not all loving. And if it can't, that means it's not all powerful. So, or it lacks some ability to do so.
I see P minus in chat.
That would ultimately be the issue. So Christians would say you have to find him. So the problem with that is that when Christians state that you have to be willing to, or you have to desire it, if you have to, like, you know, pray hard enough or believe hard enough or want it really, really bad, the problem is that they cannot present any kind of mechanism that would eliminate the possibility of your confirmation bias. You can want something so badly that you wind up interpreting any different phenomena as being evidence of the thing that you want because you want it that badly. So if you want it really bad, or you feel you do and you never get it, the Christian's just going to say, well, you just didn't want it bad enough, or you just didn't believe it, you know, deeply enough, you know, and that you'll get it if you just believe deeply enough, or if you want it badly enough. But then again, how would you be able to tell if what you were seeing was actually the evidence that you were looking for, if your desire for that evidence is so much that it could potentially blind you to your confirmation bias? There's no mechanism built into the system in order to, or into the process, to be able to eliminate that possibility. You just have to take it on faith. And that's why faith is ultimately not a tool for epistemology, because it can't break you out of that. It can't eliminate the possibility of that bias. So that's why that doesn't work. Hope that answered your question.
The Bible says that everyone resists belief in God, so there wouldn't be non-resistant non-believers. Could you demonstrate that they're non-resistant non-believers?
If it's logically possible for a non-resistant non-believer to exist, then it's eliminated. There's no logical contradiction in a non-resistant non-belief, so therefore it is possible.
Well, that's not true, because it's like logically possible I could jump to the moon, but it's not nomonologically possible, right?
It's not. It's okay. That still is irrelevant because there is no logical contradiction in someone non-resistantly not believing, which is why Schellenberg's argument is so strong there. Because there's no logic.
To demonstrate that thing exists. Like
it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Even if we couldn't find it, doesn't because all it has to be is logically possible. That's why it's a deductively valid argument.
Just because something's logically possible, that doesn't get you anywhere, right? There's lots of things that are logically possible that aren't real. So
it does in the sense of this providing rational justification for non-belief.
But it doesn't, because I contest that assertion that there's not.
Then you'd have to demonstrate. Then you would have to demonstrate how it's impossible by showing the logical.
You're the one making the claim. You're the one making the claim. Okay, I will demonstrate it's impossible.
PMARS.
Can you ground logic without the Christian
PMARS? Yes, I can. But PMARS, go back to no. PMARS, you're getting off topic. The issue is that you have to show. I'm saying that there is no logical contradiction in non-resistant non-belief.
Well,
there isn't one.
There isn't
one. It's non-resistant non-belief.
I can demonstrate a contradiction.
You have to let me finish the statement.
Okay.
There is no logical contradiction. You would have to show the logical contradiction in non-resistant non-belief.
The logical contradiction in non-resistant non-belief would be that they would assume the preconditions for logic being the Bible, and then they would deny the preconditions for logic being the Bible.
No, they wouldn't. We're not talking about the Bible. We're talking about the existence of the God, because it is logically possible for the God to exist and the Bible to be wrong.
No.
Yes, there's no logical contradiction there. Human beings are fallible. Human beings are fallible. Human beings are fallible. They could have gotten the Bible completely wrong, and the God entity could still exist. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They don't have to adhere to.
But that's not logical. That's not logically possible because you would be. Okay.
It's not logically it's not logically consistent with your particular presupposition.
But I pointed out the logical contradiction. So you would assume.
No, it's not logically contradictory.
But I pointed out the P and the not P.
No, PMARS. It is only logically contradictory if they hold to your. You have to let me finish the statement.
Oh my God.
You have to let me finish the statement. You have to let me finish the statement. It is only it is only logically contradictory if you already are committing those particular presuppositions. If you don't take, if you don't, if you know that is not that no, that is not true. That is false.
That's literally the opposite.
Okay, hang on.
That is false.
Hang on. I have to jump in. So PMARS, let's allow him to make his point, and then you can respond, and he'll do the same to you, and he won't overtalk you. Let's just not overtalk each other, so both sides can make their points and converse, please.
So if we don't make any presuppositions, about the nature of anything, and we're only talking about the God entity, we are not presupposing anything beyond that. We're just talking about that one particular entity. So if the God is defined in a particular way, in this case, the God is defined as having the attribute of being all-loving, then it should be open to having a relationship with every single human being on the planet. If that were the case, then it logically follows that there should be no non-resistant non-belief on Earth. It should not exist. But non-resistant non-belief does exist. It is logically possible, and it does exist because there are human beings that are out there that are like that, and so therefore it eliminates the possibility of that God. This is Schellenberg's argument. It's been around quite some time, and there is no problem with it. The only issue that you could possibly have with it is if you disagree with the first premise, and that's how the God is defined. That's where that breaks down. If you disagree with that premise, then the argument
pointed out the contradiction.
Stop. If you disagree with the first premise, then the argument obviously doesn't apply to that particular God. But there is no logical contradiction because the person making the argument is not starting from the same presuppositions that you are about the nature of God. You're adding other attributes. This argument is not concerned with all those additional presuppositional attributes that you're giving it.
Okay, but you said there's no logical contradiction yet.
There isn't.
I can demonstrate the logical contradiction because the contradiction is going to occur when the non-resistant non-believer is going to assume the preconditions for intelligibility, which would be the Bible, the story of the Bible, and then they would deny the preconditions for intelligibility. So that would be a logical contradiction.
No, it's not a logical contradiction because it is logically possible that the Bible could be completely wrong and the God still exist.
Okay, but you're assuming logic, right? So where do
No.
you get logic?
No, I'm not
That's-
assuming logic. Logic is descriptive and it's analytically true.
If logic is descriptive, then there's nothing to tell me that I can't contradict myself.
Well, we can point out how it's contradictory, like whatever proposition that you're making,
if
but
it's
it is
descriptive-
analytically true. It is descriptive of the universe, and it is analytically true. So
Okay.
no, that's
But
not the
then-
way it works.
If it's descriptive, that means I don't have to follow logic, right? So
No, because you're still ignoring the analytically true
okay,
part.
but now you're contradicting yourself. You can't.
No,
you
I'm
can't
not.
Demand. Yes, you are, because you're demanding. You're denying that logic's objective, and then you're simultaneously saying that I have to follow these rules. Well, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
No,
If
I'm not
logic
saying that
is
you have
just
to.
I'm not done talking. If logic is merely descriptive, as you claimed, then there's no reason why I should follow any of the laws of logic, and I could just
That
contradict
doesn't
myself.
follow. That,
And
well,
I can
you
make
could.
I can make fallacious arguments, and there's no issue because logic is descriptive, not prescriptive.
No, it's descriptive of operations in the universe. That's what the laws of logic are. They are descriptive. Now they appear to be universal and inviolable. But we already know that all you have to do is alter your frame of reference on the universe, whether it be depending upon whatever states. And these things don't apply as they do in like our relativistic perception of the universe here in the third dimension. So they are not universal in that respect. So, and we don't know if they are not inviolable. They appear to not be inviolable, but we don't have access to what we would say is objective reality or absolute truth because of our subjective internal experience. This goes back to Descartes. So when it comes down to it, we can make probabilistic statements that are probabilistically true about reality, but ultimately these things are descriptive in nature. Otherwise, if we assign them as being prescriptive, then we're just begging the question. This is the difference between necessitarianism and regulatory theory. So ultimately, address the argument on its merits and don't try to add things to the argument in order to try and break it down. Schellenberg's argument holds and provides the rational justification for non-resistant non-belief.
You're grossly misinformed on this topic. Let me demonstrate your error here, okay? So, is it your position that rules can function without rule enforcement?
Well, okay, so I gotta parse that out. So rules can function without rule enforcement. So rules, if you're talking about like the laws of logic or the laws of physics, or because those are
If I
descriptive
write
in
down on
nature.
a piece of paper, J.L. Warren is not allowed to be bad faith in a debate, but nothing will enforce that rule because I just wrote it on a piece of paper. Is that a functional rule?
I guess not. This is irrelevant to the
Right.
conversation.
It's not irrelevant.
It's completely irrelevant.
Because that demonstrates that laws or rules don't function.
because laws aren't the same as rules.
You interrupted me. Rules don't function without rule enforcement, right?
Incorrect.
So the rules incorrect. So what? Can you show me an example of a rule? that
No,
is
because
functional without rule
rules and
enforcement?
laws are not the same.
Yes, they are. So can you
No, they're
tell
not.
me
No, they are not.
Can you give me an example of a rule that is functional without rule enforcement? Why do we have judges and schools?
No. You're falsely equating these two things.
Okay.
Like the laws of the universe, the laws that we use to describe the universe are held as being descriptive in nature by every single field of science that utilizes them. The laws of physics, the laws of thermodynamics, the laws of whatever. These are all held to be. These are all held. Stop. Because I don't need to answer your question.
Can a rule function without rule enforcement?
PMARS, you need to.
No, but you got to answer my question.
You need to relax.
Answer my question.
You need to relax.
Give me an example of a rule.
You are falsely equating.
Give me an example of a rule functioning without rule enforcement.
You are falsely equating. This is a false equivalence.
You're dodging.
This is a false. No, you're
a coward.
You are trying to push a false equivalence between laws and rules. They are not the same.
You claimed rules can function without rule enforcement. Can you give me an example, please?
You are falsely equating laws and rules.
Answer the question. This is bad faith.
You're falsely equating laws and rules. We're talking about laws, not rules.
If I say 1 + 1 = 3, am I wrong in reality or am I wrong in your fantasy?
They are descriptive. That is a quantitative language of logic that describes things in reality.
If I say 1 + 1 = 3, JL Warren, am I wrong in actuality or am I fantasy wrong?
It's analytically wrong.
You're not. Can you answer the question?
Yeah, I just did. It's analytically
No, you
false.
didn't. Is it really
Wait,
wrong?
wait, no.
Wrong?
It's analytically false.
Do you know?
Yes, it does. PMARS, do you understand the difference between PMARS? Do you understand the difference between analytic truths and synthetic truths?
Yeah, but
okay, it's analytically false. It's false by definition.
But that's not an answer to my question. Is
yes,
it
really
is. It's
wrong? False by definition.
Is it actually wrong, or
sorry,
is it
you're not
wrong?
going to you're not going to pigeonhole me into a foot.
You're not answering any of my questions. You're a coward.
PMARS, Taco's going to have to mute you if you don't calm down.
But you're not answering my question.
Yes, I am. I am answering your question. I'm just I am answering PMARS.
Is it fantasy?
PMARS, you've got to relax. I am answering your question. I am just not answering it in the dishonest way you're trying to force me to.
How is that dishonest?
It is because it is analytically false. It is false by definition.
So is it really wrong, or is it pretend wrong?
It's technically, since these things are made up, okay, since they are like, we make up these terms. Since we make up these terms to describe things in reality. Okay, right. The terms themselves are subjective, but what they are describing, it has the appearance of being objective. So they are descriptive of reality. So they are analytically false.
The real reality or the fantasy reality?
They are analytically false.
Okay, so when I say 1 + 1 = 3, am I thinking differently, or am I just
It's analytically false.
So I just think differently? So I'm not wrong. I just think differently.
No. What you're saying is wrong. It's analytically wrong. It's analytically a false statement.
It's not really wrong. It's just I have an unconventional way of how I think.
I don't care, PMARS. I don't care if you don't like how these terms are being applied, because this is the way we apply them. It is analytically
running
false.
From the question.
I'm not running from the question. I'm answering it correctly. I'm answering it. I'm answering. Okay, I'm answering the question correctly. You are trying to diverge off into some. You're trying to diverge off into something that is completely unrelated. And I want to, and per the people in the side chat or the people in the audience, I want to get the conversation back on track. There is no logical contradiction in non-resistant non-belief.
Why is it wrong to contradict yourself?
There is no. I want to get the conversation back on track.
Why is it wrong to contradict yourself?
There is no logical contradiction in non-resistant non-belief.
Then why is it wrong to contradict?
It's bad reasoning is all it is.
So it's not wrong to contradict. So
I said it's bad. It's bad reasoning. Whether you subjectively think it's wrong or right, I don't give a shit. If there's
no truth, then I don't understand. Why are we?
There is truth. There is truth. It just doesn't have you. It doesn't have to meet the qualifications of being absolute for it to be truth.
I feel like you're just a total disaster, right? Because if I don't hold
to continental philosophy like you are arguing from. I hold to analytic philosophy. Truth and knowledge do not have to be absolute to qualify as truth and knowledge. This is bottom-up thinking, not top-down thinking like you're doing.
If you have no absolute, then you can't say anything authoritatively.
That's a complete non sequitur.
It is not a non sequitur.
No.
We can say it
authoritatively. No, we can say it authoritatively. We are just not making the claim that we can say it authoritatively because we have probabilistic certitude as warranted by the. Yes, we do as warranted.
No, you don't.
Then you don't understand analytical philosophy.
Well, probability requires background information. You need static.
It does. It's evidence and novel testable predictions. Evidence and novel testable
probability requires background information.
Evidence and novel testable predictions.
You need static. You're interrupting me. Yeah, you need
probability. We don't. We have a sample size of 1.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're about to say something that's patently false. All you need is evidence.
You've been doing that this entire time.
All you need is evidence and novel. I know. So your argument is, I know you are, but what am I? Or what are you, 5? Seriously, PMARS. All you need is evidence and novel evidence and novel testable predictions.
This is not
evidence and novel testable predictions. That's what you have.
Yeah, but probability requires background information. You need static and dynamic variables. And to have a
not always. That's not how statistics. No, not always. You just need a sample size.
You don't know what you're talking about.
That's
You need
basic
static.
statistics, dude.
Probability is based on, I said probabilities. Probabilities are based on background information, static and dynamic variables. The only way we can have a static variable if there's something absolute and unchanging that can account for static variables.
Incorrect.
So to even talk, you can't talk about probability without an absolute.
That is patently false. That is a false statement. I'm not going to let you get away with it. That is a false statement. All you need is a sample size. All you need is a sample size. We have a sample size of 1, and we call it the universe.
It's not anyone. I challenge anyone to research, Google what I'm saying versus what J.L. Warren is saying.
How about you actually go to school and learn it instead of trusting an AI that it is informed by whatever crap goes into it. Here's the reality.
Google, do research. Anyone listening, do research.
We don't make the assumptions.
I encourage you to research what J.L. Warren is saying.
You're making. We do not make the assumptions. We do not make the assumptions that you are making. Okay, we don't make it. We don't make them. We don't multiply our entities unnecessarily. We have a sample size of 1, which is the universe, and we have evidence and novel testable predictions that confirm our interpretations of the evidence. These things are determined to be probabilistically true to such a degree that it would be irrational to doubt them until you can present evidence that would warrant that doubt. Okay, so I'm sorry, your presuppositional argument does not work. Literally premise 1, I'm right. Premise 2, because I say I'm right. Conclusion, I'm right. That's not the way that works. Okay.
I care about the truth. Clearly, J.L. Warren does not. So for anyone listening who actually cares about...
No, PMARS, because can I just ask you about some of the things that you said back at JL? Because you said that Christianity grounds logic. Yes?
Correct.
Okay, does Judaism ground logic?
No.
Why? It's older.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with chronological appearance or something. Yeah. It has to do with logical priority. So the Trinitarian God is going to be necessary for knowledge to be possible.
Can we hold on for a second? So there was a time, in fact, most of history, there wasn't Christianity, and yet logic existed. And so it's kind of weird that the universe was kind of waiting around for logic to exist, don't you think?
Well, that's not the Christian view. On the Christian view, Jesus and the Christian God are at the beginning in the Garden of Eden. So Adam and Eve would be Christian. So Christianity was there at the beginning. And so that's just not the Christian view.
No. Judaism was before Christianity, and it had
Incorrect.
Adam and Eve.
No, Adam and Eve were Christians.
That's kind of, I don't want to say stupid. I just want to ask.
Well, you're welcome to
did. Okay, why? Why do you think that?
Because they were talking to Jesus and interacting with Jesus. It was Jesus.
They were talking to God.
It was Jesus.
No, they were talking to God. It says in the book they were talking to God.
Okay, well, and this demonstrates J.L. Warren's lack of theological knowledge, right? So,
are you kidding me? Do you want me to bust open the first 5 books?
I'd like to just talk about how.
Would you like me to bust open the first 5 books? Because
no, I would like to be able to.
They were not talking to Christ. There is no mention of Christ. There's no mention of Jesus there's no mention of Jesus in the Old Testament.
Okay, J.L. Warren is totally incorrect. There's a book called The Two Powers of Heaven. The Jewish belief.
Is it in the Bible?
Sir, please.
Is it in the Bible?
Please control yourself.
Is it in the Bible?
So, I have to constantly correct this guy's errors.
Is it in the Bible? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, what chapter and verse, please.
The Jews believe that there's these 2 powers in heaven, right? So that there's an aspect of God that could not interact with man. That's the Father. The Father, we cannot talk to the Father. But then the Son, we can interact with. So they call it, there's these 2 powers in heaven, the Father and the Son. We could communicate with the Son, but not the Father.
Where is that articulated in the old? Where is that articulated in the book of Genesis?
It says in the book of Genesis. I don't know if it's in the Old Testament.
Yeah, the chapter that has all the stuff on Adam and Eve.
So the stuff he's talking about is like stuff that was considered heretical by Rabbinic Judaism, and it stems from like the Book of Enoch.
But that's only because they were trying to distance
themselves from
Christianity. It was only after Christianity came
out. The point is that the Book of Enoch was heretical when it was written and was not part of the canon, and then it's never been part of the canon of Judaism, right?
But I'm not appealing to the Book of Enoch.
You're appealing to the two powers in heaven belief, which arose like somewhere between like 515 and 70. And the people that were espousing this were like Enochian heretics that were like disabused by
That's not
both
true.
Sadducees and Pharisees and later Rabbinic Judaism.
That's not true.
It's heresy, right? You're just citing like some like heretical
It
sect
became
that believed in
heresy.
something that was not mainstream Judaism. It's never been mainstream Judaism.
You're misrepresenting the actual facts. So it became a heresy only after Christianity came onto the scene because they were trying to distance themselves
He's a Christian.
from Christianity.
What? Aren't you a Christian?
It was already heresy, which is why the idea of like a spiritual Messiah claiming to be God was considered heretical. The idea of the Messiah was supposed to be a political leader that was supposed to help the Jewish people to reunite the kingdom and have a unified kingdom. The idea that the Messiah was like a spiritual co-equal or like divine being was something that was much more close to Sibylist belief, and Sibyllism was the official Roman cult around the time that Christianity arose. And the reason Christianity was adopted so easily is because like Sibyllism was so similar because it already believed in like a spiritual Messiah. But it was like a weird syncretic made up religion about a goddess that was imported from another country. I don't know. I don't think you know much about religious history.
Well, I can tell that you don't. So,
Can you demonstrate that your God exists independently of mind and
What kind of
context
insult
without
is
begging the
that?
question?
Ooh.
that's what tag does.
No, it doesn't.
Sure, it does.
It's not a demonstration of its existence. It's literally just defining it into existence.
Well, without God, that's what truth is. Truth would just be a definition. On your system, that's what you do. You just define things to be true.
Okay, so there's no logical problem there. So what? So to
Yeah,
demonstrate
there
that
is.
you're no, it's not. There's no logical issue there. If truth is understood to be that which corresponds with reality and is logically consistent and applicable within reality, and that these statements are understood to be probabilistic in nature, there's no problem there. It just means that we can get as close to truth as possible, but we can't ever say that we have access to absolute truth, which acknowledges our subjective internal experience and doesn't multiply our entities unnecessarily. That's parsimonious. You're the one who is presupposing that the God exists and that it has the attributes that you think it does in order to justify particular claims that you're making about reality, which does not work. So I'm saying, in order for your God to do any of the things that you think it does or have any of the attributes that you think it does, it first must necessarily exist. Can you demonstrate that it exists to do the things you think it does and have the attributes that you think it does?
Yes, because when you say truth corresponds to reality, you have to presuppose a single unifying principle to
No,
connect
you don't.
truth statements to reality. Well, then what
No, you
connects
don't.
truth statements to reality?
You could literally, if you're talking about just existence in of itself, you can just hold it as a brute fact.
Well, a brute fact would be a fact without context. So if you and me disagree on a brute fact, how do we know who's correct?
Well, ultimately, we can't determine absolutely. Currently, we can't determine that to be an absolute statement because we don't have a mechanism. We don't currently have a mechanism to differentiate between our subjective internal experience and what we would call objective reality or absolute truth. So it still comes down to the most parsimonious answer, the one that doesn't multiply its entities unnecessarily. So, but it's still going back to the original deal and not getting it off and not getting off on a tangent. Can you demonstrate that it actually exists?
Yeah, the demonstration is when you have to appeal to brute facts. That demonstrates that your
That's not a
worldview-
demonstration.
It is, because
No,
it
it's not.
demonstrates your worldview collapses without an ultimate fact, right?
It
That
doesn't.
God. It does.
I don't need
because
it.
like I
No, because
just
you're
said,
still just defining it into existence.
So you don't get this though, because brute facts is going to entail global skepticism. Because if you and
It
me,
doesn't matter. That's irrelevant.
It does
That is-
matter.
no,
It
no,
is
that's
not
irrelevant. That
irrelevant.
is irrelevant.
Not
That is
irrelevant.
that is an argument.
It is the heart of the matter.
PMARS, that is an appeal to emotion, known as an argument
It's
from
not an appeal
consequences.
to an emotion.
It is because it's an argument from consequences.
It's
It
not
does
an
not
argument
matter
from
what you think.
consequences.
Can you demonstrate that it exists? Yes
I
or
just
no?
I
You
just
didn't.
did.
You just defined it into existence again.
When you say demonstration, you're already standing on my God's ground.
No, I'm not, because I can actually.
Well, then
give
how do
the
you
evidence
demonstrate
that I
something
can
without
know.
my God?
Okay, fantastic. This would be great. Well, yeah, well, if your God exists, I can tell you the evidence that would at least lead to an indirect indication that it exists.
For something to exist, you would need a self-existent necessary reality, or else you would have an infinite regress of contingent dependent realities.
No, not if
What
the
is the
universe itself is not. No, not if the universe
necessary
itself is not
reality?
contingent.
So you could talk about existence.
If existence is a brute fact, if the universe it just exists and has always existed, because that's the best
Okay.
we can get to.
God is a brute fact. Okay, God is a brute fact.
Can you okay, but it's an agent that does things. Can you demonstrate that it exists? Because I can demonstrate that the universe exists.
The Bible's a brute fact.
Okay,
The Bible is a historical document. We have tons of information about how every single word in the Bible got formulated by different authors over different time periods. It was influenced by different sources and political facts. Like every single thing about the Bible is as contingent as you could possibly get to every single fact of history relating to its production.
It doesn't matter because it's a brute fact, so it's true. You can't deny.
Okay,
it.
so you're just like
Okay.
you're just completely opting out of the conversation at this point.
Well, I'm just doing what you're doing.
No, you're not. You're not demonstrating that the God that you claim to exist
For
actually
something to exist,
to do
there
the
has to
things
be
you
a
need.
For something to exist,
that's
there needs
false.
to be self-existent necessary reality. Well, then
That's
you'd have an
false.
infinite regressive contingent reality.
That's false. Existence is not. Oh, okay.
For there to be contingent things, there has to be something that's necessary, right?
Only if okay, but the universe itself doesn't have to be contingent upon anything.
Sure, there has to be a self-existent necessary reality, or else
the universe.
Nothing.
The universe.
How do you know the universe is a self-existent necessary reality? Did it tell you
because
that?
we can hold because there is no evidence to indicate that it never. There's no evidence to indicate that it never not existed.
I mean, if I don't understand how you can claim the universe is self-existent necessary reality, but you're just asserting them.
No, there's no evidence to indicate that the universe ever not existed.
That's an assertion.
Right. There's no, no, it's a conclusion based on the fact that there is no evidence to indicate that the universe has ever not existed.
What's the argument?
I don't need an argument. I have the evidence.
It's an assertion.
I have the evidence. The evidence indicates that the universe has never not existed.
What's the argument for that?
I don't need to present an argument for it. The evidence
then I don't need to
does it for me.
For God. God just exists.
Yes, you don't need to form an argument for God. You need to demonstrate that it exists.
I don't need to demonstrate God. He just exists.
Okay, so you're just opting out of the conversation. I think
we're done.
I think we're done with PMARS
just doing
today.
what you're doing. Yeah,
I think we're done with PMARS and his intellectual.
I mean, no one has addressed anything I've said. No one has addressed anything I've said.
Because we're not going to fall down the.
But I'm giving you logic.
We're not going to fall. No, you're not. You're
yes, I am.
literally just talking. No.
Facts,
at this point, PMARS, you're literally just
fact.
at this point, PMARS, you're literally just talking out of your ass.
What's the necessary fact?
And we're not, and no one's going to fall down the rabbit hole of
you
your
think
nonsense.
You can have contingent facts without a necessary fact?
The universe is necessary.
The universe, but how do you know that?
Because it exists, and there's evidence.
What's your argument? You're just asserting that. I want an argument.
Because there is evidence that indicates that it has never not existed.
That's an assertion. You're just asserting it.
I have evidence.
Oh my God!
Give
it to me.
So we have 3 hands up. So
bring somebody else up because this is tiresome.
Okay. Well, PMARS, before you go, I don't know if you know Karen Dave, but he was saying that it gets better for him, I guess, listening to him. And I wasn't trying to push you off. I just was saying we have 3 hands up, right? But we do have a few people in the audience. We'll go ahead and pull up another guest. Thank you, PMARS, for coming up. And Britannia, I do see you in the queue. I apologize. I just kicked you out of the queue. We don't pull up minors because we do have a few people streaming to YouTube, and I'm not certain of all that behind that. But I'll go ahead and pull up Paul. So Paul, feel free to join us. Yeah, and I mean, we should have let PMARS talk a little bit more there, right? I was going to
agree, Left-Handed Janet.
statements. Let's try to be a little bit more gentle with some of them. All right,
hello, Paul.
Paul's not coming up, I guess. We'll pull up fresh analysis, I guess.
That's a promising name.
Yes. Oh.
I guess not.
In between, can I just say a few comments?
Yeah, sure.
So, because he does this thing, JL, as much as I am sending love to P. Mars, being annoying is actually part of the shtick, because he has, within, I don't know, the year, whatever, become a presuppositionalist. And so the goal is to make you convinced that we both have presuppositions, and his is just the lovely brute fact, and they won't answer question. I can't believe he actually did answer a question, but oh, did someone come up?
Hey
Yeah,
guys,
welcome,
what's
Trez. What's going
up?
on?
I'll respond
I love-
later. What's up, Trez?
I love your
see you
name. I love
guys.
your name, by the way. Great name.
Okay, so evidence, right? We have the Bible as evidence since the prophecies came true, which means that it was divinely written. And so that if the Bible says Jesus is God, then he is. And we can trust the other prophecies in the Bible since the previous ones also came true.
Can you give us an example of the prophecies which came true?
It would be in the book of Isaiah.
The suffering servant?
Yes, where it
You want to say that
describes
Jesus is the
the manner
prophecy
of
come true?
Christ's death. Right.
Okay. Are you aware that there were like other people that fit allegedly this kind of pattern that also made similar claims? Like, do you know who the Essenes are? The people who lived at the Qumran caves. The Dead Sea Scrolls were the scrolls that were recovered at these caves in a place called Qumran in the desert, where a isolated community of religious fanatics lived while they studied scriptures, and they had very strict rules and everything. We recovered their beliefs and their documents in addition to the earliest fragments of most of the biblical fragments that they have. And one of their beliefs was that their leader was someone called the Teacher of Righteousness. And the Teacher of Righteousness fulfilled Isaiah and was a suffering high priest who was betrayed by the religious establishment and was basically replaced with another high priest capriciously by the government, and then wronged and like chased into hiding or killed, depending on how you interpret the text. That's another figure that prefigures Jesus, that sort of prefigures, and the same way a lot of biblical figures prefigure each other and are like repeats of each other's characteristics. The same idea that Isaiah says there's a suffering teacher who's going to be persecuted and wrongly treated, that is some kind of like a messianic figure. Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of the Essenes, not of this particular guy in detail.
Okay.
But
For more on the subject, if you want to look into the history of like the Isaiah prophecy and the other groups that believed other things fulfilled it and or disagreed about the nature of what the prophecy means, there's a scholar who's like one of the foremost guys who's been over with the Dead Sea Scrolls discovery since the beginning. He actually helped find some of them and reconstruct them. I'll give you a link in just a second.
Cool.
So you're saying you think the story of Jesus is like proof that Isaiah came true, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So
what
describes, that he would be whipped. It describes his torture at the hands of the Romans.
So what about any
him
given
dying.
suffering figure? Because we know that there were hundreds of people persecuted by the Romans, many of whom were on religious grounds, many of whom were self-proclaimed Messiah wannabes. Josephus mentions 4 or 5 of them with great disdain in his Antiquities of the Jews. He says that each of these people, some of them he doesn't even name because it's like beneath their station. They're just too low to name because they're false messiahs. Why wouldn't any of those messiahs who were persecuted fulfill Isaiah? Why would Jesus's supposed fulfillment be special and all the other ones are not?
The born of a virgin part would make it.
Okay, are you aware that
Jesus,
dozens of figures were born of a virgin at the time? It was considered like a checkbox item for a religious guru or hero figure politically to be said to be born of a virgin was common. Just for an example, you can look at the work of Richard Spencer, Richard C. Miller. He wrote a book called Resurrection and Reception in Early Christianity, which goes over how Justin the Martyr said that Jesus was nothing special, that almost all the details of his messiahhood are similar to other Hellenistic figures at the time, and that the Romans shouldn't persecute them because Jesus is just like all the other born of Messiah holy men that did healings and so on. It's like, why is this claim special? When it was said by early Christians like Justin that it wasn't special, that it was standard practice for religious Messiah-like figures to just have the ability to heal and do miracles and be born of a virgin and, you know, rise from the dead. Those are the standard checkbox items of about a dozen figures that meet the same kind of formula at the time that predated Jesus. Including, by the way, I mentioned Sybil. Are you aware of the cult of Sybil that was the dominant Roman religion at the time of the official cult of Rome? Did you know that they held religious ceremonies at Easter for the death and rising of the beloved of Sybil, who was like a son to her, and whose death and rising was celebrated in a manner very similar to and prefiguring the resurrection of Jesus with Easter?
Thank you, Jedi.
Like, how is this special? Like, it doesn't sound like you know much about religious history or the unspecialness of the Jesus story compared to all these other similar Messiah-like figures that prefigure it and are similar to it. Like, why is that a convincing prophecy when we know that it's pretty much a textbook template hero figure at the time?
Because there is no other Messiah figure that claimed to be born of a virgin.
That's false.
Why does that
Like, there's
matter?
about a dozen. We can go through a list.
Who? Like, who was the other Messiah figure who claimed to be born of a virgin?
So I'll get you a list. Hold on a second.
Hey, while he's looking that up, Trez, I have a quick question. Are you familiar with what the self-fulfilling prophecy fallacy is?
Yeah, that you already know the prophecy from the Old Testament, so you just claim it. You claim to be that fulfillment.
Right. So, did Jesus have access as a Jew? Did Jesus have access to the Torah?
Yes.
I like his little admission.
So, how do you
there.
eliminate the logical possibility
Yes.
that he was just, reading the book and then trying to bring those things about and and fulfill it himself?
Because he can't control where he was born. He can't fake that. And part of the prophecy is where he would be born.
But it doesn't specifically state exactly in Isaiah where the individual would be born on the earth. Just the specific area that he was born, which was actually quite large.
Yeah, I guess that's my argument. It's not in Isaiah, it's in Micah, where it says that he will be born in Micah 5:2, that he would be from Bethlehem. Micah 5:2. So he can't control that part. So that couldn't be the case
God?
with Jesus. He could not he could not self-fulfill the part where he was born in Bethlehem. Micah 5. It's Micah 5:2. There it is.
Also, I this is just a moral subjective opinion, but it's just weird that it has to be born of a virgin. I know that there actually are a multitude of other, like X was saying, supernatural or Messiah-like figures that were said to have been born a virgin. I just think it's at this point antiquated. I don't get like what you get out of it not having, sex with others.
Oh, the obsession with virginity.
Yeah, like why? Can I? And I feel bad. I kind of interrupting both conversations, and it's just a moral thing. But it's just like I don't like if you were about to kill someone and you're like, listen, we're about to murder this guy, but then all of our bad deeds have been gone away from us. And I said, whoa, that's horrible. And you responded to me, you're like, well, you have to understand, he's never had sex before. And then it's like, oh, well, if he's a virgin, then let's go kill him. I mean, let's go get our bad deeds off us. I don't get the logic.
It's that we delay carnal pleasure to achieve like spiritual pleasure.
And that makes murdering him kind of worth more. You don't think that's a little messed up?
Right. Yes, they sacrificed the virgin. Right.
Yeah. You don't think that's kind of actually evil?
That we sacrificed Jesus? I mean, we didn't. He did. He sacrificed himself. So
Yeah.
since it was consensual, I don't think it's evil.
It's consensual, but he also didn't have enough power to be born anywhere else or have the ability to not have this happen. Had to happen this way.
It had to happen this way. I don't think it had to happen the way. It's just the rules that God set up, and so he played within his own rules. You know, he didn't have to die, right? He could have just like broken out of the cross and like beat everybody with the cross.
Oh, I not only do I feel that makes more logical sense, but I ask Christians all the time. I'm like, hey, if you could go back in time and get him off that cross, because he was such like a nice guy and stuff. I haven't found a single Christian who said they would. They want him to die. That's the point. We got to get that virgin up there, and he's got to die.
I mean, this was common. I mean, even like the Aztecs or whatever used to do that. Where they would kill virgins.
Yes, exactly.
We don't have to go to the Aztecs, actually. So here's another fun parallel borrowed from Hellenism. So the whole idea of Jesus being the only begotten son that's sacrificed in a way that is salvific and like spiritually significant, it's a mirroring of pre-existing stories, right? So we have it from Plato and other Greeks that they had a scroll which they quote from a Hellenistic scholar who basically had an earlier Jewish fragment, which said that El, king of the Canaanite pantheon, which predates the Jewish Yahwist pantheon and is more connected to Baalism and northern kingdom of Israel and the other Canaanite tribes. The El god, which was the father of Yahweh before Yahweh sort of cut him out of the picture, was sacrificing his only begotten son, and under similar conditions to what is described in the myth of Jesus, right? So the idea of Isaac and the story of sacrificing to mean something to God has a pre-existing example in the founding of the city of Cyrene, where the myth of Cyrene is that Zeus was said to command a king to get the crops to grow again. He had to sacrifice his son. He says, okay, I'll do it because I'm so devout. And then Zeus finds out about it, and it was a false story, that he didn't actually want that. He swoops in, he saves the child at the last minute, and sends him off to found a new nation in the colony of Cyrene, and says, because your father was so devout, you are going to be the founder of a great dynasty, a great kingdom, which will be blessed by me and like have a covenant with me, blah, blah, blah. There's even like obscure details that are similar in the story, like the ram's head the ram being sacrificed, and the existence of like a shrubbery with the fleece being caught on it. The story of Jesus' sacrifice is prefigured by El. The story of Isaac's sacrifice is prefigured by the Cyrene story. All of these stories have Hellenic predecessors that we know existed earlier than any of the copies we can find of any of the Old Testament stories or New Testament stories. So why should we believe that these stories are true stories and not what was common at the time, which is mimetic imitation of existing stories to create new stories and sort of remix concepts into new ones? Like, why are these prophecies true and not just examples of people taking old myths and remaking them?
I mean, I think they're referring to the same story, but just different societies wrote it down. I mean, you're saying that they're all copying each other? Like these stories are copied from each other?
We know stories copied from each other because it was literally taught in school as the good way to be a story writer. So we have textbooks from the Hellenistic period that literally say to graduate from this literary training, you must write a story in the style of Homer's Odyssey, which is literally the thing that we find in the Gospels. The Gospels are, if you like classify them genre-wise, what types of story elements they contain, they're an adventure story about a blessed figure and his 12 disciples. That is literally a description of Odyssey, right? He goes off on a hero's journey. He has 12 companions, and one by one they get in trouble or die or bad stuff happens to them. But it's not like these imitation of storytelling methods things are something we're making up. They were literally the syllabus of a graduate of literary training at the time. Yes, people copied stories. That's how they were trained.
To me, that the same story is repeated across multiple cultures is proof of the authenticity of the story.
But it's also funny because
corroborated by different sources.
Okay, if every version of the story over time adds details, do you think that's evidence that the people telling each version of the story had more access to the original evidence and were like more informed about the original events? Or do you think that they're changing the story as they see fit to fit their local culture and to incorporate local elements?
Yeah. I mean, they're all different for sure. I mean, they have the same flood myth, but it's like Gilgamesh on one side and it's Noah on the other side. So yeah, I mean, there's differences for sure.
So it's not Gilgamesh that does the flood, actually, right? So it's in the story of Gilgamesh, right? But the Gilgamesh flood story is a completely different character than Gilgamesh. But yeah, when we look at that story, we find like 8 versions that are more or less intact before it even makes its way into the Bible, each of which is different because it started in Sumer, then it went into Babylon, then it went into Akkadian, and then it made its way into Judaism. And there's 8 different versions. And, you know, it probably didn't trouble people that the story was slightly different in each one of them because they understood its genre to be a heroic epic, not to be like a historical account, right? So nobody was offended at the changes in the story being different from the last version they saw. They just took it for granted that it's a story. Big deal. Storytellers improve on the story each time that they modify it. It's only a problem for you claiming to be that it's historically accurate, right? Which we don't find that the Bible is historically accurate. We find that all the claims in the Bible, when we put them under the knife of history, archaeology, and comparison with other texts to show what people believed and had evidence for at the time, and what we find is true now that we can still show, it doesn't hold up. The Exodus, the conquest, it didn't happen. That's the consensus of history today. Moses is not a real person. Like, does this blow your mind? Have you not researched at all the historicity of the Bible from a non-biblical, non-biased source?
But the Greeks took the Trojan War as historically accurate. So why would they take Gilgamesh or the flood or all of these myths to be historically accurate? I don't think that's true. I think they did take it to be historically accurate.
Some of them did, but many people understood that like history was a narrative that was going to contain bias and like half truth. Like I'll just give you an example, right? Do you think that when Noah is supposed to be the author of the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Torah, do you think that when it says, or sorry, not Noah, Moses, I'm sorry, when Moses is writing it, do you think he would write a line like, Moses was the humblest person that ever lived? Is that a sentence that would make sense to write about yourself?
No, since it's like third person.
But it's also more proper.
Or do you mean he was gassing himself up?
I think we lost you, X.
I would say, or you would say, inherent contradiction is what he's trying to point out. If you're trying to say, "Oh yes, I am the most humble," well, someone who is the most humble wouldn't be saying that.
Sorry, my headset died. I missed what you said. You said it's contradictory because it's in the third person.
Oh yeah. Right. I don't think it's Moses because it's third person.
But isn't it also problematic that it's literally a self-contradictory sentence? If the author is not specified in the text, it doesn't say who wrote it, and you look at a sentence like Moses was the humblest man who ever lived, does it make sense for Moses himself to say Moses was the humblest man who ever lived? Or is that a self-contradictory statement?
Oh, you're saying because he would be raising his own reputation by saying that he would benefit?
If he wrote 5 books about his accomplishments and one of the sentences in it is Moses was the humblest man who ever lived, does that make sense?
You're saying because it's not humble to say that? I mean, no, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So you can already see the cracks in the narrative that like this is all historically accurate. Moses was real. Moses wrote this. By just the claim that Moses wrote this is absurd, right? Now, if you go and you dig more, I guarantee that you're going to find some real eye-opening and shocking facts about the actual origins of the Judaistic tradition from the earlier Canaanite, Elist, and Balist Northern Israelite tradition. The Northern Israelite Balists were reduced to being second-class citizens to the Yahwists only because the Assyrians invaded and wiped them out, right? Prior to that, they outnumbered and outwealthed and outpowered militarily the Judeans by like a 10-to-1 ratio, but they were brought low by the Assyrians, and that's why we have Judaism and not Baalism, right? It's because the Baalists were wiped out. The same is true, right? With the siege of, or the siege of Jerusalem. Jerusalem is wiped out, and the Sadducees were mostly in Jerusalem at the time, and the Pharisees were mostly elsewhere because they didn't observe the religious festival as strictly as the Sadducees did. So the Sadducees are all gone, right? We don't even have like an existing tradition of Sadducee thought, really. We only have the Pharisaic tradition, which turned into the rabbinic tradition. These are just historical accidents, right? It's not like there's some divine truth to like Yahwism that is not true of Baalism. It's just that history, archaeology, shaped which group survived to tell their stories and which group didn't.
By the way, Trez, just to address it, because we kind of moved on from it, but the appealing to the Book of Micah doesn't get you out of it, because the Book of Micah was written circa 8th century BCE. So that's plenty of time for the right megalomaniacal cult leader to arise out of Bethlehem who had access to the Book of Micah and try to fulfill that. It's just about, I mean, you're talking centuries went by to try and get to, you know, it notice how it never indicates when the individual will be born. Okay. And they never mention his name. Okay. They were specifically until one person rose up, until one person stood up and had access to that and was raised on that and believed that it was them, or they claimed that they were fulfilling that. So these are claims, not historical truths. You know, there's a record that people believed it, but it's not confirmed. But still, the Book of Micah, he would have had access to that. So anybody could read that and claim it and say that they were that, and then of course they would probably be seen as a heretic and probably, you know, punished for being a heretic. So there you have it.
So I just want to say you deconverted Francis in the side chat with your argument, it looks like, and so I welcome him to atheism. But he's saying that he wants to tag team this with Trez. You want to have a little bit of tag team action here?
Haven't done that
Francis,
since college,
yeah,
for
my boy.
sure.
And I did provide some links for you to look into in the chat. I don't know if you were following the text chat, but I can DM them to you. You'll have to look into your message requests to find them. But on the subject of the other miraculous births, right? So there's a whole article on miraculous births with dozens and dozens of figures. There's 2 interviews from Myth Vision, one with Richard C. Miller, who I mentioned, where he says that the best evidence is that in the same way that this sort of story of the Gospels is patterned after the style of the Odyssey, the miraculous birth, which also doesn't appear in one of them, the miraculous birth narrative is patterned after Alexander most closely, which was like the dominant, like revered figure in legendary.
This isn't a defeater to our argument. This is not a defeater. We fundamentally, as Catholics, we believe that God's laws are written on our hearts. We see these echoes of things that are born out within all these different countries, all these different cultures, the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, like you pointed out all these things, but this is not a defeater to our argument. If we believe that Jesus Christ is the Logos, then all these things would be echoed out by the Logos, right?
Well,
So all
there's
these
someone...
echoes-
Real fast, it's kind of hard to hear you there. Can
Yeah.
you speak more clearly into your phone or your headset, please?
You got to back. I think you need to back up off your mic a little bit.
Let me change my attenuation.
But it's funny that you mentioned all the groups you mentioned, they all existed in roughly the same area of the world. They are not reflected in the Mesoamerican cultures and the Aboriginal cultures, in the Sino and the Sino cultures, the cultures of the rest of the world that are not in that area that came up, some 15,000 years previously. None of those cultures echo those same things. You mentioned all the ones that are located in one area, which obviously we know, because if you can trace the history of those myths and those legends being passed down from Mesopotamia all the way down.
So what? My point simply stands as this: is defeater to the idea that God exists. He's saying that it's stories that are made up, they have this repetition. But our belief as Catholics, we believe that God's law is written on your heart. If that is the case, then you have to understand that the Logos echoes throughout all of eternity.
Okay, but
So
how is it? But how were they able to? How are you able to determine that the God exists to like instill certain things in people's hearts, and it wasn't just human beings, like long ago, like I would say ancient. It's not really ancient, but humans long in the past attributing common intuitions because we are the same. We are members of the same evolved species. We are a social species. Just into our normal empathetic intuitions that we have because it's an evolved attribute for survival that we have. People just, because we're all the same species, just intuiting that these things are innate to us and therefore something gave it to us when in actuality it's just a result of our evolution.
Yeah, again, so how does matter coalesce in such a way that gives you that kind of ability to into it?
How about you address the question that I just asked?
And the answer is just neural networks can universally function, approximate, and predict and simulate any data that they encounter. Our brains are neural networks. Therefore, they're able to take in sense data and predict future sense data and the patterns there. And we can do this mathematically and demonstrate how it works. And the mathematical structures that we're talking about in abstraction are embodied by the structure and the function of the neurons in our brain. So does that answer your question?
Yeah. If we take human beings, if we take under human beings and we understand from the evidence and the predictive modeling, the mountains of evidence that we understand that we are that we are a species that has evolved, over the past 300,000 years, 250, 300,000 years, that empathy is a common feature in social species because we're not the only social species on the planet. We're not the only species on the planet that shows empathy with other members of our species and other members of other species as well. And so, we have mirror neurons and stuff like that we have these things. Now, ancient humans who had no conceptualization of things like heredity and genetics and DNA and stuff like this.
No conception of heredity?
Not in the sense that what was the guy's name who was working at the same time as Darwin, starts with an M, X. Mendel. So not in the Mendelian sense, okay, of hereditary traits.
Thank you, Jedi.
Okay, so not in that sense.
This is not a
hang on. If we without multiplying our entities necessarily, if we understand, we take the facts that we have, and that ancient people with a lacking of understanding of the complexities of these things, just trying to derive explanations for the phenomena they see, they could ascribe what appear to be commonalities in human behavior to something like a god. They could say it's written on your heart because these things are emotionally based. When you get emotional, it affects your heart. Emotions hurt like in that sense, when in actuality they're coming from your brain, but they didn't know that because that kind of understanding was centuries in the future before we could get to that. So it could just be conclusions being drawn from basic observations in reality. And they were describing phenomena that existed. They were just ascribing a cause that they were assuming was there, but wasn't actually there. This is a common occurrence in human history.
Fundamentally, you're not even understanding the point of my argumentation. What I'm saying is that what you call reality, I call universal truths. These things are born out of God's nature, his own nature, it's his own ontology that leads to these realities that you exist in. So when these people describe certain things, when they are leaning towards universal truths, then they are going towards God. This is all informed by God. You haven't
but it's not a universal truth, though.
See, the problem is I'm trying to imagine going before like an academic ethics board and trying to explain why my thesis isn't copying from someone else's thesis or ChatGPT, because it's the universal logos of God, right? And why would they accept this as evidence that I didn't copy from someone else? So even if I just granted, hold on a second, even if I just granted that everything you say is true, let's just say I grant that we live in a God universe and God puts things in our hearts and the logos echoes and blah, blah, blah. That doesn't get you out of the fact that it's plagiarism, right? You're still going to get disbarred or have your thesis struck and lose your degree. And the authors of the Bible, both the Jewish authors and the Christian authors, aren't absolved of copying from people when we have the receipts, we have the serial numbers, right?
Yeah, can you tell me exactly when Moses copied from the Sumerians? When did
Moses didn't write anything.
Sumerians?
Moses is not a historical figure. Moses is not the author of the Pentateuch. There's no like mainstream scholars that accept that, right? I just gave an example earlier of like, do you think Moses wrote that Moses was the humblest man that ever lived? That's an absurd example.
That Moses received tablets on Mount Sinai.
That's the story.
Yeah, the funny thing is that like having like tablets of laws with two different versions is actually similar to the way that treaties were signed between nations. Because what we found since then is that different political leaders had a copy of the same treaty, and destroying one of the tablets was a way of symbolically saying that it was broken and that one side had like reneged on the treaty. So the idea of like the two tablets and it gets broken the first time.
You can't say that on
YouTube. They get mad.
Express is black. Dude, you can't say that. I'm just kidding.
Well, I don't know who you're speaking to.
Can I also just point out that you said something like a defeater for God? What I would say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but what Ix and JL have been, I would say, eloquently pointing out is that we know the Christian God has been plagiarized from other gods and other religions. We are not saying the God with the big D. I think we could talk about that type of God, the omni God that has none of those attributes. But the Christian God, why do you believe in the Catholic God, for example, when from our perspective, we know these are myths. They are based on other myths. Why do you think they are literally true?
Yeah, I don't think that they're based on other myths. Again, the whole idea of the Catholic faith, there's the doctrine of the invincible ignorance, right? So the whole idea here is that the Logos is echoed throughout all of eternity. Then people can come to parts of the truth. They can come to certain parts of the truth, but not the fullity of the truth outside.
Can I pause you for a second? So, like you said something like the reason that you know is because God's law is written on our hearts. From our perspective, that isn't true because God, all these gods we've been talking about, like the Christian one, are our creations. And it would be very weird for our creation to thus have its anything written onto our hearts. Do you understand where our problem comes in?
Ultimately, you're begging the question. You're begging the question.
You're begging the question.
No,
you're
no, hang on. They got to let me
Okay.
finish the statement, dude. You got to let me finish the statement.
Okay.
Ultimately, you're begging the question of the existence of the thing to do the thing that you think that it's doing. Okay, you can identify commonalities in human behavior or human societies, especially human societies that were closely packed together in one specific area of the world. A big issue with that is that those behaviors or those like lines of reasoning and stuff like that, they don't exist in other parts of the world. Okay, human beings tend to reason the same. We tend to come to some bad conclusions, especially in the ancient past, but ultimately they're not like universal. And the concepts, like the moral concepts or whatever you're talking about, those are not universal either. Okay, because empathy is not a one-size-fits-all human attribute. So ultimately, what we're trying to do is we're looking at it as like, if we take what we know to be true, and then we don't multiply our entities necessarily, there's no reason to conclude that because you're assuming that the God exists in order to do the things that you think it does, to conclude that it does. So you're saying that here's a commonality. I'm assigning that as something that I'm assigning that to the God, that was the God's prerogative to conclude that is the evidence of the God's existence. That is begging the question. You're assuming the truth of your conclusion and your premises. That's the problem. We're not doing that because we don't want our reasoning to be circular in that respect. Well, what conclusion what conclusion am I assuming in my premises?
Brother, I just typed it to you in the side chat.
I know, just tell me right now.
Awesome. So essentially what you're doing, instead of having a principle of sufficient reasoning for why these things are the way they are, you
I don't adhere to the PSR.
It's just a brute fact.
No, hang on a second. No, I asked you a question. What conclusion am I assuming in my premises?
You're assuming that everything is a brute fact.
No, that doesn't even appeal to. That's a completely different conversation. What? Okay, my position is that I don't believe that a god or gods exists because I have not been presented sufficient evidence or argumentation to warrant belief. I see no reason, no rational reason to accept the proposition as being true, as no one has demonstrated that a God exists independently of mind and context without begging the question. So, from my position, what conclusion am I assuming in my premises?
You're assuming brute facts. For example, let's look at how ridiculous your position is. You're saying that the laws of logic were somehow fomented by materialism, naturalism, physicalism.
No, I'm not. That's not my position. That's not my position. Okay. No, if you're going to talk about my position, at least represent it correctly. That's not my position.
State your position again.
I hold to regulatory theory, not necessitarianism. These things are descriptive in nature because I think bottom up, not top down. Human beings are evolved organisms on this planet. We make observations and then we attempt to describe those operations in a coherent fashion to convey that information to other people or to other agents. All right. It does mean something. It means I'm starting from what I have access to, and I'm not assuming the existence of things that I can't demonstrate access to.
It's just the correspondence theory of truth.
Okay, hang on. Hang on. So we describe these things, the operations of the universe, using things like the laws of thermodynamics, the laws of logic, the laws of physics, the quantitative logical language of mathematics. And that's how we describe these things. They are not, there's no evidence to indicate that they are prescriptive in nature. That would be necessitarianism. I hold regulatory theory, which does not at its core beg the question.
Then how do you account for the laws of logic again? Sorry.
They are descriptive. We literally articulate them in order to describe what we are seeing.
Prior to the existence of human beings, was there still trees?
There would be objects, but there would be nothing there no agent there to label it as a tree. It would just be an object in space.
You don't believe in mind-independent categories also.
I'm not a Platonist, no.
Okay. So you don't even believe in Platonic forms. That's really cool.
So this is not a defeater, okay? Because you can't demonstrate that Platonic forms exist. They're just something that you can conjure as an abstracted to appeal to in order to justify your intuitions, which is not my problem. I'm not thinking top down. I'm working bottom up.
Trez, you want to jump in here?
So okay, so I'm not. Oh no, just hang on, Trez. Already. Just to put a period on this. I think I'm not begging the question. That's where we go.
You are because you're assigning the laws of logic to simply brute facts.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm holding them to be descriptive of the universe, not brute facts.
If there's reality, then what is it that informed by? Are you saying that human observation makes reality? You know how ridiculous that is?
No. I hold that there is I hold in my worldview that there is a reality that exists independent of our experience, but that our interface with that reality is our subjective internal experience. We do not currently have a mechanism by which we could differentiate between our subjective internal experience and what we would call objective reality or absolute truth. We can get as close as possible with our methodology to the point that it would be irrational to doubt those propositions unless you can provide evidence that would warrant that doubt. But we don't have access to that.
But if you have universal truths, what are they? Where do they come from?
Who says they're universal? Some things have the appearance of being universal and inviolable from a specific frame of reference on the universe, but that doesn't mean that they are universal from all frames of reference.
Can I?
Okay, so if I was. Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
So just the laws of logic are just a set of tautologies. They're just everything that is, isn't, and can't be and not be at the same time.
It's not tautological. It's not what a tautology is.
Well, it is because it is a tautology. But nonetheless, I'm still asking you because you claimed again that I'm begging the question. What conclusion am I assuming in my premises?
If you believe that reality exists, then necessarily there are universal truths. If there are
that doesn't
truths,
follow.
Then you have to have a foundation for them.
That doesn't follow.
Then what is reality?
I hold that existence in and of itself, the universe, existence, is a brute fact. That's what I hold existence to be. All right. Now, working from that, I hold that axiomatically until there's evidence that can alter that position to show otherwise, because we can't go any further than that without multiplying entities unnecessarily. So I hold from there, but then again, I don't.
No, you don't even hold it axiomatic. If you believe that there's a case where the universe doesn't exist, necessarily you don't hold it axiomatically.
No, I don't hold it. I don't hold that the universe ever didn't exist. There's no evidence to indicate that it never did.
No, if brother, you just said if there was evidence that showed that the universe doesn't exist, then I believe that.
No, if there was evidence that showed that the universe at one point did not exist, that would alter my position, because obviously I wouldn't be able to hold axiomatically that it has always existed. It just changes state.
What would that be the precursor in that? What do you think would be the precursor that would make sense?
What do you think?
If the universe did not exist at a certain point, then what do you think existed prior to that?
Something else. I just wouldn't know what that was unless I had access to it.
But just to bring you up to date on cosmology, cosmologists currently hold the age of the universe, or its cyclicality, to be underdetermined, meaning there's multiple competing theories that could explain the data we observe. And one of the models is cyclic cosmology by Roger Penrose. Penrose is like one of the smartest physicists in the world, up there with like Einstein and Hawking. Doesn't mean that it's a very popular idea. There's a lot of other eternal hypotheses, and there's just not enough information to know for sure whether the universe has a definite beginning point, or whether it's cyclical, whether it expands and collapses and the cycle and so on. We don't know. So it's reasonable to suspend judgment on that question. And what he's saying is that he's just taking on what we observe, that the universe does exist axiomatically. It doesn't mean that he's not open to revising that if some information could break the sort of stalemate in cosmology.
Bingo.
But I would say that so far, nothing can't exist because we go back as far as the Big Bang. The singularity is there, and we have no other reason to think that there could be anything before that. There may.
Well, there's no reason to think that there is. Well, there's no reason to think that there isn't. The issue is that what we call the Big Bang, being kind of a misnomer, is just the origin point of observability for our current universe. So making statements about that is trying to if we had like a brick wall that went infinitely up, down, left, and right in front of us, and we were trying to make statements about what was on the other side of it based upon what we know on this side of it, that's kind of where we currently are. So, but it doesn't indicate that there's nothing on the other side of the wall. So we're just trying to make statements about it until we can finally get past the wall and figure out what's there. But the statements that we make are mathematically backed by what we understand on this side of observability. That's where we currently are.
Sure. So we don't have anything, we have nothing proving that a nothing can exist so far. And so my question back to you guys would be, why do you think that it would be a god when, so far as physics can go back, it's an I don't know? Like I agree with everything that Ix and JL were saying. I would say we don't know. Science doesn't know. It's a big old maybe with a question mark in both ways. And so when you are telling us that it is a god, I want to know what got you over. What got you over that the physicists don't have yet?
It's a necessary precondition.
Well, that is no. Well, here's the problem. That assumes that the universe requires a necessary precondition.
What was
you're making an assumption? You're making an assumption about prior states of the universe that you can't just. No, you're making an assumption about prior states of the universe that are unfounded.
Brother, in your own worldview, you have no accounting for the transcendentals.
I don't. Well, because I hold them to be. I hold them to be what they are. They are abstracta. They're not concrete things. They're abstracta.
So what? That confers nothing. So the mind is abstract, therefore, what?
Well, I don't hold the mind to be an abstracta. The mind is like what we call consciousness is an emergent property of a functioning brain.
That's just incorrect.
You keep no. This is wild. You keep jumping from thing to thing to thing. I'm still waiting for an answer to the question that I asked you. What conclusion am I assuming the truth of in my premises?
You're again holding to these proof facts, which you have no PSR for whatsoever.
That's not assuming the truth of my conclusion.
If you even hold on to truth, and what is truth informed by? What matter coalesce?
Can you answer the question? Could you answer it? You can either concede that I'm not begging the question in my worldview.
You are.
Or you can show what conclusion I am assuming the truth of.
You believe in proof facts, which are informed by absolutely nothing, and you can't account for any of them.
Because I don't make the same presuppositions that you are making. I don't presuppose these certain things, so I don't run down to the conclusions that you're coming to. Because there's making those presuppositions is unwarranted. You only do it to justify certain intuitions that you might have, and if I don't have those intuitions, I see no justification to make those presuppositions. I'm not trying to defend the idea that human beings are somehow special in the universe, because I don't think that we are. There's no evidence to indicate that we are. You are. That's why you hold to necessitarianism. And I'm a regular. Yes. I hold the regulatory theory. So in that respect, I'm concluding from the evidence. I'm not assuming a conclusion and then trying to work myself back to justify that conclusion. I'm not assuming the truth of my conclusion in my premises. I'm looking at the evidence and I'm drawing a conclusion from the evidence as parsimoniously as I can. So I'm not begging the question.
Yeah, so this is retarded because you're saying you're concluding from the evidence. How do you evaluate what is evidential?
Novel testable predictions.
Yes, it would be leaning on the truth. And then
novel testable. I listened to the answer that I gave you. Novel testable predictions.
Yeah, great. And how do you inform what a truth is?
That which corresponds with reality is logically consistent with other truth that which corresponds with reality. That which corresponds with is logically consistent with and is practically applicable within reality.
But then you're fundamentally not even understanding what I'm asking you here.
No, because I know it. No, it doesn't. Because I'm not trying to push to absolutes. I'm not claiming that these things are absolutely true. That they are probabilistically true to a degree that it would be irrational to doubt them.
Yeah, again, you fundamentally have to understand, if you believe in reality, if you understand that reality is informed by something, you would have to make an accounting for what that is.
No, there's nothing to indicate that. You are presupposing that.
Well, that's the tag argument. So
there's nothing to indicate that. That's a presupposition that you hold that I don't hold to, because there's no evidence to warrant that presupposition.
All right, let's see where we're going to go from here.
Well,
I'd like to know what conclusion you think I'm assuming in my premises.
Or you can just acknowledge, but you have no
I do, but, no, I'm not okay. If what we determine to be true is probabilistic in nature, the probability is determined from the evidence and the novel testable predictions and the methodology that we employ to derive what those statements are, to derive what those statements are and how they describe reality. I'm not assuming that there is an absolute truth. I hold that there is, but I'm not assuming that we have access to it. So no, I'm not assuming my conclusion in my premises. It's not happening. You can either concede that I'm not begging the question.
What is your basis? Okay, awesome. I'm asking you, what is the basis of your epistemology? You're saying, oh, well, there's truth, there's reality, and we can do studies to look at what reality says about the truths.
But can I show you why novel? Can I show you why novel? He did give you answers, though. Can I show you why novel testable hypothesis is better than theology? So we go into a Wendy's, a Burger King, or whatever burger place, and we ask ourselves, is a burger $1? And we ask ourselves, how can we find truth? And we say, are we going to go to the Bible? Is the Old Testament going to tell us how much a burger is? Is the new truth, the good news, going to tell us? Or are we actually going to go to the person selling us? We're going to ask them, the cashier, say, how much is a burger? They're going to tell us. We're going to do a test. We're going to actually give them the amount of money, and we are either going to or going to not get a burger. Doesn't that
Amy, are you drunk right now?
No. I'm not really big into alcohol. I'm a social drinker, but why? Are you?
I'm kind of
You're
curious.
just
I mean,
slurring your words.
this is a
I'm
weird
slurring
like.
my words. You want me to be a little bit slower for you? This is why novel, testable hypothesis is a better epistemology than a book said a thing. Did I stutter for you?
Yeah, but again, if you this belies the point in the first place. You understand this is informative of a paradox. How do you test these
What
things?
is the
Test them
paradox?
against the truth.
Wait, we just
Yeah, great.
did. Are you saying? Wait, no. Give me your example. How much is a burger used in Christianity?
That doesn't matter. That's a word concept.
Actually, it does. Don't you care about truth? Because truth actually corresponds to reality, and so we can actually evaluate truth a number of ways. In programming, there are a number of ways that we can test if something is on or off. They are truth claims. We can do so in many trivial ways, and the best way to do so is science.
Yeah, again, you have to understand the basis of science is going to be something that is trying to point towards the truth. If there's truth claims, if there's epistemics, then we have to ask why these things exist. And your framework, oh well, you just test hypothesis. That's
No. We can't. No, we do ask. We do ask. Like, what is the mechanism behind the phenomena that we observe? But we are not. We don't assign like intentionality behind phenomena. That is something that you do, and ultimately, you're assuming the existence of a thing to have the intention. We don't assume that because there's no evidence to indicate that such a thing exists.
Then you have no accounting for what is true. Then you have
yes,
no
we do. Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
It's not. Yes,
No,
we
you don't.
do. It's okay. You can just keep saying that we don't when in fact we do. And I've already explained how we do. So, nonetheless, unless you have something, unless you have something substantive to actually bring, and you're not, and if you're just going to keep repeating yourself because you're trapped, I'm no longer interested in this.
Brother, I'm not trapped.
You are, because you're making claims about our worldview that are distinctly wrong. Okay, you've misrepresented us in multiple turns. Every time you get cornered, you jump to something else that is completely unrelated. So, and you keep repeating the same claim that somehow we're begging the question in our worldview at some point when we're not, because you can't show that we are. There's no conclusion that we're assuming the truth of in our premises, when in reality, the core of your very worldview, we don't even have to address your theology. We only have to address the one proposition that your entire theology is built up around. The one proposition that this entity exists as a concrete thing independently of human minds. That it is a thing that is there. The God set is a thing that is separate from the not God set. And that the not God set is actualized from the God set. If you can demonstrate the existence of the God set, and I could even give you the evidence that would at least indicate indirectly that it does exist, which is weird because you haven't offered that up yourself. So, but you assume that it's there. There's nothing to indicate that it is there. Okay? So can you demonstrate that it is there, independently of mind and context, without begging the question? Because if you can't, there's no rational justification to believe that it is.
I'm going to have to take this a different way. All right, so let's do Thomas Aquinas, the second part, the argument from motion. You understand the laws of thermodynamics, do you not?
Yes, I understand what the laws of thermodynamics are.
Do you think that the universe can just always exist?
Yes, I do hold that it is logically possible for the universe to have always existed. It simply changes states.
Yeah, but if it is the case that it changes states, the second law of thermodynamics, which is the entropy of mass, energy loses potentiality when it changes from one form to the other. The universe as it existed ad infinitum, then it would have lost all potential energy, and it would have been the heat death of the universe.
Okay, tell me what happens quantumly after the heat death of the universe is reached.
There's no workable energy.
No. I said quantumly. Casimir effect, stuff like that. Ah, a whole other field that you didn't take into account. So no, dude, I don't think you have the acumen to be like diving off into these topics in order to try and justify your proposition. Okay, I'm just saying, if you're going to claim that it exists, then you need to be able to demonstrate that it does. Otherwise, this thing qualifies as nothing more. It's indistinguishable from abstracta in your mind that you are assigning things to in order to justify the various intuitions that you have. Okay? Now, that's okay. It's okay if that's what you're doing. I don't care. Okay? But at least acknowledge that the God is either concrete or it is abstract. It's one of the two. It is a thing that exists independently of human minds, or it is not. If you can't demonstrate the truth of one, then you do have the other option. Fall back on your faith. Be a Christian and fall back on your faith and recognize that it's just a faith claim that you're making. You could be intellectually honest, like Dr. Francis S. Collins, and just acknowledge that logic and reason will not get you to a God.
It's incorrect.
But it won't.
It's faith informed by evidence.
What evidence?
But, I mean,
But Trace, I don't know if you're aware of this, but what Francis
Bible.
is arguing from is like presuppositional tag, right? I don't think you're arguing tag, which is what he is arguing.
Yeah, I'm not a big precept guy, to be honest.
Neither are like 99% of all Christian scholars and theologians and apologists.
It's philosophically bankrupt.
Yeah, there's this tiny group mostly on Discord that thinks tag is great because of Darth Dawkins, mostly.
He only wins because of the mute button, to be honest.
Rob
Yeah.
Ness.
Yeah, I wanted to give Trace some.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just want to say, so Francis said his original idea was to come up and kind of like, share the mic with Trey. And Francis, you've talked for quite a bit. I thought we might want to hear from Trey for a little bit. But go ahead, JL, if you wanted something you want to say.
Yeah. No, he mentioned like proving that there's a mind independent of other human minds. I think that Paul met the resurrected Christ satisfies that criteria.
Well, so there's a problem with that, is because actually two problems. One, the road to Damascus, the Damascus Road experience is a story in the book. Okay, so it's obviously one person telling a story, so you'd have to like take that as true. But by that logic, we could say that the Odyssey is true, is a historical account. Okay, you reject the Odyssey as being a historical account, despite the fact that there are supernatural elements in both stories. So obviously, there's a break in the epistemology there. If you accept one, and then you don't accept.
No, I think the Odyssey is
such a
true.
dumb argument.
And the second
There's
issue,
also-
I actually think the Trojan War was real.
and the second issue being that if the Damascus Road experience is possible and God can reveal itself in whole to another human being, and that human being can wind up converting to Christianity, but it not be a violation of its free will, then the question becomes, why hasn't God done that for every human being on the planet?
To convince every single human being on the planet?
Yeah, if it doesn't violate free will, which obviously it didn't do with the Damascus Road experience, then why wouldn't God do that with every human being on the planet and allow them to make an informed decision that didn't require faith? You'd have to have an argument for why faith, for what is it that dictates to God that faith is necessitated to believe in it?
Because they
Why is that a
deny
state?
God. That's why he does make it obvious to everyone. And then
No.
people deny it.
You hang on. No, if a person can be convinced, there are people out there that everyone can be convinced. Okay, they can be. They just need what is sufficient to convince them. Everybody holds beliefs. They hold those beliefs because they are convinced of their truth. All they need to do is be convinced according to whatever parameters that they hold. Now, the God, ostensibly with the attributes that you give to it, could meet those requirements for every human being on the planet simultaneously. It wouldn't even be an effort. It could just do it. And then people could then decide whether to follow it or not based upon whatever other information they have. At least they would then know that it exists, and there would be no atheists on the planet, because we would all know that the God exists. But the choice to follow it would be a separate question. Is it worthy of following? Is it worthy of worship? Is it worthy of even basic respect? So what stops the God from doing that for every human on the planet so that they can make an informed decision about whether or not they want to follow it?
I would say God does make himself obvious to everyone, but they want to do their own thing because people love their own sin.
But that would be problematic because
boring.
But that would be problematic because now you're claiming that the people who would be convinced, who claim that they would be convinced if they had the evidence, that they're just lying.
If they had the evidence,
If there was, I can tell you right now, if sufficient evidence like of its existence was presented, I would believe that it exists. It wouldn't necessarily make me a Christian, because then I would have to determine based upon the evidence whether or not this entity is worthy of worship or following or whatever. But I would at least know that it exists as a concrete thing independent of my mind. Okay?
Yeah,
There's nothing stopping
I
me from doing that. So why wouldn't the God just do it?
I mean, yeah, I get it. God does appear like more to some than others, and it's not really fair. I get it, but it's just different because even if he doesn't make himself super obvious to this hypothetical person, they would still have to do a leap of faith to believe. It just means they have to believe even harder.
So
God makes it harder
Paul
for some.
didn't. No, but Paul didn't.
But Thomas did. Thomas was doubting. He was like, "There's no way." Like,
but God
you're
didn't
gonna
reveal
come
himself
back.
to Thomas. But God didn't reveal himself directly to Thomas,
Yes,
like
he
it did with Paul. No, that was Christ. It didn't come. God didn't appear out of the ether in front of Thomas.
Okay.
The doubting Thomas event is not equivalent to the Damascus Road experience. So my question then is,
I disagree.
It's not a matter of unfairness. My question is a matter of logical consistency. If God desires to have a relationship with every single human being on the planet, and that is what its ultimate goal is, and it is all loving and would seek to attain that goal for the benefit of all of its creation, then why wouldn't it provide a Damascus Road style experience for every single human being on the planet so that they could then make an informed decision as to whether or not to follow it, knowing that we have the information to make the necessary information to make that educated decision? Why wouldn't it do that? Why does it deliberately create an unnecessary roadblock for it by introducing the concept of faith and that faith being necessitated? That's weird. What would dictate to the God that faith is a necessary thing? Nothing. So if faith is a necessary component, that means the God wants it to be. But the faith requirement acts as an unnecessary roadblock to actually making the decision. So why would it do that? It's not logically consistent.
Okay, so John 20:29 says, blessed is he who believes without seeing.
That's just an appeal to faith. Why? Yes. I'm asking, why is faith necessitated when nothing dictates to the God that it must be?
Why is faith necessary?
Yes. What is it that necessitates?
Because God is ultimately unknowable. Like, we can't understand his essence, right?
Who says?
We can never look at God. We can't see God's face.
No. But that's a parameter of
He's ultimately perceptible.
But that's a parameter.
We couldn't even perceive an angel.
But Trez. That's a parameter of the way human beings are according to the Christian worldview.
So it's going to require faith.
Trez. God didn't have to make us that way.
Oh, God could have made us so he could see us? Not really, because then we would be gods.
Why?
No.
No.
Because there's only one God.
No. We're Adam and Eve God.
Even the angels can't see God. Their faces are covered.
Then why would God make them that way?
Okay, so
because there's only one God. That would mean that there would be multiple gods.
No. Just being able to view God.
Y'all have been up here for quite a while now. Let's go ahead and start to finish up so that we can pull up another guest, because there are other people with their hands raised. So we'll give everybody a couple more back and forths, and then we'll come to a natural conclusion.
Could I just ask? Oh no, go ahead.
Go ahead, Amy. Go ahead, Amy. My bad.
No, not at all. You talked a little bit about Doubting Thomas. You said he wanted to see, the holes, and he was able to go over and feel it for himself. My dilemma with stuff like that is because there's like two different opposing views here. One is we have these skeptics like Doubting Thomas, where God was able to give in. I would say it is a different experience, but maybe offering evidence. I don't get why Paul was able to have the experience that he was able to have, but then at the same view over here is saying that actually if you don't get evidence, it's actually the better thing, because that's where your faith comes in. And so really, did you need the evidence anyway? And I would say my answer to that is yes. I know that, like, you could say it's spiritually higher or whatever, but I would rather have our type of, what we want epistemologically satisfied over it not being as good of a spiritual journey. A fancy way of saying, yeah, I mean, I feel like science should be an easy hurdle, or physical data should be an easy hurdle for a goal, for a god, a goal. I'm sorry, for a god to just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to come down for everyone to see. I'm going to, like JL was saying, I'm not going to break free will, because did we break Doubting Thomas's free will? Did we break Paul's free will? I mean, they seem to get good evidence. I guess my question to you in all of that is, why can't we? Why can't we get the same? You know, they had high standards, and there's, you know, a few times that seems like their bar was met. Why can't, you know, the Omni God do the same for us? All we want science, or most of us. Something testable. Jesus can come back down. Say hi.
For sure. No, I mean, yeah, good points, good debate, guys, for sure.
Something I like
Thanks,
to something I could throw out there just to kind of think about this going forward. How I formulated how I addressed it, like the way I formulated how I address this stuff is I look at it from basic set theory. Is that you have two sets. You have the God set and the not God set. Okay. And the God set is entailed by the Christian worldview to have pre-existed the not God set. The not God set is everything that the God is not. And that it actualized the not God set out of like nothing or whatever. So that entails that at one point there was only the God set. It was the only thing that exists, and it has eternally existed forever, you know, forever into the past, however you want to describe that. And then the statements that we make about the God set cannot reference the not God set in order to determine what these things are. We simply look at it, we determine, we like assign whatever attributes to it, and then we explore the logical entailments from there. And that's where you run into a lot of logical problems, because if you start appealing to the theology, it's going to be nothing but appealing to post hoc and ad hoc rationalizations to try and justify certain statements about the God. So if you just look at the category itself, the God category, and how whatever you assign to it, ascribe to it, and explore it from there, you'll run into a lot of real problems of logical consistency and coherency. So something to keep in mind.
All right, is it my turn? Thanks for bringing me up, Taco. I know you don't like me, so that's fine. But
Not
fundamentally,
that I don't like you. It's the ending every argument with slurs. I like everybody. I try to be very friendly with everybody, but you have to end a conversation on a good note, not with slurs, you know?
it's ebony and ivory right now. As my black friend. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. He has the N-word pass.
So-
Thanks for both of you for coming up and
No, you don't. Not here. No, don't do that.
Wait,
I'm not
with
gonna
the ER or the A?
Jesus H.
Either or, don't do that right now.
Because
We're streaming,
that's
so big
an
no-no.
important distinction. You
Yeah.
know?
So what I'm simply going to point out here is you're pointing out to these things as transcendental categories like the laws of logic. You can't account for them in your worldview. Pointing out towards knowledge, you're saying, oh, scientific studies, what are they pointing towards? Universal truths. You can't account for those in your worldview, so you have nothing.
Well,
No
because I don't
PSR
assume. But I've already explained. Number one, I don't hold the
Can't
PSR.
end
It's
without
just
the
silly.
smack talk.
And two, I don't make the same assumptions about these things that you are making them. I don't describe them as being what you are describing them as being. You describe them as being these universal transcendentals that are true, independent of mind. I don't hold them to be that thing. But because you start from that assumption, it then forces you down
You
a
have
line of
subjective truths?
no, stop. It then forces you down a line of reasoning to justify that position. I don't start from that assumption. I work from the bottom up, not the top down. So I've already explained how we account for these things. We just account for them in a way that you don't define them as being.
Okay, can you have subjective truths?
Subjective truths? No, because that's not what truth is.
Yeah, what is truth?
That which corresponds with, is logically consistent with, and is practically applicable in reality.
That's correspondence theory, sure. But again, what is reality?
It's technically correspondence theory pillared upon coherence and pragmatism. So
Again, but what is reality then?
reality, that which would like the sum total of that which we experience, the sum total of existence of all things that exist, the sum total of that which we experience, or
Yeah, so a universal truth, right?
I didn't say that was universal truth. Because
So reality
you can't determine that it is
All
because
right,
you
1 minute remaining.
you can't determine that it is a universal. No, you can't determine that it is universal truth because you can't defeat Descartes' demon.
Hey! I'm going to let my black friend speak now.
Okay, wait. You can't determine. You can't just claim it's a universal truth. It's universal because you can't defeat Descartes'
Then
demon.
what is reality? Then is it a chaotic state of flux? Do you believe that there's reality? If there's reality, then there's universal truths. That just
No, that doesn't necessarily. That's not necessarily the case because everything that you experience could be a projection.
Oh, now it's Descartes.
It's Descartes' demon. You can't defeat it. Descartes' demon eats precept, dude.
No, it doesn't actually inform.
Yes, it does, because everything that you perceive as coming from the god could be a projection from the demon.
Yeah, again, so Descartes is very specifically dictating here. What he's saying is that if all your sensory data was false, there's still truths.
No, it's saying that there is an experience being had, the cogito. Now, I hold to the Nietzschean response to that we also presuppose the I in the cogito. So the I think, therefore I am. That the sense of self is still the thing that could potentially be projected. So we still presuppose the self.
Right. We only have 1 minute.
Nonetheless, you're just claiming it's universal, and you can't.
We only have 1 minute, and you're trying to take time away from a black man. That's very.
No, it's all good. No, y'all can go ahead. It's really not a big deal. But I don't know.
I got the W on this, so I'm good.
I just think we can agree on a lot of the Bible, like the events that took place, and we can agree on our definitions of faith and our definitions of evidence. I just think we differ on how we choose to use faith, basically. But yeah, I think it was a pretty good debate, though. Good
Okay.
job.
Well, thank you guys for coming up. It was good having y'all. Y'all have a good day, and hopefully y'all listen to this next one. PMARS has been begging me to bring up fresh analysis, and then we also had Demon with their hand raised, and I think somebody else at one point. But fresh analysis, I did invite you up. You got to click the hand to come up. What's going on?
I cannot believe you'd say something so daring and yet so.
Hello, Frosh.
Yep. Might be having some sound issues, but
I'm gonna move you to the audience. Make sure you have your push talk set. I can pull you back up here in a second. Okay, go ahead and I'll pull you back up and try your push to talk key now.
Oh, I hope the stage isn't bugged.
He might be on his phone. Sometimes phones get bugged if you're sitting there listening for a while.
Or the
Fresh.
stage could be bugged like I dealt with last month.
No, I duplicated it already. It should be resolved. Fresh, go ahead and leave the stage real fast and rejoin, and it should work, hopefully. And if not, we'll have to figure this out in a second. He's been waiting for a while, so I want to get it, or he or she has been waiting for a while, so I want to get them up here.
And while they're coming up here, just because you talked about P. Mars, and I want to bring up something that he said, like, oh, nope, are you back? Because
hello.
Hello.
We can hear you now. Or I guess not.
Okay, so my bad. I just joined and left for to do some of the job. I don't understand the subject clearly. What is the subject?
So we are inviting theists to tell us what they what they believe and why.
My bad. I'm agnostic.
Oh,
okay. That solves that problem.
Yes, it does. Welcome on board.
Come again?
He said that solves that problem.
Yeah, problem solved. We're good to go. Congratulations.
I was about to
Okay,
say
thank you.
Mazel tov, but that might not quite work.
these theists, they argue so much about the source of morality and stuff like that. And then you read their books, and ironic, the source of morality has so many moral conjecture from the past.
Yeah, has kind of a horrible middle age or less morality. It's crazy.
Apparently, the objective source of not wanting to murder is "thou shalt not murder," unless God tells you to murder.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things. A presuppositionalist was just talking about that. You know, it can't be just written down. It has to come from God, and yet the only data that we have from God
did, yeah.
Is these
God did order the Canaanite children to be murdered.
Yes, and my go-to is always the Noah story. Like, they talk about wanting to protect women and children, and yet let me tell you, the amount that died, including innocent children, seems to be everybody, I guess, except for, Noah and his family. So yeah, it's just I wanted to figure out what was one of those objective, ultimate truths that no one can dispute and only came from religion. That's what I want to know.
Thou shalt not murder, but if God says that you to sacrifice his son, that's okay.
Yes, that's a good thing somehow. Then killing is great.
And this is why I hate Abrahamic religions. They're holier than thou.
Yeah, well,
you don't see, they're holier than thou. They have a holier than thou attitude. Oh, if you're not part of us, then you're going to hell. You don't see Buddhists arguing, doing this kind of crap. They do advertise their faith, but they don't proselytize like Christians do. Like, they don't give you a false dichotomy. Like, you're with us or you're against us, and if you're against us, you're going to hell. This is my problem.
Buddhism arose from the sort of like epistemological doubting school within India called Nastika, which basically means like unorthodoxy, where various doubts were raised about the authenticity or authority of the Vedas, epistemologically speaking, which led to Vedanta. It led to Jainism, and it led to what later became Buddhism.
The Gnostic school rejects the Vedas
as authoritative. They still will take inspiration from them. So in the same sense that they're like humanistic, Judaistic synagogues today that still celebrate the Torah, they still celebrate its inspirational value, but they don't take it to be like supernatural or historically accurate in the authoritative kind of way. They're appreciating it for what it is, which is literature for inspirational purposes.
So my thought is that Abrahamic religions are structured to conquer and build empires and to punish, to inform conformity and punish dissent, I think. And if you don't fall back in line, they will fearmonger and they will punish you and you're going to hell. So, stuff like that. It's actually built into these Abrahamic religions. They're structured for this kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, the origin of the Abrahamics going back to not Abraham, actually, as the so-called, or the fictional founder of it all, but going back to Cananism, Elism, Baalism, it was originally like a family where each tribe made its own local tribe go from being the son of El to being like more and more replacing or taking on.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing the origins.
What I'm trying to say is they started off pluralistic. They started off with the assumption that any Canaanite tribe acknowledged the other Canaanite tribes as brother tribes because their gods were brothers, right? And what happened is that the brotherhood of their gods wasn't enough for the Yahwists. They saw more and more that El had to subjugate and denigrate the other tribes around them. And the whole conquest story is like a legendized version of them like shitting all over their neighbors and conquering them. Yeah, but it didn't really happen. A, historically, it's just not true. And B, it's ironic because this religion did not start off as a conquer the world religion. It started off as a family of gods that were all, to an extent, one big happy family under a mother and a father that loved them, which was El and Asherah, right? But they basically filed off the serial numbers and disavowed their origins and broke with their familial relationship with one another and with other religions, and turned it into, our God is the great God that will conquer all of our enemies for us.
Yes, I understand it. That's it for origins. I was actually saying, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, they are structured, to conquer, build empires, enforce conformity, punish dissent, and that is why I hate Abrahamic religions.
It's certainly an aspect of them which has been historically very impactful and causing a lot of strife, for sure.
They just push their nose into everywhere they can and say, repent and turn to God or you're going to hell, and stuff like that.
In the interest of finding something we disagree about, though, when you mentioned that you're an agnostic, is there a version of the existence of God that you find plausible enough to be agnostic about?
I mean, if you forced me to into a belief of God, then I would be a deist.
Yeah, I was going to guess maybe you're a deist. Okay. And what do you think is the best reason to hold to deism?
To deism, well, I don't think God, this is cosmic universe is so big, so large. Emotions are practically product of biochemical reactions happening within our brain, and I don't think a God would be subject to biochemical reactions, to emotions that are results of biochemical reactions within the brain. Maybe this is oversimplification, but you get the point. And to say that God gets angry, happy, loving, sad, and stuff like that, it's just attributing human characteristics to that God. I mean, the Christians say, we are made in the image of God, but hey, a lion sees us as a food. If we are made out of food, then is God food? God is a food competent too, since we are made in His image?
I didn't follow that last part. Is God what about food?
I mean, we are food. In the eyes of man, we are food.
Yep.
But it happens to be that we are made in the image of God. Is God food too?
Yeah, it is an interesting question to ask what that really means. If we're made in the image of someone, why would that someone be totally different than us whenever any questions are asked about it? But yet we're supposed to be in its image. It is a weird thing. Now, it sounds though like you don't especially think deism is likely, even though it's the version of theism or a kind of pseudo-theism that you would say would be the most likely if it were the case that a deity turned out to exist.
Yes, the Old Testament says God is jealous. I don't know if the New Testament or Old Testament, but it says that God is jealous. Those are just emotions. And emotions, as we know, even though this is an oversimplification of the facts, I think it is, a byproduct of biochemical reactions, as that is a response to stimuli.
So I guess I'm trying to establish you're not going to get any argument here because no one here is that kind of theist who's going to take the opposite position, right? So would you say that you think that deism is has a good probability of being true, or just that you don't think you have epistemic access to resolve the question conclusively, so you reserve judgment for that reason?
Ultimately, I'm agnostic, so it would be kind of latter. And what I'm saying is that under the presumption that God does exist, then deism is more likely to be.
Yeah.
Because human emotions such as jealousy, anger, love are all just even animalistic conditions. They are byproducts of biochemical reactions within the brain. That is most usually a response to stimuli. And God is not subject to any of these.
So I do appreciate you coming up. We do try to bring up more theists, though, so I'll let you make a couple closing statements. I think we have a theist in the audience that wants to come up. So
is that Demon?
Sammy? It's like Sammy wants to come up.
Okay. So yeah, did you want to say anything before you go, Fresh?
Because you're not
thanks
gonna...
for sharing your reasons for agnosticism.
Let's try and attempt at defining what God is.
Okay, what's your definition of God?
Someone, let's say to take into account the fine-tuning argument. This is this universe, everything is so complicatedly engineered. I mean, engineered is maybe it's too much to say engineered, but it's just appeal to something, I don't know, some kind of fallacy to say it's engineered, but look at the complication of everything.
Are you trying to say it's balanced?
Assuming that fine-tuning argument... assuming the fine-tuning argument is such somewhere...
Perfectly balanced.
I would say that God is more of a creator than interfere in any of the human affairs or anything in general. Because, yes, and not only that, but I also, if God is real, then I believe in predestination.
Okay, so are you aware of the responses to the fine-tuning argument? So someone in the audience who was here earlier is named Detroyer, and he is a student of philosophy who interviews philosophers professionally, basically. He has a video which I sent to you. You'll have to look in your message request, and I'll post it again in the chat, that addresses...
I don't confirm to the fine-tuning argument. I don't confirm to the fine-tuning argument. I was just merely entertaining it.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear your part of defining what God is.
So let me summarize the fine-tuning argument. I'm going to use a screenshot from Detroyer's video because it's just the quickest way for me to post. I don't know if I can post pictures, because it seems like they're more locked down lately. Yeah, I probably can't post pictures here. Okay, so I'll just summarize it. The fine-tuning argument can be summarized as, okay, given the non-design hypothesis of like how the universe is supposed to exist without any like designer arranging it a certain way, the claim of the fine-tuning argument is that the universe would be more likely to be not life-permitting. Given the design hypothesis, it is not extraordinarily unlikely so given that the design hypothesis, which is that the universe has a designer, it is not unlikely that the universe would be life-permitting if it was designed to be that way, because the designer could just make it that way if they wanted it to be that way. And premise 3, the non-design hypothesis is not a lot more probable than the design hypothesis. And they then claim that if a hypothesis about how the universe could be tells us that that one is more likely than the other, the universe would then be life-permitting because the design hypothesis is more probable than the non-design hypothesis, right? So the claim is all about like what would be more likely and what would be more probable given all the parameters and what values they could have and if they can vary at all and so on, right? But the problem with this hypothesis, which basically just says like, okay, if there was this much more gravity or this much more friction, or if electrons were this much less stable, or any of these other values could be different, then the universe wouldn't permit life. And given that the universe does permit life, and given that the values hypothetically could be different, then, if there's 100 possible values and only like 5 permit life, then it's more likely that the universe had a designer who arranged for that unlikely thing than the unlikely thing, right? Would you agree that's the fine-tuning argument, basically?
No, not entirely. No, I don't confirm to. So, I don't confirm to the fine-tuning argument. So, yes, a second, we'll just put it up, and we'll put it down for a second. I need to do a lot more research.
Yeah, Colorado biker.
I need to do a lot more research with that fact.
So Colorado biker in chat was saying that we are fine-tuned for the environment by the environment, right?
Yeah.
So,
I guess I just figured out. I guess just figured out I need to do more research with fine tuning the stuff. So let's just leave it at that. Secondly, something related. I have a question related to creation. My question is, why did God bother to create me?
well, under your assumption, the deist assumption, God didn't create any particular persons. He just created the whole universe and allowed it to do what it needed to do by the laws that it was governed by. Right.
Come again?
On the deist hypothesis, God didn't create individuals. God just created the laws of the universe, and then the existence of individuals is a contingent fact of how the universe turned out.
Yes. Okay. So let's take it from the viewpoint of an Abrahamic. No. Let's entertain the Abrahamic God for a second. Christian God, Jewish God, Islamic God, you name it. Why did he bother to create me?
Well,
good
even
question.
on the Abrahamic God's view, they held that the original humans, like Adam and Eve, were created, and all the others were the descendants of those original creations. I'm not quite sure what you meant by create you.
What did he bother with creating this stuff?
Go ahead, Amy. You wanted to say something?
Oh no, I guess it
He's
sounds
all-knowing.
like you're having
I mean,
skepticism.
he's all knowing. He's all knowing. He knew that Adam would fall. Why did he bother with creation?
So what you're saying is, and I think we would all agree with you, is that there doesn't actually seem to be a reason for us to exist unless we were to give God very primal emotions, like he sometimes gets sad and lonely and just needs to have someone around. I mean, we're gonna agree with you to the
No, that's not how it happens. Abrahamic people say that God, nothing is going to happen to God if you don't worship. That they're more like, oh, God doesn't need you; you need God.
So,
well, I guess.
Well, no, I guess. Oh no, I feel bad. Someone else about to say, but I guess if we were, because I think we are starting to move in that direction of wrapping up. I think that there are still some differences, like Ix was going over, that maybe I would say push us over that hurdle. I think why many of us are atheists and do not believe that a God exists. But if you are trying
I'm sorry, we're just entertaining stuff. We're just entertaining stuff.
Sure.
I mean, we are indeed agnostic atheists. We're just entertaining different stuff.
Well, I'll be honest, if you're saying you're an agnostic atheist, it almost sounds like you're now over the fence. I was just trying to do like a both sides thing here, in that if you're always going to find, I think, us naturally skeptical to some sort of positive belief, because I think we're holding out for, some sort of evidence that would actually get us over.
Yes, I'm also skeptical to, belief.
But if you're going to sit here and talk with us about why the Abrahamic religions have caused a lot of grief throughout the society, well, then I think you're going to find most of us are in agreement. Sending love to all those people that are theists from those religions, but
no. I'm asking about the creation myth. Not grief, creation myth.
Sure, I'll tell you one thing that I find interesting, just the separation between the East and the West, is that these Abrahamic religions are very obsessed with the creation God, and the Hinduism is not. I found it very interesting in researching Hinduism that there are a bunch of schools of thought over a bunch of different deities, and the main creator God, no one seems to care about. Doesn't have a school of thought, doesn't have a founding around him or anything. Everyone's like, why would you follow the creator God? There's all these other cool guys over here. So it is just this very interesting separation, how in the West we do have this obsession with a creator deity.
Yes, my question is, why does the creator deity bother creating everything in the first place, especially humans?
Sure. I mean, you're not going to find any disagreement, I think, from people here.
Yeah, so
Oh,
because
I'm asking everyone to attempt answer.
we're not Abrahamists, and so we're not going to be able to take that side of the debate other than as like a devil's advocate thought experiment. So I don't think we have too much more to
Okay,
talk
I
about.
will try this. I'll try this.
So,
Hold on a
I'll
second.
try this.
We're wrapping up.
I did-
We said
I
before
did-
we're wrapping
The Abrahamists
So
would say that we are made
We're
for
wrapping up.
worship, right?
Let's talk to the actual theist, right? I did say, hey, we're going to be moving on to theist here in a minute. We appreciate your time, but we do try to prioritize the theists on the panel. So we do appreciate you coming up.
I'll just do the discussion in the chat. Sorry for wasting your time.
You didn't. Thank you for coming up. You have a wonderful day, and we're going to go ahead and pull up Sammy.
Hello,
going on,
how
Sammy?
are you? I'm doing good. How are you, Taco?
Doing well.
Very
What's
good.
going on? What brings you up?
I want to say about my reason why I think God could be logical for most people. When we look at the human body, for example, the thyroid, which is it's a peanut type shaped organ in front of the neck. If it gets messed up even a little bit, you get like 20 symptoms. So if it gets hyperactive, you get 20 symptoms. If it gets underactive, you get 20 symptoms. So long story short, a peanut organ in your neck controls like 40 processes in your body. I think that's insane. And we have many organs in our body doing the exact same thing. And which I think is absolutely insane.
Incoming irreducible
thousands
complexity?
of different processes. So the bottom line, which I'm trying to say, is if you look at the human body, it's so insanely complex. I can't even imagine how someone can argue that this stable body can exist by pure random chance. And
Okay. Well, one sec. So there's two issues there. We don't nobody claims, nobody versed in biology claims that the human the human body came about by random chance. There's systems that built upon each other and evolved through time. So that it's complexity as a result of modification over time, descent with modification. So it became more complex. So it wasn't just like it just came into and all of a sudden there was a human. That's not the way evolution works. So, and second, how is that not just an argument from personal incredulity?
Sending love.
What does incredulity mean, sir? Is that personal opinion? What does that mean?
Ignorance.
Well, you said that. Yeah, you said that you just can't fathom how that could be possible. But we can explain how these things arose through evolution. That our organs became increasingly more complex over time as genes were passed on. Some genes didn't make it in our population. So that there is complexity, or that these things operate seemingly complexly to us, or complexity to us, does not logically entail that there is a designer or a god. In fact, you could say that having one organ do 20 different things or 40 different things, resulting that if that organ were to fail, you'd have cascading failures throughout the body. Mm-hmm. That's not efficient. That's not intelligent at all, because you're hinging all of this vital process on one thing that could go bad. That something could happen to it. It could be damaged and injury. You could get an infection that infects it. Genetic problems. That's very, very inefficient. So
if a plane's engine goes out, do the wings keep working?
No.
Yeah, they do. Yes, the plane can still glide. Right. Exactly. So it's really, really inefficient as far as design process goes. But that's neither here nor there. The whole problem is that you predicated that you couldn't see. You said you couldn't see how it would be possible. Like you just couldn't fathom it. That's just an argument from personal incredulity.
I did not mean to use personal incredulity. People in my demographic, we don't tend to use assertive words. This is just how we talk. So basically, I'll try and answer. You mentioned complexity modification, and you mentioned that it's just system upon system. and that this could happen. I think you're trying to hint at evolution, even though you didn't say that. You're trying to hint towards that.
No. Yeah. It's the process of evolution, descent with modification. That's what evolution is, in the most simplest of terms. That results in our complex bodies. But things did not originate that way. It's not like, the human body just started at this level. No, it goes back further and further with simplicity, all the way back. So I'm just saying that we have the evidence. We can explain these things, why they are the way they are, how these things developed, how these specific systems evolved, and with that evidence, that should be the explanation without having to assume or presuppose that a god exists to do it. So,
and just to pick the thing that you brought up, thyroids, right? So saying, the human thyroid, if it gets messed up this way or that, it could malfunction. But we have thyroids and thyroid hormones in every vertebrate, right? And it's not an accident that our closest relatives have thyroids, and that mammals have the thyroids that are more similar to ours, that chimpanzees and primates have the most similar thyroids to ours, and so on. We have a gradient descent of gradual mutation that leads to all these changes through evolution, which we have a physical, biological record of. And physicists give us the basis for how these molecular processes in the cells work. And chemists give us the chemical structures of how those things work together to create the necessary energy sources to power everything. And biologists take all that ground up work and then tell the whole story of how the whole organism develops over time through evolution. So what's your position on evolution? Are you a skeptic? And what's your religious perspective?
Could I tackle one person at a time? You both gave me many points. I prefer just one person at a time because you gave me a lot of points as well.
Well, that's okay. X was kind of like reiterating what I did. He did a better job of like communicating what I was trying to say, and he hit some details. But we could say, like, do you have an issue with evolution? Do you accept evolution? Do you accept the evidence? So
I have an issue. But let me tackle Warren's points first. Then you could say your points again because my memory's not that good. You mentioned that you said the human body is inefficient. Like, you didn't say it directly, but you implied it heavily.
If there were a design from a design perspective, it's woefully inefficient. Yes.
But then I can argue, what about the immune system?
Still woefully inefficient because there are so many. The more parts that you have, like, contributing to the system, the more you increase the failure rate, because there are more parts that can fail that can cause cascading errors throughout the entire system. And even then, immune systems are not perfect. So
I think immune system does a damn good job. When there's like a new condition, it does like a little bit of decoding. Then it's very orchestrated, sends T killer cells, which are like assassins.
Yeah, but the pandemics that we have, the pandemics in history that have almost wiped our species off the planet, would disagree with you.
But they're not like, it's not a common thing. It happens. Pandemics happen, but it doesn't happen every year. It happens like once every 40 years. It's not a common thing, and
that's because of medicine. To be fair,
yeah, it's because of medicine
as well.
But these things were very, very common in ancient times. You had cholera, diphtheria, smallpox, number of dysentery. We're talking about just like good times when basic sanitation was kind of a mystery. But doesn't matter. We see things coming along because of medicine, but we've increased the amount of time in between large pandemics. But that is pushing evolution. That's just an artificial selection pressure that allows for stronger bugs to evolve in those populations. And so ultimately, let me ask you this. If evolution were true, what would be the evidence for it?
I'm arguing the opposite, actually.
No, I'm asking you. If evolution were true, what do you think would be the evidence for it?
I would like extremely thorough and common. By common, I mean it needs to be available very frequently throughout the universe. It
could be. We just might not be able to see it. So
it's not.
No.
Wow.
Can you see? Can you see what's happening on other planets 10 light years away?
I think just because it's probable doesn't mean it's possible. We've seen
No. I think you got that backwards. is that
just because it's possible doesn't mean it's probable. Yeah. Just because it's possible doesn't mean it's probable. However,
but it is still possible. So
well,
you can't make the statement that there's no other life out there in the universe.
I could say God is possible. Then this argument doesn't go anywhere. So
no, okay, but let's stay on point. Let's stay on point though. But let's stay on point though. Let's stay on point though. I asked you, if evolution were true, what would be the evidence?
I would like multicellular organism that can reproduce on every planet.
Okay.
Or most planets.
So how about this? If evolution were true, would everything on this planet right now, would everything on this planet share genes?
I think most of us do share genes, most organisms. And
everything on the planet. Would everything on the planet share genes if evolution were true?
Well, it already does.
Okay, so evolution is true because everything on the planet shares genes.
But you didn't have my argument.
Before you get to, I can't help it because I don't understand your test because I feel like that's our test. Like it seems.
Can I say my point?
Okay. And by the way, I mean, and so I'm trying to. I just want to make sure that we cement this down. One of the best evidence for evolution is genetics. Okay, that everything on this planet shares genes. Okay, there is nothing on this planet that is completely independent of everything else. Everything shares genes with everything else. The amount that we share those genes indicates the closeness in our relation. Okay? So if evolution were true, and evidence of that would be that everything on the planet shares genes. It does. Everything on the planet does share genes. We can conclude that evolution is true. Or at least that is a strong evidence for evolution being true. Tack onto that novel testable predictions and the things that we utilize. We can actually utilize our knowledge of evolution to make to get predictive outcomes in the hybridization and the work that we do in medicine and agriculture and animal husbandry. So, but evolution is true. It's demonstrated. It is a fact. It is a phenomenon that occurs both in nature and artificially. So, what is the issue with evolution?
Okay. Maybe to some extent evolution does occur, but I don't think it's the explanation for everything. And you mentioned that
I don't think it is either. It's just the explanation for the diversification of life. Okay, that's the only thing it explains.
we're not diametrically opposed. I'm saying that evolution can't explain it fully. And allow me to cook. You mentioned that everything on the planet shares genes. I agree.
Yes.
Closeness, I agree as well. Many vertebra containing organisms, many with a spine, they look exactly the same in utero, and that's because probably common ancestor. But what I'm trying to say is the cascade of probabilities is so intense.
How are you deriving probability from a sample size of one?
I'll get to that.
No. By what mathematical function are you utilizing to derive probability in a sample size of one?
All right. Could I at least say my point, and then you can tackle it?
Yeah. Well, you need to clarify. No. You need to clarify.
I'm going to explain it. Let me speak. The cascade of probabilities is so insane, and I'm about to demonstrate it, that it's almost impossible to say that this can happen through evolution. For example, you have two macrocellular organisms. Macrocellular means huge. They mate. The sperm and ovum, which are micro, which is like nano almost.
They wouldn't mate.
Yeah, whatever. They're nano, where they come together and they fuse, and then such complicated mechanisms happen such that this nano-sized fusion increases back into a macrocellular organism again. This thing doesn't happen in physics. You can give examples, but this thing doesn't happen in physics.
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off.
It doesn't happen in chemistry either.
I have to cut you off. What you're trying to describe is not what evolution describes or what abiogenesis is trying to describe. I don't know what you're talking about, because you're just pulling terms out that don't apply in either one of these fields. All right? So I'm going to ask you again. You invoked probability, which indicates that you have the mathematical functions to derive what the odds are of a particular outcome. How are you by what mathematical function are you utilizing to derive the odds that life evolved in a sample size of 1?
I think sample size of 1 is completely inadequate.
We have
And I
one
think you
universe
agree.
with one. We have access to one universe with one planet with life on it. Sample
And
size of 1.
Yeah, tough
Okay.
luck. I'm
And I
gonna
think
tell you.
therefore, you agree with me that a sample size of 1 is definitely not enough to say that this phenomenon is common.
No, but it seems to be guaranteed though if the conditions are correct.
But do you agree with me that it's not common?
No, we can't say that. No, it's indeterminate because we don't have access to the whole of the universe. But we do know that it is logically possible, if the conditions are correct, that it can emerge from the interactions of organic chemicals.
But Sammy,
We find amino acids. We find amino acids in space. So no.
But Sammy, what JL is saying is truthful. I don't know why you're going to argue it, because what he's telling you is all we know currently in science. I want to know.
I'm trying to push
Please,
it.
let me just push it, please, in the other direction. One of the reasons why we don't think there is a creator God, I know why I don't, is because there isn't life everywhere. I would expect a God, a creator God, to not only form life in the circumstellar habitable zone, basically the only parts of the sun that we're rotating around, us, Mars, Venus, but unfortunately they're a little bit gone right now. And so those are the planets which we expect life to naturally arise on. And it's not weird to me that there aren't living, conscious, multicellular organisms on Jupiter. That's not surprising. Maybe Europa, not Jupiter.
So I think me and Amy, we have the same conclusion, but we have diametrically opposed opinions based on the conclusion. I think me and Amy, we agree that life on Earth, it doesn't happen on Jupiter, moons, or Venus, or the sun. It doesn't happen anywhere else. It only happens on Earth.
You can't make that statement. You can't make that statement.
In my field, we make that statement every day.
No. Are you saying that it is? Are you saying that it is impossible for life to occur anywhere else in the universe?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that as far as we've seen the universe, we just haven't found life. And if it was to be common, then we should see it a lot more frequently. Wouldn't you be suspicious that we haven't found it yet?
No, because of the size of the universe. This universe could literally be teeming with life. It's just that the universe is so big that it's all spaced out, and we haven't seen it yet because it's so far away. If you do the mathematics on this, if you take the observable universe and only 1% of the observable universe had planets in it, and only 1% of that space of those planets had habitable planets, and only 1% of those habitable planets had the conditions right for life, and only 1% of those planets with the conditions right for life had actual life on it, and only 1% of those planets had intelligent life. There could be millions upon millions of intelligent species out there. That's how big the universe is. So no, I hold, and I'm not going to speak for Amy, but I hold that the mathematics of the universe virtually guarantee that we are not alone. But those same mathematics also virtually guarantee that we will never encounter them.
I'm going to add an asterisk, and then I'll hand it right over to you, Sammy, because I am in a way probably agreeing with JL again, which is to say, I think that there's good reason why we formed here. We can talk about that if you want, but then I think there are also good reasons why not only is there life out there, but why we're going to have trouble communicating with them, just because of how vastly big space is and our brains cannot conceptualize. I think the difference in, reaching to another solar system, let alone if it's, maybe there's a dozen over here in another galaxy. So we're reaching into maybes. My question would be again to you, why is it relevant to a God? Because it looks incredibly natural. If from my point of view, the universe without a God, it would look exactly like this. Just chemical laws, slushing around every once in a while. There might have been a time where Mars had life. We don't have any evidence yet, but there's waterbed evidence and things like that. I don't know. It doesn't look like something that a conscious mind would have made instead of a world teeming with life, or I should say a universe teeming with life everywhere.
I think, Amy, me and you, we're having slightly similar thoughts, although, again, our opinions are opposed. Yes, in a scientific universe, common things are common. Like in medicine, common symptoms are common. So if you apply the same logic, if life was just a 1% probability or 1% planet, 1% life, 1% IQ life, then there'll be like a 1 in a million chance to find life again. And we've seen millions of planets already. So we should have found life already.
Can I pause you? Can I pause you? I'll tell you why that's hard. Because when we say we haven't seen life, we don't really have great methodologies yet of probing for what life would be or how we would get a interaction from them. I mean, we have to deal with problems that we are looking, in a sense, when we're looking at cosmology, we're often looking at history. We're looking at things that have happened thousands, millions, billions of years ago. We may get like a detection of life, and then by the time we're able to interact or handle or deal with it, they're already gone. And so I think there's good reasons why we haven't been able to find other life, and that's because we really, as far as space travel, we only have gotten out of our our orbit, moon orbital, a few times. We've only been able to go to the moon a half dozen times. We really need better ways of being able to go out there, and I think that's going to be a frontier of science for a long time. So, I mean,
A218b is right now our best chance, and it's like 100. That's a planet. It's an exoplanet 124 light years away. But even then, it's possible, because it's the first time we've detected a specific compound in the atmosphere of a planet that we only know is associated with the existence of organisms, of like biological organisms, which is dimethyl sulfide. Okay, so dimethyl sulfide and dimethyl disulfide, I believe, and so we know here on Earth that those two compounds are specifically produced by living organisms. We've potentially detected that in the atmosphere of a planet 124 light years away. That means that potentially there could be life on that planet. I mean, it's 124 light years away, so there's only so much we can detect at this point with our technology, but it's possible. So
you're making nice points, both of you, but the key word is 124 light years away. Why does the distance have to be of that huge magnitude? 124 light years, I can't even imagine. That's like 124 years worth of traveling.
Yeah, but 124 light years to the cosmos is literally a stone's throw. Like compared to the universe itself, that's like in our backyard.
Also, I can tell you why, because we live in a solar system that even has a circumstellar habitable zone. There are going to be solar systems that, depending on their makeup, have no good availability for life. And so it's going to be us trying to find places. Again, one of those could be on Europa. It could be on a moon of something within our own solar system. But besides those two places in our solar system, we're going to have to reach outward. And the word I was looking for was low Earth orbit. Right now, we do fantastic travel in low Earth orbit, shuttling things around. However, if you really want deep probes, well, then we need to fund more scientific research. We need to be, I sometimes get flack from people who say, why should we invest in programs to find life out there? We have all these problems on here. Why should we go anywhere else? Well, that's part of the reason why we have this problem, is we're consistently fighting politically to get more grants and more research out there, to get more sophisticated tools. I think it's an us problem. It's not the universe's problem. We will get there each generation. We get more sophisticated tools. We'll get better at trying to find life. And so, don't want to put big periods on it because it is an ongoing journey.
I'm going to go off a tangent because I think in this argument we've actually come to a dead end. Because I can't because if I keep repeating, I'm going to be repeating points now. But back to the human body.
After you make your point, I had a point actually about the peanut organ. In fact, if you want to, let me bring this up before because I'm already ranting. So I'll give you an example of evolution happening and it not being, I believe, from a creator, but grinded down and no choice. So it is true that a giraffe's neck allows it to get just enough oxygen up there so that they can collect leaves. But most engineers are going to tell you that this is a horrible design. And the only way that it makes sense is that if you look at an environment in which all of the rivalry for food down below is slowly being killed off, and you need a higher and higher neck to catch the type of leaves that are in that environment. It is something we would entirely expect from kind of a throwing things together approach. That seems to be how natural selection works. And I would say is evidence that if it was a design, would be poor design.
Yes, I think I know what you're talking about with the necks gradually getting longer and longer. Yeah, it seems like poor design. But I can have a counter argument. The brainstem, which people also argue the vagus nerve in the giraffe's neck goes all the way up to the
it's the laryngeal. It's the laryngeal nerve.
It's a part of the vagus nerve. It goes all the way up and then it goes all the way down around the aortic arch again. So that seems very inefficient. But I have an argument for that. Maybe that part could have been evolved. But if you look at the brainstem, the brainstem has 12 cranial nerves on either side coming out. I think that's highly efficient because those cranial nerves control everything in the head.
But can I pause you for a second? There's many things, if you were to go and try and flip it and say, well, look at humans, they have a ton of bad design flaws as well. I mean, you would be right. We could talk about breathing and eating and how it's the same tube. I just want to point out that it takes neurons 10 times the amount of energy and thus the food than the other cells around them. So we are doing kind of a trade-off here in what can work and what can't.
I see. But neurons have a different function to somatic the body cells. Neurons,
sure. Well,
they're supposed to send it fast.
So I think the body generally, and again, I'm anthropomorphizing it, but I would say that, look, it's worth that energy because as animals, that's the mechanism by which we get other kinds of energy. So without us, we would be out of luck. And thus, they give more energy resources towards that. I mean, I would say, just to not rant continually, but things like cephalization, there's a good reason why our mouth is close to our brain. And that is because it allows our mouth to closer have a reflex without, going down if it was at our foot or something else. I don't know. There's a lot of good reasons, I think, that evolution doesn't disprove a god, and yet it is a fact. I would say that it happens wherever living organisms apply. And as JL was saying, we only have one sample size. And so that's all we can go off of.
Yes. I think the one sample size, you use it as an argument against it. I use an argument in favor of it. But I guess we have to agree to disagree in that situation, though.
Okay.
I was just arguing.
Go, JL.
I was just arguing that you can't derive odds. We don't have the mathematical functions to derive a set of odds from a sample size of 1 because we don't know, because it literally could be if the conditions are right, then life is guaranteed. So all you need is the right conditions. And if the right conditions are possible, well, yeah, I mean, that life is guaranteed. Okay, remember on this planet, life wasn't always possible, and there will be a point in the future where life will no longer be possible, just by virtue of orbital mechanics and the way stars, live, just by fusion processes. Eventually, this planet will be devoid of life long before the sun dies and swallows the planet itself. So, but there was a point in time. It took time to get it to where life was, the conditions for life arose, and even then, it took 1 billion years after that for multicellularity to even become a thing. It just requires time. Okay, so I'm trying to get back to where we were at. There's no issue with evolution, and evolution being true, which it is, doesn't discount it. Doesn't remove a god. It just disproves notions of like creationism. Okay, but a god could still exist and created life through abiogenesis, and then diversified that life through evolution. That's still logically possible. So, are you someone who believes in that kind of God that just operates through naturalistic processes that are indistinguishable from nature?
So you said the last bit again. It was quite a mouthful. Could you say it again?
Do you believe in a God whose actions are indistinguishable from natural process? It doesn't do like supernatural stuff. It just, the way it operates is indistinguishable from what we would call natural process.
I think, in my opinion, what has happened is there's been at least one complex organism that has evolved afterwards. That's what I think has happened. Maybe I think there's one complex organism and many complex microorganisms, but there was definitely one complex multicellular organism, and then evolution occurred afterwards. That's the way I'm seeing it, because I look at the many different organ systems, and you can't logically convince me that all these different organ systems has just suddenly combined in a neat fashion. And like at the very start, it's like 100 million years ago, all these complex systems came together in dinosaurs.
They wouldn't have been there. About 100 million years ago, they would have been there. I mean, there would have been simplistic organisms and complex organisms, but we're talking like 3 billion years ago. 3.4 billion years ago.
Yeah, that's age of the Earth, yes. It's still... It's hard for me to explain, but when I see, for example, the midbrain, which is underneath the brain, it has 24 cranial nerves, 12 cranial nerves to be exact, coming out of it, and it controls such complicated organs in the face, in the head. I can't, even if you give me 3 billion years, I don't see how that could even slowly occur, because it's packed so dynamically, so streamlined.
That's what we call an argument from personal incredulity.
No, I've studied this in a lot of detail. The more detail I study it, the less it just makes me entirely unconvinced that evolution can cause such a feat to occur.
That's called an argument from personal incredulity.
As in, I can't think of it happening any other way, so it didn't happen.
Right. No, but we're telling you that the evidence indicates that it did, and there is no logical contradiction in that being the case. Your inability to fathom that is an argument from personal incredulity.
Well, I disagree. I'm sorry.
That's by definition what it is.
Well, and let me just hammer at this, because are you trying to say that it's so complex that you can't imagine it being formed by nature?
Yes.
Okay, I would push back on that, because I don't think that complexity has any correlation with designs. I think that complexity is a hallmark of time, and the only thing you need for complex systems is time.
I don't think time is enough. I think
there
needs to be a very intelligent and conscious external force to make it occur.
You know that octopi are more complex than humans are, right?
I don't know about that. I don't study octopuses.
Really? Okay, you know that we don't have the most complex organs on the planet. You know that mantis shrimp have the most complex eyes on the planet, right?
Okay.
But that's why complexity is not a hallmark of design. like by trying to, I would say, appeal to complexity. I mean, I could show it simply. Would you like a complex or simple way of getting into your car?
How about an exponentially difficult way to get into the car? Exponentially
I think that'd be a
complex.
bad way. I think that'd be a bad designer.
No, I meant what I'm trying to say is the way the body is, it's so cutting edge that it requires an exponentially.
See, that's
and
a
it
different
requires
word. But see, there's a difference between cutting edge and complex. You could say this is the most cutting edge fork, the most cutting edge knife. That doesn't mean that it's a complex. Like this is why I think irreducible complexity is not good, because
I would say impossibly complex. That's the term.
Why is it impossibly complex? I don't.
Okay, I'll give an analogy. Randomly, a USB stick falls from the sky, and then the USB stick codes for an entire computer.
Okay, that would be not a good analogy for what evolution. A better analogy would say chemical reactions fell from the sky on a planet that was able to sustain life. After it was able to form things like the earliest RNA, it eventually formed things that had a coating we call bacteria, these single-cell organisms. These single-cell organisms were the dominant forms of life for billions of years. And then after billions of years, there was this symbiotic process between two different sets of organisms. One organism ate another organism, and they didn't break down. Instead, they started pumping energy, and we call them mitochondria. And so you have the formation of multicellular life. The first really multicellular life that conquered the planet are plants. Plants getting this kind of third symbiotic relationship in which they're able to make their energy from chlorophyll. And thus, from single cellular versions of this, they eventually arose the first multicellular organisms. Now, with that niche dominated, you only have two really other niches left, and that's fungi and animals. And fungi and animals are more closely related, and it shows in their dichotomy of how they eat. Fungi inject their stomach onto whatever, or stomach acid onto whatever they are eating. I shouldn't say stomach because they don't have one. And then we invert that and we put things into our body. And so from this inversion, this us having to move around, you get these very simple organisms. The first animal, by the way, was something like a sponge. You can see this on smaller levels as they move off and eat things. And then eventually gave rise to these types of organisms like goats and more complex things. And eventually you have simians, sapiens, and us. And then you get that USB stick. That would be a proper analogy.
That was a very good, when you talked about RNA and symbiosis, that was extremely good. I'm actually very impressed. Most people don't study that for hard. That's actually very good. However, I can use that as a counter argument. RNA viruses, they require human cells to make DNA. That's one point. A number 2 point.
Wait, what?
If we were to, yes, they do. A number 2.
No. Stop. Where did you get the conclusion that humans are required for this?
Hepatitis C. Number 2.
No. You said to make DNA.
Yeah, hepatitis C uses its positive RNA. It goes into the liver of the human body, and then it produces HCV DNA, which is its own DNA. That's the process it does.
That's one organism.
Well, there's negative RNA as well, but that's one point I'm making. The second point,
so that's one organism that subsists off of humans. What about the versions of hepatitis that affect other organisms?
Well, all hepatitis have the name hepatitis has liver in it.
It attacks the liver. Yes, I'm aware of what hepatitis is and all the different variations of it. But we are not the only species that can contract hepatitis. There are hepatitis strains out there that infect other organisms.
Okay.
Just like there are versions of pox that only affect monkeys. There's versions of cancer that only dogs get. So
Yeah, I'm getting to that. That's my second point. My second point is if you're going to compare human organisms or dog organisms or pigeon organism to RNA viruses, you hit a big problem because these multicellular organisms are vastly more complex than a simplistic RNA virus.
Sure. Can I?
They're multicellular. They
But
have
can I
like
point
hundreds of
out?
organs. Yeah.
I'm not
sorry.
disagreeing with what you're
Yeah.
saying, but I would disagree with the conclusion. Viruses are what we kind of consider the edges of life. They have things that we would definitely categorize as life. They reproduce. However, they have other things that we would say, are they, or we would question, are they even alive? Because like you were saying, they need the thing that JL was trying to push you on is it doesn't need us. It needs literally anything else. It could do any other multi-organism, or, I mean, bacteria get infected by viruses. Viruses are way smaller than bacteria. And so they've been around as far as we could tell. It's ancient. We kind of look at them. Could they be the precursor of life? They're kind of on the edge anyway. But again, it's like when we're researching abiogenesis, it's again a frontier. What you're saying is, I would say I mapped out, and I didn't get it from me. I would say I get this from biology and evolution, how it went from something just like a chemical reaction to a thing that uses a remote control. It doesn't happen overnight. In fact, I would again say that the only defining term was time. These were processes happening, and I would even argue that if they were to happen on another planet within that zone with the correct chemicals, carbon, as John Stewart would say, it's the slut of the periodic table. It makes more combinations with all of the other chemicals combined. And so it's not surprising why a carbon-based life forms where we were able to have liquid water.
You make actually, Amy, you're making the best arguments I've ever heard. Most atheists don't even go this far with RNA. I'm actually very impressed. What are you studying? I'm curious. If you're studying something.
Sure. So I will, hopefully one day I will be going for my PhD, but I have my master's is in educational technology and then information systems.
Base. I thought you did like biology, but yeah, you know a lot actually. I'm actually impressed.
I will say I've taken some undergraduate courses in biology, but nope, not my background yet.
Mm-hmm. I think you'll find it very easy because you're picking up the complex stuff very well. But the bottom line is, I think we both have come to the same conclusion. There is a jump between RNA or microorganisms like viruses and human DNA organisms. There is a jump. The multicellular organism is more complex.
Sure, I would agree with you. My question is, why is that a big deal under your model? I would say under ours, we have good evidence. If you were to look at our cells, we have two sets of DNA. We have our DNA and mitochondria DNA. And that only makes sense, I would say, under this model in which mitochondria used to be other organisms.
Yeah, that's a biology theory. I heard that one as well. But I think that's where I hit the wall. I don't know how to answer that. All I can say is there is a distinction between RNA viruses and multicellular DNA, and that's where I'm going to drop it because I don't know anything beyond that. That goes beyond my diploma.
Sure. And there's a lot of different competing hypotheses. RNA first model, but then there are others, and again, abiogenesis, or how non-life became life, I would say is the frontier. I would say all of the available evidence does push it towards a naturalistic viewpoint. I'm open on being wrong.
Okay. I hold to the RNA. I hold to the RNA world hypothesis because RNA is both a carrier of information and a catalyst. So,
yeah.
So, did you ever say which god monster you believe in?
Who me? I believe in Waheguru, which is a singular god of Sikhism and Hinduism.
And so, what's that thing do?
It's an impersonal god, but he does answer personal wishes. It doesn't have hatred, doesn't have fear. It's beyond form. It's invisible. But yeah, it's a loving god. It helps nurturing humans in a nurturing way.
So it's non-spatio-temporal and it exists without substance of any
Yes.
form.
Yes.
Not
How do you know
related to the universe, but the universe originated from it.
Yes.
How do you know it
How did the
exists?
universe originate from it?
That's beyond my comprehension, but I know from my spiritual experiences, I believe it came from the being, 100%.
What spiritual experiences have you had? I'm kind of interested in that type of thing. What's going on? Tell me about this.
It's very hard for me to explain, but I have had some non-scientific experiences that I couldn't explain away. And I only understood it after reading scriptures, and then I started to understand it.
Can you describe this to us at all, or is this indescribable?
I prefer not to describe it because it's highly personal. I prefer not to describe it.
So you've had these personal experiences, but you can't share them.
Yeah, it's like because these things affected me personally, my intimate parts of my life, like personal life, like dating and stuff like that.
Oh, we like spicy talks.
Hmm.
We can get spicy.
Well, if I can ask, it doesn't really matter to me what these individual experiences are of yours. By what mechanism were you able to differentiate between an experience that's coming from an entity and something that's just confirming your bias?
That's a very difficult question to answer. I'll try to answer it, but I don't think you'll be convinced by it. Number one, I use probability. Is this experience probable or is it absolutely improbable? Number two, is it scientific or is it unscientific? Number three, is there any other resource that helps me understand it? And for me, it was just scriptures, and that's the three things I used. And I guess number four, are these things actually coming true or not? Yeah.
Okay, so no mechanism to eliminate your potential bias.
Probability is a very strong mechanism. If it's extremely improbable, like more than 1 in a million chance, then that's a very good metric. A damn good metric.
No, because it would still be begging the question. Because if it's still possible, then it's just a rare event that you're interpreting as being from that, which means you would have no justification to interpret it as being from that.
Well, my discipline teaches to ignore 1 in a million things.
It teaches you to ignore 1 in a million things?
Yeah, if a patient comes to me with a 1 in a million chance of a symptom, I won't tell them this is a risk. And if a person comes to me and tells me things like, the government's reading my mind, I'm not going to believe
what you
them.
have to understand from our point of view, and again, this is something JL brought up, it's 1-to-1 for us. It is literally 100%. And so we often get from creationists, how could it be this such uncertain thing just from chance? From our point of view, it's like, no, it makes complete sense. This is where life would arise. It has everything needed. Oh, no, go Taco.
I have a really good point to make here from a great mind, Alan Moore. So have you read The Watchmen?
No.
Or seen any of the
movie, yeah.
They made a cartoon, part 1 and part 2 of The Watchmen on HBO, and I rewatched it with my wife a few nights ago. And we were over a few nights, we watched the two of them. It's like 3 or 4 hours or something like that. But it's basically frame for frame the book. So if you've read the graphic novel, or if you see that, you'll basically have read the graphic novel. It's basically frame for frame, right? And I hadn't read that in like 20 years, right? And I saw, or I was watching it, and the scene on Mars really got to me. I actually teared up a little bit, right? So I'm going to read this quote to you. Thermodynamic miracles, events with odds against so astronomical, they're effectively impossible, like oxygen spontaneously becoming gold. I long to observe such a thing. And yet, in each human coupling, 1,000 million sperm vie for a single egg. Multiply those odds by countless generations against the odds of your ancestors being alive, meeting, siring this precise son, that exact daughter, until your mother loves a man she has every reason to hate. And of that union, the 1,000 million children competing for fertilization, it was you, only you, that emerged. To distill so specific a form from that chaos of improbability, like turning air to gold, that is the crowning unlikelihood, the thermodynamic miracle. But if my birth, if that's a thermodynamic miracle, I mean, you could say that about anybody in the world. Yes, anybody in the world. But the world is so full of people, so crowded with these miracles that they become commonplace and we forget. I forget. We gaze continually at the world and it grows dull in our perceptions. Yet seen from another's vantage point, as if new, it may still take our breath away. And then it just goes into a little bit more there. But I think that is such a beautiful quote.
It is. It's based. I like that a lot. 1,000 million. That's based. I'll let someone else come on the stage now. I think I took a lot of time.
Hey, thanks for coming up. It was fun chatting with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Taco.
Thanks for letting me read from the Watchmen, guys.
Yeah, good conversation.
Then we've got RR Bomber. RR, I invited you up. All right, we've got ISP. You got to click the green hand sign, ISP. Hey, man.
I can't post in text chat in this room.
You should be able to post on the side. Is it not?
Not a bug on my side. I swear.
I'll go into the settings and see if I can get that fixed.
Is it possible that? Well, no. I only brought this up. Can I participate in the text chat in this room?
You should be able to. I'll go in there and I'll double check the settings for you. Okay.
Okay. Well, that's all I have. Y'all take care.
There's nothing locking you. Yeah, cool. And then RR Bomber.
He didn't have a mute. I normally can click and see.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Welcome aboard. How are you, RR Bomber?
Oh, not too much. I was actually earlier in the week. I actually talked to Amy on a similar topic on the religious stuff. I'm Jib from earlier.
Oh, hi.
Oh, howdy. It's funny because, let me see. This is the Theist Helpline, so I don't know if they really care that an atheist is calling. But I don't know. I just find the position of like God's existing to be like beyond absurd. Like, I think I stopped believing in God when I was like 12 or something. Because for me, a big problem of it was, we have like airplanes everywhere. We have satellites everywhere. You would think we would like crash into an angel at some point if there's supposed to be like, millions or billions of souls like up in this like so-called heaven. So a big problem with religion that I have is just the lack of like, where are these things? Like, where is this location? Is if something exists, it has to be at a certain location, But every time you talk to a God believer on the subject, hold on. Well, I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm on a phone call. I've been waiting for hours. Shit. Sorry, my shoe broke earlier, so I'll have to join later. Or sorry, I'm back. But yeah, I find that to be like absurd. That's my position.
I mean, I've also thought about, God came down and destroyed the Tower of Babel because, we were about to get to the clouds, but now we go through the clouds all the time and nothing up there. So agree with you there.
Yeah, so I just don't understand why people still believe in these things. Like, I can understand if you're like a child or if you're a senior citizen, sure. Because like when you're a child, you don't know any better, and when you're a senior citizen, your mind is already like probably going anyway. But for it to have like lasted so long and not just be seen as, oh, this just exists as like the historical narrative of our ancestors, what they used to believe before we had like science and like proper methods to like test and verify these things. But yeah, what do y'all think about the fact that people will believe without even like seeing or having any evidence of these like crazy ideals?
And sometimes I feel like, we're earning our fedoras in this, but it is true that it does seem odd why people would still continue to believe these sort of things. I think there are a few different reasons. The one, the easiest, I don't want to say laziest, but it's passed down, and it's just, my parents said I was this, my grandparents said I was this, and so I say I'm this. And they don't really think that much about it, and so it's easy, especially if the culture is that everyone else is, then there's not really a good motivation for them to leave. I think that also we have to offer alternatives. So when we offer alternatives like these, like there's, other channels that try to have these debates and kind of create communities, when we offer alternative to what religion does, I think it gives people the availability to say, well, you know what, maybe I didn't have to be what my parents said or the church that I went, every Sunday. The other thing I think that religion does well, and I hate to frame it this way, is but they kind of prey on hurt people. I very rarely have ever come across someone who said, oh my goodness, I was just in the best mindset. Everything was going amazing. I was making money. Everything was going well. And then I found God. No, it's always, I was in prison, or I was going through an addiction, or I lost my, family. Something horrible happened. And then in these very weak moments, religion likes to come in and say, hey, I could solve this for you. Maybe you're born again. Maybe that person is living in an afterlife. And so it gives these kind of false, what I would label unhealthy mechanisms, like not being able to cope properly with death. And so religion, I would say, survives for a variety of, unfortunately, very human reasons. And, I think that's why we do this podcast, why, we kind of am trying to convince people in the other direction. I'm not just an atheist. I'm I think the kindest, gentlest kind of anti-theist. I think we should be actively trying to lessen religion's hold on society. And I think that if we offer alternatives, then we're going to trend in the right direction, and this will eventually be seen, hopefully, in the same way that most people view astrology, flat earth, etc., etc.
Yeah, no, that's part of where my anti-theism comes from too. Is I've met plenty of people, who are like they were in like prison, arrested in jail, or or especially like alcoholics. I've met like plenty of like alcoholics who then be like, oh, if it wasn't for Jesus helping me find the way, then I would still be an alcoholic. There's no way I could do this on my own. It was the Spirit going through me.
But can I tell you what never happens? There was never someone that's going to tell you, oh my goodness, I made all this money, maybe I won the lottery, whatever, and it was so good, I didn't know how to spend my money, and I found Jesus.
Yeah, so an easy way to remember this point, I've been saying it for a long time, is drugs and trauma are a pipeline to Christianity.
Sure. I mean, that's kind of, I think that they truly feed off of pain in certain ways, because they will say, well, look, there's this nice clean solution that we have over here, and they just insert whatever holy book they have.
Well, they don't promote drinking and stuff, right? They'll say, no, if you're a Christian, give it up, right? Because what's going to happen is like, oh my God, you mean God's power is not more powerful than this high that I'm on, or this alcohol? Like, drugs fuck with your mind, right? If they're going to be like, where's God now? I'm all fucked up. So they want
something. I'm on the fucking phone. Sorry, I had to grab a beer.
Oh, good.
Well, yeah, I'm on the fucking speaker. Shit. Sorry.
Was that irony?
That's all right.
He had to
Never mind. My pops, he hates it when I get into these discussions on religion or the gender shit, and he gets all fucking flipped out whenever he hears even a second of it.
Who, your dog?
No, my pops.
Oh, I was going to say that's a pretty smart dog there, right? When he can distinguish between a religious conversation.
What?
My dog being super fed up with religion. Like, I don't want to hear it.
Are there Christian dogs and pets, I wonder?
I mean, I've heard about dogs being racist, so maybe.
Again, what? I think that there are people that are going to claim their dog is Christian, just like people say these are Christian children. But I think
I've heard that
truly,
too, yeah.
I do believe that it has to be a conscious choice of saying, I am this.
I knew somebody with a Christian goldfish once.
What?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, I mean, if you're going to go all in and think there's something creating the universe and speaking to all beings, why not a Christian goldfish?
So, when trauma happens, people need a way to cope, and I encourage that, right? It's just that religions are harmful because, look, you get that relief, you get that social support, right? And you're feeling better. You're getting back on your feet, Amy. And then, somebody might say, hey, look at how God blessed me. I got back on my feet. I made $1 million. Amen. Amen. Right? But it's like, dude, the power there was getting back on your feet, letting whatever trauma you had, healing it somehow, right? But the problem with religion, though, is you're unaware of all the other baggage that you're ascribing onto, that you're signing onto, right? Like you, all of a sudden, then if you start to read the Bible, you have to find you're sitting there justifying the slaughter of infants and children in Passover and stuff, and you just give up more than. I think you bite off more than you can chew, right?
Oh, definitely.
It's crazy. That's the problem. We need to archive that shit. We can help each other. And they're like, oh, there's no power like Jesus. Yeah, there's no power like Jesus when all you know about Jesus is using it as a placeholder, right? Oh, I cast my cares on Jesus. You don't know that Jesus is fucking crazy. Right? So they'll just say, well, Jesus is love, right? Oh, okay, I ascribe to love. But
that's such a weird one too, because love is an emotion.
The fine print, the scripture, which is crazy.
The love one always gets me when people say, oh, Jesus is love, Jesus is the way. I'm like, how can a person be love, or even a God, how can a God be love? That's an emotion, that's a chemical reaction. And ever since I was a child, even before I was an atheist, if I was watching a show or a movie, and there's a person or a character, and let's say they make a great achievement, a really big achievement, and they're like, oh, thank God, oh, appreciate God, they point to the sky and shit, and that shit gets on my nerves, dude, because I think to myself, dude, that's your achievement. You're the one who worked hard for this thing. Well, don't be thinking your imaginary friend.
It's disgusting because they're gatekeeping everything that's precious in life. They're ascribing it to something else, right? And it's really disgusting because they shouldn't get to steal
what we find sacred, or call it something else. You know, that's it's theft. It's theft, right? Because any value or
the time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is at hand. Repent and believe in the gospel.
Bomber.
And the gospel is, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish,
this guy's crazy.
have everlasting life.
Get him off the stage.
No.
All right, Sergeant.
Otherwise, there is a place that is very unpleasant, hell, where you will suffer eternal torment if you do not repent and believe.
You could just mute him.
Without Christ, you have nothing.
All right, Sergeant. Look, man. Okay, he doesn't want to chat.
Wow. Okay, I was gonna say, no, go Taco.
Without Christ, you have nothing. He that's exactly my point.
Yeah.
It's theft.
We're trying to get to everybody in the audience as we can. I apologize. We only have a limited amount of time for atheists, and I know Judge Fred is an atheist too. But what's going on, Judge?
Also, just want to point out there is no hell. It's a childish concept. In fact, magical evil people don't exist. There is no Satan. There are no demons. The reason that humans do bad things is because of the complicated nature of social situations. There are good people who do bad things, and sometimes there are just bad people out there. Doesn't happen.
Fred, you're muted, by the way. And I know all feds are bastards in the audience. Is at active debate.
Yeah,
so
I was just letting him talk. I'm sorry.
He's a Jim Bob fan. What's going on, Fred?
So I just had a question for JL real fast. JL, when you say logically possible, what do you mean by that? Because it sounds like what you mean is like epistemically possible. Like you're saying, as far as you know, such and such is possible.
There's no logical contradiction in the proposition being true.
Okay, but like you say just earlier, you agreed when one guy said that, you know, it's possible for God. And you say, yeah, it's logically possible, but you don't believe that.
Yeah. Just depends upon the God. Just depends upon which God we're talking about. Because some gods are defined in a way that it's logically impossible for them to exist because they entail logical contradictions. Other gods are completely unfalsifiable, and the truth or falsity cannot be determined either way. So,
yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't really care about that point. Okay, so if all you're saying is that you don't think there's a contradiction in something, like, what's the point of even saying that, right? Because that's just like a given in most conversations. If you're talking about something, obviously you think like it's not contradictory on its face.
Well, some people may not be aware of the contradictions in their worldview, or they, or how their reasoning is fallacious, or how the conclusions they're coming to are unfounded. And so the purpose of the conversation is to explore these concepts and how they're arriving at these concepts as conclusions to see if they're justified in doing so. And to see that, to point out the errors that are being made so that they could potentially refine their reasoning, refine their internal methodology, ensure that there are no breaks in their epistemology, and potentially get them to what would be a more justified conclusion.
That's fine. Let me give you an example of like what I'm asking here. So the guy earlier, the guy with the biology background, right? He was saying that he would, I think this was that guy, right? But that he would expect life to be everywhere. And you said it's not logically impossible, or it's logically possible for life to be all over the universe, right? But he was never saying he thought it was contradictory, right? He was saying that he doesn't think it's true. So like, I'm not sure what the point was of saying, because you said it to him like 3 different times, it's logically possible, right? But he wasn't saying it's logically impossible.
No,
like,
the things I was saying, no. The things I was saying were logically possible to him were the idea that these things that the complex, the things that the systems that he's observing that are complex, that he is identifying and calling complex, that these things could come about without any through natural processes. That's logically possible.
He didn't say that it was illogical to think that, right? He didn't say it's contradictory. He was saying that like maybe
no, he did. He said they were impossible.
Yeah,
he
but
said
not logically.
He said it was no. When you say there is no difference between impossible and logically impossible. They're the same thing. When you invoke impossibility, that's entailing logical contradiction.
It most certainly is not, and I can give you I can prove that to you, right? So, like, I don't think that there's like a contradiction in the term or in the sentence. A unicorn's gonna magically appear right next to me, right? But it is like physically impossible. That's not the way that the physical world actually works, even though it's not like there's no contradiction built into the idea itself.
And
so it's logically possible. It's just physically or maybe metaphysically impossible, right? You can have impossible things that aren't contradictory, right? That are logically possible, even though they can't happen in our current world.
That's why we would say that a thing can be physically impossible, but is not logically impossible.
You just said being logically possible is identical to being impossible.
Okay, when he was indicating, okay, no, that's why but that's the problem. He was saying that it is impossible for these things to come about, but it's completely possible in a physical sense. Okay, which indicates
you said it's logically possible to him. He didn't argue against that. He's saying it's physically impossible, right? But you're
no. He said it was.
You told me
he agreed that it was logically impossible.
No, he didn't. He agreed that it was logically possible. He just thought it was physically impossible.
Okay, so I asked him, what was the impossibility? Like, what is it about the physical system that makes it impossible? And he couldn't point to anything. All he could point to was his argument from personal incredulity. Yeah, I happen to mention that there is no logical contradiction, so it is logically possible, and the evidence indicates that it is physically possible. He was indicating that it is physically impossible, and I was saying no. The evidence indicates that it is. There's no logical contradiction that in it occurring, and what you're making is just an argument from personal incredulity. And he flat out said, "No, I'm not." And I was like, "Yes, you are. It's defined that. It's literally by definition what you're doing." And he was like, "No." So that's where that conversation went.
That's fine. I'm multitasking. I'm sorry. I got to go on mute for a while.
That's okay.
What's going on, Zachariah? Looks like he might be a Muslim.
Hello there. Yes, I am indeed. How you doing?
Doing well. What's going on today? Tell us a little bit about your position.
There is one God who created us. He created the universe. But I'm wondering, like,
how do you know that?
I'll get to that. I'm wondering,
you just made a positive claim. I'm curious how you know that.
Right. Just hold on. I'm gonna ask you a question, and based on it, I'm gonna know how I answer you. Like, what kind of evidence?
Okay. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. What kind of evidence do you accept to identify if something is true?
To identify that a prediction is true, or a proposition is true.
Yeah. Any claims about reality or.
The best evidence that a proposition is true is that it corresponds with reality, is logically consistent with other truth propositions, and that it is pragmatically applicable. So, novel testable predictions, confirmed evidence, independent experimental confirmation, repeatability, verifiability. All the things that go into the methodology. So the best evidence would be a novel testable prediction. So
most people use several theories of truths to figure out what's true depending on the topic, right? So it's probably going to depend on the topic, because if you're presenting scientific evidence, that's going to be one thing, but there's other ways to determine what's true too, right? So like it just depends on what it is. But like if it's math, we're going to be using math. We're not going to like give you a scientific study on why 2 + 2 = 4, right?
right, if these things are like like analytically true, they're just true by definition because that's the way we've defined the terms, or they're synthetically true because they can be demonstrated to be true in reality. So yeah, I think Taco's right on that. It depends upon the proposition. So
right. So I came up with a criteria that people can apply to the scriptures and to help them investigate if it's actually from God or. I want your opinion about it. I'll post it in the side chat.
So, not worrying about that. I typically like to. I know a lot of people don't approach it in this fashion, but I like to approach it in this fashion because it gets to the heart of the issue. In order for any scripture to be associated or be directly inspired by or derived from a god, the god must first necessarily exist. The thing has to be there to do. The thing has to be there to do the thing that you think it's doing. Okay, it has to exist to do an action or to have an attribute. So, if you claim that a god exists and that it is a thing that exists independently of human minds, meaning that if all humans died, the god would still exist. It would still be there, just that humans wouldn't be around to conceptualize about it. So, if the thing exists as a concrete thing, how did you determine that without begging the question?
All right, yeah. So I'm not here to debate that. I'm basically gonna tell you something.
We are.
Something deficient cannot bring something like our world. Like something broke cannot bring something rich. Something ignorant.
By what standard are you claiming? Okay, no, these are subjective standards. What is trash to one person is treasure to another. What is deficient to one person is sufficient to another person. So these are subjective standards for which your basis is entirely subjective to you. And essentially, no.
Jail, this is actually quite interesting. He's saying that this list of stuff would determine that something comes from a god. And I get what you're saying. We don't even know what this god thing is or how it could exist or if it even exists. But he's saying free from errors and contradictions. There's tons of texts that meet that. Fulfillment, very specific of prophecies, time, locations, people. There's not any current text that does that well. I think, what was it, Nostradamus got some, right? Claims of divine authorship. There's a bunch of books that claim that. Foreknowledge and alignment with scientific facts. I think Hinduism was the most accurate when it came to the age of the earth.
It's Hinduism, I got it, yep.
Taco, though, is that accurate? Because, like, we do know that the God, the one true God, has a fascination with foreskins and circumcision.
I can tell you this, Zachariah, I can tell you this. The Quran doesn't meet, the Quran only meets a handful of these.
Right, but like I want you to, like, before you start to apply the criteria, I want you to look at the criteria and approve it first.
We know that God is dick-centric, right? He's dick-centric. He likes the foreskins.
I would not be speaking if somebody's speaking like that.
Why is it? Chill out for a minute. Preservation without corruption, perfect internal consistency, including tone and style, historical accuracy, unique and inimitable content, universality across cultures and times, alignment with natural laws and observable reality, logical consistency and theology.
If you don't like the way I talk, then you're not going to like your God. He's dick-centric, sir. That if a God ever spoke to you, that's what he's going to tell you. Circumcise your
wise.
Calm down. So I feel like Quran fails with many of these.
It does.
First off,
right. But before you apply it,
exists, so there's
wait.
historical accuracy there. It's more likely that Muhammad was
we're like way off the topic at this because
he would have demonstrated God exists.
Yeah,
right?
because none of this is relevant. If the God doesn't exist, then then the entire theology is irrelevant. The theology is built up around the proposition that the thing exists. My question for you, I know, but my simple question for you, Zachariah, can you demonstrate that the God exists independently of mind and context without begging the question? Yes or no?
So maybe you're misunderstanding why I'm here. I'm not here to...
I don't care. You're on the stage. Right. I'm asking you a question.
Well, listen, forget. I'm sorry. You guys don't want to address this, right? You think it's silly, but this is the context that the God gave us, right? Whether or not he exists or not, right? I don't have something that exists anymore, right? Because of this religion. My foreskin.
It is weird how the Jewish God wants foreskins. Let me just, I know we're about to bring someone else on, just real quickly. So he asked us about scripture. What would our epistemology, I guess I would say most of us here using science, would we affirm the scripture? I would say not only does science, at least from our viewpoint, say that certain parts of scripture we know are wrong. I can't say the whole book, but things like Adam and Eve, very specifically, didn't happen. We know this because of evolution. And then I would thus argue the same is true if we were to bring it over to the Quran. So next time you come on, please tell me why I'm wrong. But I would say whether you're Jewish, whether you are Christian, whether you are Muslim, there is no good evidence to think that these stories were literally true. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push the other person off. I just wanted to wrap that up with a bow. And
thank you, Amy. Yeah, I think it's crazy how the critics get labeled crazy and degenerate for talking about penis when that's the God only has limited record of what he talked about, right? And a lot of what he talked about in scripture was the penis. Right? He could have talked about something else, but no, he wanted to focus on that. And then the critic, me, I get called a degenerate or a weirdo.
Can we talk to Loser now, please?
Okay, thank you, Isaac. What's going on, Loser?
Hey, what's up? So, I have an argument that's related to simulation theory. And by simulation, simulation would imply that this reality is created also. So, so I have 4 main points that I can relate to simulation theory. One is the structure of the atom. The other one is the observer effect, then quantum entanglement, and quantum randomness. So I'll start with the structure of the atom, right? So atoms are comprised of 99.99% empty space. So physicists, they like to use the analogy of like a fly in the middle of a football stadium. Majority of the space around the fly is empty, apart from the fly itself, with some sort of electric current, right? So I think intuitively, this doesn't make sense if we adopt a materialist worldview.
You're very quiet. Do you mind either speaking louder or maybe turning up your volume a little bit, please?
Also, I know you have a bunch more to get through, but I have to just ask you, because if you're saying that we live in a simulation, I don't understand first why that wouldn't still be physical, because all of our, software that we're creating when we're creating simulations is still within the physical universe. And if it is a simulation, do you have any reasons for it to be? I'll give you an example. The Matrix pulls the robots needed food, and so they took out the sun. If you really look at it closely, it would have actually killed all of life. But it was a good explanation for the movie. Why? Why is this a simulation?
So I draw on multiple sources for that. So ancient traditions, spiritual texts, that all sort of point to this reality being a simulation. But I'll get to that at the very end once I make all the points and relate them to simulation theory. So I'll get to that.
Okay, because I would like to know some sort of reason, because there's oftentimes I've seen argumentation go down this route, and I would also like a follow-up question. Do you have any way of getting out of the simulation or probing the simulation or finding the real world?
Yes, I'll get to that at the very end.
All
I think that's very important. Yeah. So, well, let me first just address all those points in relation to simulation theories. So the structure of the atom, it's mostly empty space, apart from the 0.01%. That's like the fly, right? So if you relate that to, let's say, video games, a simulated video game like GTA, right? So within GTA, there is apparent physics. There is apparent collision. You know, your character doesn't just fall through the floor, not run through walls, etc. You know, so there's a simulated physics there, and so despite none of it actually being physical or material, it appears to be, right? Because it's simulated physics. And so
see, but I would still draw a difference here, because you get physics from a game engine trying to generate rules that we have applied, but it would still be natural. It would still be a computer running off of circuitry.
Yeah, it's to do with the electrons that are colliding and repelling from each other, giving off the illusion of solidity. So within a video game, it's running on electricity. It's running on an engine, right?
And so should we technically in a simulation. We got to be running off of something, right?
Yes, yes. And so that 0.01%, that fly, it's not nothing. It's electricity, right? It's electrons giving off the illusion of solidity when it's not actually, none of it's actually solid. So that's one point that relates. The next one would be the observer effect in quantum mechanics.
Gosh darn it.
So if you go back to people like Einstein,
It doesn't require a conscious observer.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know that's the Copenhagen interpretation. Yeah, I'll get to that.
But it doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah, all you need is particles interacting with one another.
Yeah. So so the observer effect, observation in physics doesn't necessarily equate to a conscious observer. So it can be just pure interactions of particles. So yes, I agree with that. And so so the wave function doesn't collapse into a fixed state unless it's being observed, interacted with, or measured to some degree. Now that can also relate to simulation theory, because if you've ever played a video game, sometimes when your character enters into a new environment, the environment doesn't fully load into existence until it's being interacted with. Now that can very perfectly explain the observer effect.
Can I just to point towards that, you can do a variety of ways of handling environments and levels. One is to just have it all be generated at the same time, and thus you can go around it at all times. And another is, sure, you're trying to save space, so you're really, or processing power, and thus you're really just generating on the fly. My question, I don't know how you would be able to prove either way, and I don't understand also why, if it was not a sophisticated enough technology, why do you need to save space? Are we really, going off the refurbished HP of simulations?
Well, it's to do, with any video game like GTA or any open world game, it's to do with efficiency. It's a lot more efficient for the system, instead of having to render every single part of the environment, even those parts that are not interacted with. It only renders it upon interaction. It's just an efficiency thing.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, did they consciously make a choice to that? Because there are games, MMOs, that are, running entire environments that you could just go at any point because the entire level is loaded because their processing power is that strong. They don't need to worry about being more efficient. It just seems, where are these choices? Because that's what it would imply. If there is a simulation, that means there is a simulation designer, right?
Yes, but again, it's to do with like if any simulated environment or video game world, open world game, you know, you need to make it efficient if it's running on an engine, right? Whatever that engine is.
I'm not saying that either way is bad. I'm just saying that it just seems strange to not have everything. If you're strong enough to create a simulation like this, you don't need to be cutting corners. Or do you?
Well, that's, well, you know, the engine. So if we're going to debate the engine that's running the simulation, well, we can go into that. But I think it's irrelevant to the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that the observer effect can perfectly be explained within the lens of a simulation theory, and I believe that to be the case.
But the observer can be even just any disturbance. It could be anything. We misinterpret it as an agent, but it's just that any disturbance is counted as a collapse.
Sure. But, you know, using a video game example, none of the characters in it are actually conscious, right? But
So,
yet, the character, when you move into a new environment, despite the character not being conscious at all, the very interaction with that new environment renders it into existence.
can I pause you for 1 second
the
on that?
observer effect,
Oh, no, go.
just so you know, applies to literally anything that causes decoherence.
Exactly.
Literally anything. Like, think about it like this. And this is not a great example, but when you check a tire pressure, you let some air out, right?
Yeah, sure. Hello?
That's it. I was just giving you like a simple example.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, you can define observer as a conscious agent or just anything the way that it's defined in classical physics.
Well, you
It's
also
irrelevant.
you said something very interesting. I would almost say, I don't want to say dangerous to your worldview, whoever's worldview. You said that when we're looking at video games, we're looking at these characters and they are unconscious. I agree with you. I don't think we are there technologically to be able to reproduce a synthetic consciousness. I think that we're getting closer to, you know, sophisticated systems, to learning language models that are able to produce real world conversations based on data that we've already fed it. But I have to ask, if you're trying to say these video game characters are unconscious, and I agree, doesn't that mean that we are the simulated beings that are conscious?
Well, you know, it depends on your interpretation of observer, right? Because the Copenhagen interpretation.
I really don't think it has anything to do with that. I really think that consciousness is more about higher level stuff, biology, and less about physics.
Yeah. From a materialist perspective, you would have to say consciousness is not fundamental to reality, but rather it's a secondary byproduct
Very
of
much so.
material properties in the brain colliding with each other. But then you get the hard problem of consciousness, which is another thing. But I just want to stick back to the
before you go on, I'll let you say whatever, because I don't think you're going to well, maybe you'll disagree with my conclusion. But the hard problem of consciousness is, you know, how can we truly replicate this sort of consciousness and know that it is actually a conscious mind? And I would say the solution to the hard problem is that there isn't a problem, is that we just need to replicate biologically, synthetically, all of the things that are going on right here as an animal. They haven't done so with learning language models and these sorts of neural networks, because what they're doing is really the kind of the end point. they're doing just the communication stuff. But being conscious is this very complicated algorithm of taking in all of this information while being what we call aware. And so I think we're going to be there eventually, but
To that, I would mention non-locality. Non-locality in quantum mechanics. It refers to the being outside of time and space. So it can't be located within time or space because it exists independent outside of time and space.
Sure. What is that located outside time and space?
Yes. So this is where you branch into metaphysics. So this delves into a lot of philosophical debates about what is that realm? What is it exactly? Right. So a lot of people like solipsists, idealists, they will make the assumption that consciousness is somehow fundamental to this non-local field. And yes, so from a simulation perspective, right, this reality, it's comprised of multiple different properties like space, time, matter, energy, physics, quantum physics, etc. This non-local field exists beyond all of those properties. You could call it the engine that's running the simulation.
All right, first of all, I also think this is just kicking the can down the line, because when we start to talk about outside of our universe in a simulation, that could be just we're on a hard drive and the outside universe is a physical reality that reacts to physical laws.
Well, it's string theory. They propose 12 dimensions to reality. And
I do prefer string hypothesis, but I'm open to it.
This description of 12 dimensions, it maps very well with ancient cosmologies, like Vedic, Hebrew, Mayan cosmologies, where they assert that there are 7 to 12 planes or levels to existence. So there is a strong correlation between them. I think the field of quantum physics, because I was going to address the spiritual texts of the ancients and how they correspond very well to simulation.
I never even thought about this. Are you trying to lead somewhere that we're not only in the simulation theory, but we're connected to the Abraham? Does this lead to an Abrahamic religion somehow?
No, not Abrahamic.
Not Abrahamic, but a religion, a god?
Well, not in the way that it's typically defined. Because God, people, when they say God, they think of a man in the sky that
sure,
creates the world.
In fair, if you call him Heavenly Father, we are gonna, Sky Daddy, not too far away. But yes.
Yeah. The Sky Father, God is not the God that I'm talking about.
Okay, what kind of God are you talking about?
Well, that would be an exoteric. My one would be more esoteric, in line with spiritual traditions of old. But I will get into that at the very end, because I think all of that relates to simulation theory. And so, yes. So what did I mention? The structure of the atom and the observer effect. I think both of them map cleanly onto simulation theory. So third thing was quantum randomness. So randomness, as most people understand it, is like you have a coin flip and it's a 50-50 chance whether it's heads or tails. However, if you had all the variables, like the weight of the coin, the motion in which you flicked it, the power, the air temperature in the room, you could 100% predict where the coin will land, heads or tails, right? So that's fully deterministic,
but Can I
There's
again?
It's not fully random.
It would then be asserting that in the real universe, quote unquote real universe, there is no quantum randomness.
Well, I think it's helpful to describe what people think of randomness is, as opposed to pure randomness, which is quantum randomness. Within the quantum realm,
I think we can think in probabilities. The hard thing that we have now in science, because it used to be that quantum mechanics was considered very, very, I think I'm using the scientific word here, spooky. There was a lot of scientists who really tried to push back. Albert Einstein famously disliked quantum mechanics and tried very hard to disprove it, and yet he couldn't, and became, in some ways one of the biggest advocates. And yet we don't know how to tie general relativity and quantum mechanics together. We don't know how to tie the big and the small. These are still fundamental problems out there. I don't know why they would be different. To me, the simulation, unless there's an underlying motivation, seems pointless. Are we just being run in a science lab? Are we being put out there because... What's that?
I'll get to the simulation.
I think that's almost more... I know you have to give your pillars, but I don't think the scientists would agree. They'd agree with the premises that you're giving. They just wouldn't agree with the conclusion. And so I'm very interested in your conclusion.
The main driver was pornography.
Oh my.
Okay. It's fine that we draw different conclusions, but just allow me to build my premises, and then I'll get to the conclusion. I promise, right? So quantum randomness, right? So unlike randomness that we think of at a macro level, like the coin flip, which isn't actually random. In the quantum realm, even if you had all the variables, which is impossible, but even if you had all the variables, you could not 100% predict the direction of the wave function collapse, like left, right, up, down. Even if you had all the variables, in other words, it's purely random. There is no 100% determination of where it will be, and so that maps onto simulation theory as well, I think. But based on
but how? Because why would a non-synthetic world have pure randomness?
Because of probability distributions. So if you ever played a game like 8-ball pool, like a pool game, right? Even if you if the ball was in the same exact position, you hit it with exactly the same power, right? You would never get the same exact outcome every time.
Yeah, that's what I think of with nature. I don't understand why you're saying that's a simulation.
Because with the coin flip, like I said, if you had all the variables, every variable was kept exactly the same, right? You would 100% predict whether it was heads or tails. Now, within a video game, like a pool game, the ball can be in the exact same position. You can hit it with the exact same power. It's the exact same variables, but you'll get a different outcome every time. And the reason they do this in games is because the game is based on a probability distribution of the possibilities. So there's a bunch of possibilities of where the ball will land, right? And you've got probabilities, like outcomes. It's 80% going to do this, 10% going to do that, etc. And so what it does is a random draw of the probabilities. It does, and most of the time it's going to hit 80%. Sometimes it might hit 10%, etc. It's a probability distribution. And every video game, every sports game, it's like that. So there's a degree of randomness in there. That's not fully deterministic.
But I'm trying to understand, okay? I'm trying to make an analogy in my head. We're going to create a weather system in a video game, and we're going to say that every time a person walks in an area effect of a circle, this circle that they walk in, there's a 75% chance that it's going to rain. I have created that, but I also could have created 76. I also could have created a model where it shakes it up. I don't get, though, how, where is tying that to the world that we live in? Because I know we can make video games.
It's not deterministic, is my argument, because if you buy into the materialistic, deterministic paradigm of modern science, then there is no randomness. Everything is purely deterministic. But this does not occur at the quantum level of reality, which contradicts that model, right? Like completely. And I'm saying that if you apply that same quantum randomness, like you see with video games, where it's not fully deterministic, like I explained with the pool game, right? Even if you had all the variables the same, the game will never give you 100% the same deterministic outcome, because it runs on the probability.
Games can be deterministic and they could be random. Like I don't.
But it's not okay at the quantum level. It's not fully deterministic. This is the point.
No,
That's strange.
sure. But again, that would kind of be our problem within physics of trying to attach the very small and thus based on probability and the very large, which is generally based in general and special relativity. But I don't understand how any of that makes it more likely that we are the pillars, like some of the pillars I agree exist. I just don't think they are good evidences that we are outside. So for example, like the fact that there's empty space, I don't think that there's empty space in atoms. I don't think that is a good reason for why we'd be in a simulation. So I still want to know, is there a reason for why we're in a simulation?
Yes. That's the conclusion. So I have one more pillar, which is what was it? So structure of the atom, observer effect, quantum randomness, and quantum entanglement. Yes, entanglement is the last one. So two quantum particles that are separated by thousands of miles, right? They're seemingly separate from one another, but when one of them collapses,
Incoming
the other one collapses
spookiness.
predictably in the same way. Right. This doesn't make sense intuitively because seemingly they seem far apart, but yet they're somehow entangled, intertwined, interconnected in some way, which is again very strange. Now, this makes sense from a simulation point of view because within a video game simulation, you can have one particle at one end of the simulation and one particle at the very other end of the simulation. And, within the simulation, they seem like they're extremely separated from each other. But since they are all running on the same engine, on the same computer, when one of the particles collapse, the other one does, which means that all the particles in the simulation are interconnected in some way. Now, that makes the quantum entanglement phenomena make sense within the simulation theory as well. And so all of those four things that I mentioned, the observer effect, the structure of the atom, quantum randomness, and quantum entanglement, they all make sense within the lens of a simulation. Now I'm going to get to the conclusion.
Okay, can I just point 1 second? All of those also, if all of them are not true, it still could be simulation theory. They could also be true. And okay, continue. I'm sorry. What's the conclusion? That's what I'm most interested about.
Yeah. So the conclusion is what modern science, specifically the field of quantum mechanics, proves today, which is that it's highly likely that we live in a simulation or a holographic universe, which is what some physicists propose, maps very cleanly onto what the ancient spiritual traditions have said for centuries.
Which is what?
Well, if you go back to the Hindus and the Buddhists, they call this material world Maya, an illusion. Go back to the Sufis, they call it a dream within a dream. It's not real in any material sense. Or even if you go back to the ancient Greeks with people like Plato, right? Have you guys heard of Plato's allegory of the cave?
Yes.
Okay, so just for those of you who
Trying
don't
to
know,
look at his shadow, but sure.
So just for the people who don't know about it, so imagine you're a prisoner in a cave and your entire life you've only seen 2D shadows on the wall. That's your entire world, right? Imagine one day you break free of your chains, you go outside the cave and you see the real world. You see the birds and the bees, the flowers and the trees, the sun and the moon, the land and the seas. You see everything. All this new reality that you never thought was even real or possible to be real. You go back into the cave and you try to convince the other prisoners there is this entire real world out there. This was all illusion. This is all just fake, shadows on the wall. And many of them are so comforted by the illusions that they conspire to kill you, right? Etc. So the cave is essentially this reality, this three-dimensional reality we live in. And what's outside the cave are the higher dimensions of reality, according to Plato's allegory. He called it the world of forms or ideas.
Can I ask, do you think that the Hindu traditions have it right?
Well, the way that I view spiritual religious traditions is I don't look for the differences. I look for the similarities. Right? Across culturally.
Hey Taco, I'm sorry to jump in there. I'm gonna have to bounce. So I wanted to thank you for letting me come up. Because it's past 2. So, by the way, Cruiser, just got to throw this out there. I just got one question before I go. Can you demonstrate the truth of any of this?
Well, so I believe consciousness is fundamental, and consciousness.
No. Can you demonstrate the truth? Can you demonstrate the truth of the proposition that you're holding to?
Can I empirically verify it? Is what you're asking?
Yep. Can it be confirmed, or is it an unfalsifiable hypothesis?
So it's okay. The way that I say it, it cannot be measured in the way
That's
that
yes.
material objects.
Is it unfalsifiable? Yes or no?
Well,
The
I would
answer
say
is
depending
yes.
on-
It is unfalsifiable. The truth or falsity of it cannot currently be determined. Correct?
Depending on subjective experience, it's like if you achieve
Your subjective experience is irrelevant because you don't have a mechanism to eliminate your bias. So, is it currently unfalsifiable?
unfalsifiable in an objective sense, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so the truth or falsity of it cannot be determined.
Not in any objective way, no.
Right. So, a la Alder's razor.
There we go.
It is pointless to talk about. It is pointless to argue about.
Well, I would
All
say
right.
subjectively. I would say subjectivity is as reliable as objectivity. People
No, it is
throw out-
not. It's been experimentally confirmed, but nonetheless, irregardless. Amy, great to see you. Have a good one. Thank you, Taco, for letting me come on up. You guys have a great rest of your day. Have a good rest of your Sunday. I'll see everybody on the Stage of Reason on July 20th.
Woo-hoo, good seeing you, Jael.
Peace, peace.
Thanks for coming up, Jail.
Like, follow,
Thanks
and
for coming up,
subscribe.
Dale.
Okay, I just want to point out, and my goodness, I mean, he had a great point there. That if it's not, okay,
Yeah,
but
the point that he was making-
I also
Yeah,
I
sorry.
want to push back on 2 just very specific points. So, first of all, any attachment to the spiritual realm or Hinduism and things like that, because it has many elements that I would say are factually not true, like multiple deities, avatars, being able to interact in the world, jinn. Any sort of these elements, I would say, have to be thrown away before we start to talk about really any sort of simulation that comes from my view, a technological standpoint. There is some other species somewhere generating us. That would make more sense. Or a bot, some sort of artificial consciousness or something generating us. I don't know. But I want to push back on 2 other things, not only Hindu. I said I had 2. Apparently now I have 3. But the fact that consciousness is fundamental, I want to really push back on that because I don't think that consciousness is fundamental to the universe. I think one of the most amazing things about consciousness is how mundane it truly is. It's special to us. It is, to an animal, it should be the most amazing mechanism. We should give it lots of thanks because that, paired with digestion and a bunch of other, mechanisms, allow us to survive. Nonetheless, most of life doesn't need consciousness. It really just doesn't. Plants, which dominate, which truly allow us to survive on this planet, do not need us at all. And so I really would say there's a high bar for why a mechanism like consciousness is fundamental, when I think we're very biased unscientifically when we just look out there to say it's this most amazing thing. But I think when we take a biological look at what's going on, I mean, is digestion fundamental to the universe?
Well, so the reason I think that consciousness and the subjective experiences of consciousness are as reliable, I'd say, things that can be objectively measured and verified using the scientific method, is because of Descartes' quote where he says, "I think, therefore I am." So I think the number one thing that you can be 100% certain of, without any doubt, is the fact that you exist. That is the fact that you're having a conscious experience right now.
So
that is the number one thing you can be absolutely sure about.
I agree,
nothing-
99.9% sure. I think, therefore I am is often when I'm talking with presuppositionalists, and I always give that as something that I would struggle to understand how it couldn't be, because to say I think, therefore I am is to be basically having a thought. Nonetheless, I still
But even
don't
if you look
think.
Even if you look at the scientific method, it's dependent on empirical. It's dependent on empirical observation. So what you can see, smell, taste, touch, sound, hear, etc. It's dependent on your empirical sense.
I'm kind of lost. How did he go from simulation theory to consciousness being fundamental? He was using like the observer effect to back up simulation theory.
Well, the observer
and
effect.
now he's saying consciousness is fundamental. I'm confused as how
Well, okay,
any of his
I can
prior
relate it
points
to
relate to where we're at now.
I can relate it to the observer effect. The observer effect has many interpretations. Copenhagen one is one of them. I take that interpretation. So I believe that the conscious observation is what collapses the wave function, and it's what renders an environment.
So
I think
directly from this is direct from Wikipedia, and I know Wikipedia isn't like the ultimate source, but this is the second paragraph on Wikipedia, several lines down. The experiment's results have been interpreted by some to suggest that a conscious mind can directly affect reality. However, the need for the observer to be conscious is not supported by scientific research and has been pointed out as a misconception rooted in a poor understanding of the quantum wave function and the quantum measurement process.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? So Einstein even said, I would like to think the moon is still there, even when I'm not looking at it. But even he had doubts as to the role of consciousness in regards to the collapse of the wave function. Because you got to think about it, like the moon, right?
Well, no,
If
it
not,
wasn't
like,
collapse of the
let
wave
me propose-
function, but it's not clear. He's saying, again, it's that he's 99.9% sure of anything.
Yeah, but he had doubts as to whether or not the moon would still be there if no one was looking at it. So this is my
our
point.
current understanding of the topic. This does not support your position.
Well, let me propose a thought.
I guess it could support simulation theory if you're talking about simulation theory and that it's just interactions, right? But that doesn't support a fundamental consciousness.
No, it doesn't. Yes.
I also want to.
Let me propose
go.
Sorry. Yeah, let me propose a thought experiment, right? So Einstein did say, he would like to think the moon is still there, even when there's no one looking at it, right? So suppose no one is looking at the moon, right? There is no way for us to know whether or not it will still be there unless we look at it.
But that's not true. We can have models in which we can test. The great thing about science is we can make predictions. We know the orbital field in which the moon will follow. We know that it's actually slowly drifting a little bit away. Like what he's saying there truly is just that he cannot be 100% certain of anything. It doesn't mean, because this is what I think you're saying we must believe, is that there is a conscious being at all times looking out everywhere, and that's the only way that anything could exist at all. But that seems backwards to me, because what that means is there's a consciousness everywhere at all times looking everywhere, and then for most of the universe, at least the 13.8 billion years that we've been around, there was no consciousness in this little fish tank. It was just
but the simulation, though, this is what I'm saying. The Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago was the beginning of the simulation, right? So all the secondary properties that we have, space, time, matter, energy, thermodynamics, physics, gravity, electromagnetism.
But why?
These are all secondary properties.
Why are they doing this simulation? That's what I want to keep on. Like
outside of simulation, it's a non-local field, and they call this the quantum field.
No, I mean, like, why is in like, are we on a corporation and they're making money off us somewhere in some alien simulation?
Oh, because you're thinking of physical simulation inside of another physical simulation inside
I
of
am,
another
because I think that's all that can exist so far. I don't have no other reason to.
Yeah.
So, like, even in your simulation, I have no reason, zero reason, to believe that it wouldn't be just a physical reality that's just simulating us. I don't think we are in a simulation. I don't understand why
the way that I would.
The other
the
thing
way that
that
I
you
would.
had brought up was the allegory of the cave, and that's just basically saying we could possibly not be in base reality in the way that you were using it, right? And
yes.
My simple question is, how do you know this isn't base reality and we aren't in a cave?
Indeed.
Well, this is the point that I was trying to make about why consciousness and subjective experience is as reliable as scientific measurement and observation, because the one thing that you can be 100% certain of is that you're conscious. And so if you achieve an altered state of consciousness, especially one that's controlled, meaning that you're not taking any psychedelics, you've been able to achieve this altered state purely through natural means like meditation or yoga.
Can I pause you for just 1 second? There's no actual such form as a higher consciousness unless you are on drugs. So, like, you can have spirit, you could have what you would say is spiritual, where you're trying to maybe feel with the universe and these things, but they are ultimately all conscious experiences, all equal.
Well, you
Brain
say,
states.
you need external drugs for that. That's not true, because the most potent psychedelic drug known to humankind is DMT.
I've done a lot of it.
And DMT is naturally produced in the brain and in trace amounts in the pineal gland and the lungs.
Big asterisk on it.
And you can activate this DMT through breath work, through meditation, and get your brain to endogenously produce it.
No, you
from the
cannot.
inside.
No.
You can.
No. You can have
It
experiences that are similar to being on drugs. You cannot activate DMT in your brain.
Yes, you can.
Okay,
Because
I would love to
Buddhist
see a paper for that one.
Buddhist monks, Hindu yogis, mystics, throughout the centuries, have engaged in spiritual practices like this, where they get their brains to endogenously from the inside produce DMT.
No,
and
they
there are
don't
certain
produce
things-
DMT. They have experiences where we would say on drugs that they could be similar brain states. That doesn't mean they literally have to have your brain injecting
If you
DMT
look up
because
the
you
correlation-
meditated.
Okay, so you said for evidence, there are near-death experiences, people who report near-death experiences,
Mhm.
and people who have DMT, who smoke DMT, and there is a huge correlation in what they experience. They all
To a
experience
brain being
nothing-
fudged around with a little, I have no
they,
doubt.
they all experience not having a physical body, being in this completely non-local, non-physical dimension where they encounter entities
Or-
and geometric patterns and shapes and all this other stuff. So, which leads many researchers to believe that at the moment of death, there is a spike of DMT that's released in the brain that causes this, similar to when people smoke it, right?
Or when a brain
there's-
is being broken down and you are dying, you could have hallucinations.
Yes, but answer me this: why is the most potent psychedelic known to man? Why is it naturally produced in your brain? Why is that?
I put a big asterisk on the whole hypothesis of the dying and DMT floods your brain type of thing. We do have chemicals that are in our brain and from other organisms that can become psychedelic. And I'm not anti-psychedelics, but I have a firm, I put a firm grounding on they are drugs. The point of them is that they mess your consciousness up a little bit, and that you take something back from the experience because your brain was a little bit messed up a little bit.
You keep mentioning external drugs, but I'm telling you, the most potent psychedelic.
No, I
is
know
naturally
you can
produced
do
in your
yoga.
brain.
I know you can meditate. I know there are ways of getting effects which make you feel similar to what the drugs are doing naturally. I was just trying to point out that doesn't mean that you can meditate and make DMT drip into your brain. You can get very calm. I think there are natural good things out of meditation, but I don't think that they prove any
People
higher
who
state of
report-
awareness.
Okay, so people who report near-death experiences, there's many of them. There are also a lot of people that report having DMT-like experiences through meditation. You should look them up.
No,
DMT
I
is
know
not
that they
DMT.
can happen. My
But you're saying they can't.
No, I'm saying
you're
it's
saying
not
that meditation
DMT.
cannot bring it.
You can't meditate yourself for your brain to release DMT. You can meditate and to have the same type of experiences or similar to what is going on with these drugs naturally. That doesn't mean it's a supernatural element. If anything, I would say it's a very natural thing.
Yes, and I would say that many of these experiences that people have with altered states are not supernatural; they're natural. Because I think,
so
I agree with the ancient cosmologies when they map out 7 to 12 planes of existence, similar to string theory when they say there are 12 dimensions. I believe we live in third dimension, which is physical matter.
We
linear
do live
time.
in a third dimension. I would say we live in a fourth dimension. We have time. But I'm sorry, Taco, continue.
Yeah, you're just like making point after point that don't do anything to support your position. Like, do you think that the observer effect supports a fundamental consciousness and not simulation theory, or supports a fundamental consciousness better than a simulation theory? Is that why you think that?
Well, I think it's both. I think it supports both simulation theory, and I believe that these other levels or dimensional realities, like the fourth, fifth, sixth dimension, I believe even they are simulated.
So I think this is just due to a poor understanding of quantum physics, which nearly everybody that engages with it has.
Well, the paradox
so
of the
I
observer
think you
effect.
should look up quantum energy transport.
Well, I did mention
It's
earlier
related to photosynthesis.
So I mentioned earlier the paradox of the observer effect. The paradox is that in order to know whether or not consciousness plays a role, you would have to have knowledge that even when no conscious observer is looking at something, that the wave function collapse. Even when nothing, no consciousness is involved.
Loser, can I ask you?
It's impossible to do
Or
that.
no, go. Can you talk here?
It's impossible to do that because in order to verify, you have to observe.
Let's say that all of our knowledge is correct, and that there was abiogenesis into evolution. Oh, pulling back up. So I pulled you back up. Yeah. So let's say that all of our knowledge is correct, and abiogenesis happened, evolution happened. We've gotten to today through all these different systems working, and we've got consciousness now, which has developed systems upon systems, right? And all of that happened without a mind being the thing to decohere the quantum states. The decoherence is just caused by the system interacting with itself, right? How could you tell that the difference between a system just interacting with itself and a mind causing this decoherence and this classical state?
Yeah, this is my point. There is no way to tell. This is the paradox of the observer effect, because in order for you to know, you have to somehow observe. But the act of
you would have to
observing
test the observer effect, right?
Yes, but this is my
And so
point.
what does all of the science related to the observer effect on quantum states say?
Okay, so suppose this, right? You have an experiment.
All of the
and
science says that a mind isn't necessary and it can happen with an environment interacting upon itself. In fact, there's
but how
this
do you
thing that
prove that?
happens with photosynthesis called quantum energy transport, where the energy travels via quantum coherence, effectively exploring all paths simultaneously to find the most efficient route to the reaction center, right? So the photons from the sunlight hit the chlorophyll molecules, and then the photon photon excites electrons in the pigment molecules, and then the excitation energy has to get transferred to the reaction center where it's used to initiate sugar-forming reactions, right? But this is happening because of quantum states and the observer effect without a mind. And this is measured. It transports nearly 100% of the energy.
Not only that, but I don't understand. A video game doesn't need consciousness to be around. Like, often it's just running. Like, the level doesn't need the designer to sit there and be like, oh, I'm watching each player play or they're not going to be able to. I don't understand why this universe would need that either. And thus, I don't know why it's for or against. It's a tangent. I'm sorry, Taco. You were asking a good line of questioning.
The only point I was making with that is that this existed before we did, photosynthesis. And this is an example of nature acting as the observer. We're just another observer that's been generated by the environment. At least from what I see. And the data, I mean, if what we see seems to cohere to reality, which we think it does, which is why you're using that to support your position, you would think that, okay, the data seems to cohere to the reality. It's probably not observer or like consciousness observer related. It's probably nature observer related. In fact, it's just the environment interacting with itself.
I can't believe you would say something so daring and bold again. Oh. That's weird. Do you hear him, Taco?
No, I can't. Did we lose you, loser cruiser?
His thing is going off. Like, it's his voice module is going off, but there's no sound.
I can invite you back up. I'll pull up Boris too for a second. Boris raised his hand. What's up, Boris?
Hello. Oh, I just wanted to ask some questions.
Okay.
Hello.
I think I might have broke him with
wow.
With photosynthesis.
What's up, Boris? Yes, you are. How are you? What do you believe and why?
I'm a lying scumbag atheist.
Oh, well, why?
It's the default position.
Oh,
and I
well,
haven't
I disagree.
been convinced on a different position.
Well, maybe you should be a skeptic above all. I know I'm an atheist because I'm a skeptic.
Yes, I am as well.
Oh, well, good. Why are you a lying scumbag?
but-
That seems to be theists and atheists both do that. Why are you doing that?
Well, I guess it could be that, someone of my age has told me that, and I guess it's a self-conscious type thing coming out in me. Right?
Someone told
Darth,
you to be
Darth,
Oh,
yeah, Darth
okay.
told me this so many times that that's what I am. So maybe that's rubbing off now, or
Okay.
something like that. I jest.
Yeah, I was gonna say you had me in the first half.
Yeah, I think we've talked before, Amy.
How are you?
Good. Don't you? Didn't you hang around the atheist experience?
I do love the atheist experience. Love the ACA.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to ask him about. Sorry, go ahead.
I think I might have changed his mind. He just dropped out altogether.
Dun dun dun.
No, he's below. He's in the
Yeah,
audience.
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, he's got
Did
his
I
hand
change
up.
your mind, loser cruiser?
No, sorry, I couldn't hear anything you guys were saying. Something.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Yeah. Sorry, what
It's
were you
working
saying?
now.
Oh, did you hear the explanation of photosynthesis?
No, I didn't. I think my device, there was a problem. Could you guys explain it?
Okay. So photosynthesis involves quantum mechanics, right? And so photons from the sunlight hit chlorophyll molecules. The photons excite electrons in the pigment molecules. The excitation energy has to get transferred to the reaction center where it's used to initiate sugar-forming reactions. It just doesn't randomly hop through the pigment molecules, though. This is called quantum energy transport. The excitation, and this is tested, the excitation transfers like a very, very, very high percentage of the energy to sugar, whatever that is, right? But the excitation energy travels via quantum coherence. So it's effectively exploring the most efficient route, all routes simultaneously to the reaction center. It's been experimentally observed. The excitation begins in quantum superposition, and the interaction causes the entanglement with the surroundings, and it leads to decoherence. This interaction is acting as the observer, and it collapses the excitation superposition into a definite path to the reaction center. In this, nature is acting as the observer. Are you with me in this? There's no humans. There's no mind, and this happens with. This is just photosynthesis, right?
So are you saying that plants are not conscious in any way?
Correct.
Well, I would disagree with that. I think there are degrees of
That
consciousness.
wouldn't be relevant, though, even if they were, because we're talking about a specific process, photosynthesis. Photosynthesis, the process, is not conscious.
Well, okay.
Do you think algae is conscious?
From my perspective, I think consciousness can exist non-locally, so outside of time and space. That's my perspective. So I think consciousness is the engine that's running the simulation. That there are higher consciousnesses that do not, that are not confined to the parameters.
So the point of me providing this was that this is an example of nature causing the decoherence through the observer effect, right? And there's examples of this. If you look at the Big Bang, it's probably entropy, right? The environment interacting with itself, right? The expansion changes it from like that, whatever that free energy state would be, to classical system, and the because it's interacting with itself, right? It's expanding, and then you've got entropy, right? None of that requires mind.
Yeah, but have you heard of the non-local field where everything, past, present, future, it's all happening simultaneously, right? So I think,
like where the universe is just like a blob, and it's just like where it's at in the blob.
yes. So I think within that
that's what I
non-local,
think is the case.
so within that non-local field where past, present, future, it's all simultaneous, and it exists outside of time and space, outside of the simulation altogether. I think that is where consciousness originates, in that non-local field. I think consciousness is a non-local phenomenon.
But it seems to emerge after the observer effect has begun to happen. So I don't see how you could use the observer effect. If you were to use the observer effect, you would have to say consciousness appears to emerge after the observer effect has occurred. And then there's further evidence, like photosynthesis, that suggests that quantum coherence is decoherence is like a process that happens through interaction with itself, right? It's not a mind interacting with it. It just happens from the environment interacting with itself.
In fact,
right?
Loser, could I ask you very specifically, why is consciousness so important? It doesn't actually, like in a video game, you don't need someone consciousness to keep it on.
I would say the difference between order and chaos is awareness. So if you think about people
I
who go
disagree
through
on
their
that.
life, well, if you think about, just use like human examples, right? You look at humans that are, you know, very unconscious, very unaware. They're constantly intoxicated on drugs. They're like in a very dreamlike, unconscious state all the time. There's not much apparent order in their life. They wake up at different times, go to sleep at different times. They have no routine, no order. They're constantly intoxicated, etc. It's just chaos, right? But people who are conscious, who are aware, who put their attention on things, who wake up at the same time every day, go to bed at the same time every day, who have habits that they follow every single day. Well,
But
there's a pattern order in your life.
conscious is not more about chaos or order. Consciousness is just an aggregated system of awareness. You can inebriation is one way, but there's chaotic people who are fully aware that are not on any drugs, and they're not less conscious than people following the laws.
Well, what the point I'm trying to make is that at a very human level, right, which we're 3D beings with 3D brains, we're very limited, right? At our level, right, people who are very unconscious, drifting through life, intoxicated, there's a lot of chaos in their life. But people who are conscious, who are consciously aware of everything they do, they have a lot more order, routine, structure in their life. That's at the human level.
I think it's
Now,
confusing
You
the
ignored
metaphorical.
all the points I made.
Well, at the level of the universe,
But
there's
can we
rules.
agree? Can we just agree? Consciousness is not needed to keep a video game online.
I disagree. I think it is.
Okay,
Because,
in what way? Unless you're trying to say it's fundamental to the universe, which that's just a circular argument.
Because I think consciousness is non-local. It doesn't exist within the simulation. It exists outside of it.
And I don't understand that worldview at all. It only exists in animals so far that we can see. There's no other beings. There's no other anything that is conscious except for the beings that we know of called animals. There could be others, but that's why I keep on trying to press you. We don't need a consciousness to keep the video game on. A server can just stay running. Or it could be a single player game, and the designer does not need to go on every person's personal PlayStation to make sure that they could still play. And so I don't know if the video game doesn't need consciousness to keep on running. I don't know why there would still need to be a consciousness here to make anything run.
Well, he still hasn't provided an example that's not better explained by non-conscious effects, right?
Sure.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Consciousness, us taking a measurement can explain, but like we are the people that's guiding a measurement, interfering with this quantum process, causing it to resolve in a way by measuring it, right? But this happens regularly without us doing anything through natural processes in nature, and this is just something that occurs, right? I don't see how any of this would point better to a conscious agent as a fundamental thing versus these quantum effects, which might seem to point to quantum fields, right?
Quantum field. This is my point with mentioning non-localities. That the quantum field is non-local. It exists outside of time, space, and all the other secondary properties that make up this simulated reality. It's a non-local thing, right? And so the point that I was trying to make,
all of it comes from that, right? That's the point. All of it comes from that, but that's the fundamental thing. That's not a mind. That's like the most simple thing.
The point I was making about human beings and how some people who are unconscious throughout their life, there's more chaos, and some people who are more ordered and conscious in their life, aware of things, well, their lives tend to be more ordered. Well, I think that's to do with mental entropy, right? Entropy is reduced the more awareness you have, the more consciousness you have. Entropy is increased the less awareness or the less conscious you have. At the human level, this is true. I also think this is the case at the cosmic level, at the quantum level, at the non-local level that exists outside of the simulation. How
You're
do you
providing
maintain?
absolutely nothing, though, that supports any of your statements. You're saying, I think, I feel, I think, I feel. You would have to provide something that supports your position. And the stuff that you provided that you say supports your position better supports other positions as explained throughout this conversation, right?
Well, let me ask you this.
Effectively just assuming the truth of
Okay, let me
the
ask you this, right?
conclusion on this fundamental consciousness, right? You're saying this
But
is
can
true
order,
because of these reasons, but the reasons better explain other things. And rather than addressing how we see,
well, let me ask you this, right? So can
rather than
order,
addressing how we see that the observer effect seems to be explained by any type of interaction, not just a conscious interaction, any type of interaction in the environment.
yeah, but this is okay. So the paradox of the observer effect. This is what I was trying to explain before. There's a philosophical argument. Like, have you heard? Does a tree fall in the Amazon if there's no conscious observers around to witness it? Your position would be yes, but my position would be, well, how do you verify that? You cannot verify that unless you have a verifier, someone who's there to verify that it's full. And that's the paradox. It's, unless it's verified by a conscious observer, you don't know. This is the paradox of the observer effect. This is why it confused
Well, I mean, at the
even
macro
people
scale,
like
that would just be you saying that you don't know you can be 100% certain in something, right? But at the
but
quantum
verify.
scale, the observer effect is saying that does the process of us measuring it, or does the process of an interaction fundamentally change the outcome of the quantum state, the superposition, right? Does it fundamentally change that state when it decoheres, right? And I mean, I would think probably it does, but I'm an idiot, right? I'm sure people have much more in-depth explanations on that are much more educated than me.
Yeah. So I get your argument, but I just see a lot of paradoxes, like the order chaos argument that I made with something that people that are very conscious as opposed to people that are very unconscious. Because I don't think the amount of order that we see in the universe, cycles, laws, of physics and gravity and motion and thermodynamics and quantum mechanics, and all these apparent secondary properties and laws and cycles that make up this simulated reality. I do not know how they can be brought about by purely unconscious, random, chaotic forces.
But that doesn't make sense because laws don't come from conscious beings. The God would be this new thing. It'd be the first thing that we could correlate that gave rise to natural laws through consciousness. But right now, that's not how we view conscious beings. Conscious beings are these things that develop later in the universe after second generation stars. Well, actually, yeah, I don't know how you couldn't even have it on first generation stars. You wouldn't have had any supernovas to get the heavier elements to create things like carbon. I should say form things like carbon. I don't understand why consciousness is so important. Literally, there's nothing about the universe, as far as I could tell, that says that consciousness would be fundamental. Like, as someone, I don't normally pull this card out, okay? But, like, I really do feel like it's a good rule of thumb for how serious you should be about consciousness, okay? I have epilepsy. Randomly, my consciousness goes away. So I have, like, a very strict definition of unconscious and conscious, and it's aware spectrum in between. And that tends to be my definition. It really is this thing. If someone were to say, is she conscious or not, we would have these series of tests that would be very biological, neurological in nature. Now, I'm under medication, thankfully, because of science, that I don't have epilepsy is maintained. I haven't had a seizure in years. But I use that to like put a really fine scalpel on what I'm looking for as a definition for consciousness. And we just don't view natural laws in that way.
Yeah, so when it comes to consciousness, right? So I think consciousness can exist independent of the body. And I think people who report near-death experiences or DMT experiences, etc., they experience not having a body. They experience this non-local field of awareness where they, blast out their body. They're in this non-local field that exists outside of time and space. They no longer have a physical body. They don't have eyes, ears, mouth, nose. They don't have their five senses. They just have their sixth sense, which is
again, you
their
said
mind
outside
body,
time
their
and
imagination.
space. That is kind of another one of the things that I wanted to bring up. Outside time and space is basically means it's not conscious then. I don't understand what it would mean to have a...
DMT, right?
What's
You said
that?
you smoked
Do you
DMT.
normally accept crazy claims?
Yeah, so I have lived with a DMD cook for a few years, and so I've not only smoked a bunch of DMT, we went through the
so let
routine
me-
of drinking ayahuasca,
Wait,
but
hold on.
like,
Let me ask you this question. When you
Do
were
you
in the
normally
DMT
accept crazy claims, Lizard? Like, there's probably thousands of people have been abducted by aliens and had experiences with aliens. There's probably that. I mean, there's all people that have seen Bigfoot, people that have seen the Loch Ness Monster, like all sorts of stuff. That would all be equivalent to what you're claiming these like non outside of their body experiences or whatever, right? But like there's nothing that actually suggests any of that is real. No science has ever supported any of that. You're taking a bunch of hearsay.
Science
There's
only goes with what
freaking
can be measured.
dude. There's psychics. Do you think psychics are telling the truth? There's
There are a lot of
so
frauds.
much
I
out
will
there,
say.
man, where people just claim
Yeah.
this crazy stuff.
Okay, so I think there are these experiences that people have, whether it's altered states of consciousness or alien abductions, or psychic phenomena, etc. I think many people do lie for money. That's true, but I think many people are actually experiencing those things. And I think many of the psychic phenomena happens when people tap into this non-local field, which exists beyond time and space. It's where the past, present, future is all happening simultaneously. That's where you get clairvoyance, or people who accurately predict the future.
So just to be clear, you think there's many Bigfoots and many aliens?
Well, I think there are multiple realities, and I think this is one of them, right? But there could be parallel timelines.
But why? I still don't understand.
Have you ever collected a sample of Bigfoot's excrements?
I need to go here in a few minutes, and feel free to answer any of these questions. But I mean, I don't see you actually showing how any of what you're saying is more likely than just non-conscious fundamental substrate or
because nothing that can be
field or whatever, right?
subjective experiences like qualia, right? The experience of taste or sound or touch. From a subjective point of view, none of that can be empirically verified because they're subjective experiences. Now, if consciousness is fundamental, then that would place the subjective
looking at their brains
as fundamental.
It's not. It has a supervenient. Is that the right term? Supervenient relationship with the body. It supervenes, right? Like if you don't have a mind, you're not going to have a consciousness, right?
Well, I think the consciousness can exist beyond the brain, and I think when
I mean, you
when
keep
people
saying
die,
that. Just
when
another
people
crazy
die,
claim.
there is evidence that trace amounts of DMT is released at the moment of death. Multiple NDE.
But a brain breaking down and having hallucinations is very different from the universe being
Well,
conscious.
I wanted to ask you, right? So you said you had DMT experiences before,
Mhm.
right? So when you were in this DMT realm, did you experience having a body? Did you have limbs? Did you have eyes, mouth, nose? Or did you just experience pure awareness with no form, no body?
I guess it depends on the trip, but I've had times where I thought that I was living a completely different life. I've had times where I just felt so connected with nature and the universe and people that I had never experienced before. I still think it was a natural thing, but I've had, I will say, the one where I felt a different life, that one always gets me, because you have this presence as if you have gone. I felt like I met through multiple years, and yet when I actually think of consciousness, when we actually go in the experience, it is a generally linear thing. It is moving through time
you
at
didn't
a
answer.
consistent rate.
You didn't
I
answer
don't,
my
I
question.
because it's different. I'm not sure if I'm trying to remember if I've ever tripped so hard in which I did have one where it felt like my whole body became static, and then I guess I went away in that, but then you come back.
Well, what I'm asking is, did you experience in this DMT realm not having a body, not having any limb, not having any body at all, just pure awareness? That's what I'm asking.
I think it would depend on the trip. I guess there's one which I could kind of compare it like that, where
This is the
things
point I'm
go
making.
away.
Many people who smoke DMT or have near-death experiences report exactly that they don't have a physical body. They're no longer attached to anything.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you don't have a physical body. Just to keep on hammering home on that, that means you're hallucinating on drugs, which is okay. We're okay to have these shared experiences, just like a lot of people dying and having near-death experiences report tunnel vision. Like, there are good reasons. It doesn't mean that there's a supernatural realm.
Well, if people who are, multiple people who experience this DMT realm, right?
You keep on calling it this DMT realm. It's tripping. I don't think there's a spiritual realm that people go to.
Almost all of them, right? I'd say 90% or more report not having a physical brain.
You just made that number
body.
up. I love you, but there's no way. Get me an article for me next time, because I agree with Taco. We probably do have to wrap up soon. It's been hour 5, but I've loved it.
I say we continue. Yeah, I say we continue this maybe next time. But I think you should read up on some of these topics you're referencing, because there's like all many of these points that you're bringing up better support just environment interacting with itself, right? And I don't know. I think you're lost in the sauce when it comes to consciousness being fundamental.
What if the environment is okay? What if the environment is simulated and most of it's empty space, so none of it's actually?
Well,
real?
I mean, a month is a long time to think about that and try to find a better way to support your position, right?
My final thing, it doesn't make sense to me. The world could be simulated and it doesn't have to be conscious. Like, they're separate entities, and I think to separate space and time from consciousness actually does it a disservice. Like, you could point to these near-death experiences or these hallucinogenic experiences where things get jumbled up. But really, to have a conscious experience is to go from point A to point B. It's to have this collection of data aggregated and have this experience within this fashion. It's why I don't understand omni-gods that are basically everywhere at all throughout all of time. They're just experiencing everything everywhere at all once. It just, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I will say that non-locality is a real thing, right? This non-local realm that quantum physicists propose, it's real. Philosophers, mystics, sages throughout history have all talked about it, right?
No, I know, but that's this type of spooky stuff that, like, kind of Albert Einstein would talk about. There are things within quantum mechanics that make us go, how could that even be? But it's because we are conscious beings. I would say that we have a hard time understanding probability on that level because we live in a Newtonian world. We live in a world where the apple may fall on our head and we have to avoid it more than things popping in and out of existence. But I had a fun conversation. If you want to maybe say a final word or something.
I wanted to ask a couple questions just to increase my understanding of this supposed simulation theory.
Sure. I think Taco and I could go soon, but as long as they're fast, I think we can sneak them in.
Yeah, it's just just 3 or 4 questions or something like that. It might go on a little bit further depending on what he says, but I just want to understand. Do you know the difference between analog and digital, Mr. Cruiser?
Sorry, did you say analog and what else?
Digital and digital.
And digital.
Yeah.
Not really.
Oh,
no.
thank you, Bert.
Yeah.
Sending love.
Because all our simulation and computers are digital, and digitals are limited in our computing ability, and that limits the resolution at which we can do things at. And since we're getting so much better, at making tinier and tinier transistors, otherwise they'd be huge. Like in the early days of computing, we used tubes, right? So they were massive and couldn't do much, right? Today it's, that same computer that filled up rooms and rooms is now quite tiny, right? It's like on a chip that's, you probably can't even see it, so tiny. So in any event, maybe like a core, but are you suggesting that the world is digital simulated or analog simulated?
I would say it's more digital. Like the best analogy I could use would be like a virtual reality game where, like, have you ever played The Sims or World of Warcraft before?
Oh yeah, I've been in.
He never gave us a reason though.
For a long time.
So would you say that you are the player who's making the decisions, or would you say you are the character in the game?
In the game itself?
Yeah, so there's a difference between the player on the outside that's tapping the keyboards, making the character's decisions, and then there's the character. So would you say that you are the player or the character in the game?
Well, I'm playing a character, so I'm really both, right?
Yeah, but the true essence of who you are would be the player, right? The character is, you're just playing a character. You're not actually the character. You're the one. You're the actual player making the decision.
Well, if I don't.
Okay, we do need to close down this stage. I'm sorry, it's already past 3 right now. So,
okay.
Yeah, if you guys want to come up with the next thing, feel free to. And I appreciate everybody watching the stage and the YouTubes. You're all awesome. Thank you everyone for being here. We went a little bit longer than anticipated today, which is always fun. And that was interesting chatting with Loser Cruiser there. He made some interesting statements there. But do you have anything to add, Amy?
Yeah, it was lovely having the conversation with the theists. I do want to thank the atheists, including our whole panel. I want to send love out to the chats out there. I know Taco's live, so don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe. It was great being here. Looking forward to another round. I know we'll be convinced next month, Taco. That's going to be the special month.
I doubt it. At this point, we're just having a hard time trying to find people to talk to, right? It's like nobody has a solid grounding for their position, except for all the atheists who are amazing. Right?
I was gonna say maybe they're just being convinced. They're deconverting.
I become more and more convinced every week that there are no gods and it's all nonsense.
Ramen.
In fact, since I started doing this, I've become convinced supernatural stuff isn't even possible. Remember at the start, we were like, we want to see a ton of supernatural stuff. Give us evidence for. I don't even think that's possible anymore. I'm becoming more and more convinced that all that is nonsense and it's even more deterministic than anybody thinks from all this.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, supernatural is an undefinable term. It reminds me of a marketing term. It's like, what does it mean to supersize something? You could make it mean what you want.
Right. All right. Well, everybody have a wonderful afternoon and a great Sunday. I need to get going, but I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you, everybody. Amy, you have a wonderful month, and everybody make sure to subscribe to Amy Newman. Amy Newman is awesome. You all have a great one. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, I'm going to kick everybody out of here. Sorry, my wife's getting home in about an hour, and I got a bunch to do before she gets home.
All good. I'm going to head out too. It was lovely being with you, Taco. I'll see you next month.
Yep. Have a great one. Take it easy. Thank you.
All right. I think it's coming after hour 5, so I think it is indeed my turn to hang up and let you all have a lovely rest of your day. Let me just look real quickly. Is there anyone I can send you to? Sunday has all the great shows. The ACA is running their shows. The Line is probably running stuff. So head over there. I see all of you on there. Sending love, Victoria, Darren, Gerudo, Bert, everyone that hung around and watched. Some of the conversations we got into the weeds, but I did enjoy, the back and forth. We definitely had a wide variety of theists and atheists join us. So I want to thank you all. This has been Theist Helpline, the show where we ask theists what they believe and why. I'll get some categories up in the title later. I do want to thank my co-host, James W., along with the Taco, the panel, X and JL Warren, and Ape, and all of the others on there. The gentleman that was talking to me at the end who said we had conversations, sending love to him too. But all the people in chat are awesome mods who make the stream so great, and lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. We're sending you love. If you enjoyed the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, and then hit the bell icon to all so that you can join our live streams. There, we said it, YouTube. You can let them go now, and then you can leave a comment when the stream is done. Along with sending love to our fantastic channel members with our evolving badge system. I do love me some evolution. It comes with the territory, I swear, of creationism. It's only like a reactionary thing, is that I've become more interested in evolution, in biology, because of creationism. And yet, I really do enjoy it. Sending love to our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, and along with James W., we and everyone at the Theist Hotline will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone. Hopefully by next month, I definitely have our new song with a title. Oh, Sending Love. Left-handed Jedi, boom ba doo ba doom, all the people who sent us super chats, Ryan the Coal Stick. We'll see you all in the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, y'all. Mwah. Good night. Mwah.